There is this uncertain ambiguity that is found within Silent Hill that gives a sense of mystery and intrigue to truly understand the message it conveys. Whether it's the subtlety found in the storytelling that paints a methodical yet mysterious aura that is inviting to wanting to explore its compelling nature, the hints of layers the protagonist evokes as these everyday people on a surface level, but as you experience their journey, they are impacted as these multifaceted characters, or the underlying dread that is found not only in the monsters that are manifestations pulled from the depths of the human psyche, but the horror rooted in the background that is provocative of such themes, symbolism, and allegories that addresses a much darker message. In this video, I wanted to evaluate and analyze these threads found within each subsequent Silent Hill entry in an effort to thoroughly explain much of its story, characters, monsters, and much more. This will focus on Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, Silent Hill 4, and Silent Hill Origins. Because this is a very long video, I will leave chapters in the description below for the sake of convenience, in case you need to take a break or focus on a specific subject without needing to watch all of the video, in hopes of providing the best viewing experience. As always, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the dark lore of Silent Hill. In the 16th century, a time when the English began to colonize North America, the Native Americans would scour the land and establish their territory to make themselves a home. The Native Americans would find themselves a place they called Silent Hill. They believed that the place they inhabited possessed sacred grounds with spiritual power, conducting rituals to seek out this mysterious power from the sacred land. These would see practices such as resurrection, exorcism, healing immortal wounds and diseases, and communication with creatures beyond the plane of existence. Because of this supernatural and spiritual power from the land they inhabited, they deemed Silent Hill the place of silent spirits. However, this peace and prosperity didn't last long, as the English settlers would eventually drive away and exile the natives from their land, stealing and claiming Silent Hill for themselves. Because of the English settlers' ignorance of the sacred land and lack of knowledge of the town's spiritual and supernatural energy, it would result in consequences that the English settlers could not prepare for what was about to come in the years ahead of them. During this time, an inhabitant who resided in the town of Silent Hill, Jennifer Carroll, grew curious and fascinated by the town's spiritual properties that others couldn't see. This compelled her to research and discover much of the town's spiritual power, so much so that she decided to become one of the founding members and form a cult called the Order. This cult would practice and teach these beliefs they held regarding the town's supernatural and spiritual nature in secrecy, as a means to avoid conflict and direct contact with other religious groups that would hold them trial for practicing and performing witchcraft. Time eventually caught up with Jennifer Carroll, as she would be held trial and burned at the stake due to her reputation for performing witchcraft. While Jennifer's life came to an end, her followers of the cult grew to become fond of her practices and closely studied her teachings. She was hailed as a saint and held as a martyr, immortalized with her own statue in Rosewater Park. In the 17th century, a mysterious disease grew and spread like wildfire across the town, infecting most of the town's inhabitants, resulting in the town becoming abandoned. 100 years would pass, where time would see a civil war break out, resulting in the town of Silent Hill to partake in it. Subsequently, the town itself resettles into a penal colony and Silent Hill Prison is constructed. In response to a startling new disease, Brookhaven Hospital is constructed to foster and care for inhabitants who suffer from the deadly illness. Eventually, the American Civil War commences, resulting in the residents of Silent Hill fighting in the war. The Civil War would lead to the closure of Silent Hill Prison due to the high volume of prisoners of war, and the construction of Toluca Prison, housing 2 floors of cell blocks for prisoners on the opposing side of the war. Because of the prior events, such as the onslaught of death that was fostered due to the result of war or the mysterious disease that created an epidemic for the residents of Silent Hill, it's believed that the death that was held from the thoughts of the prisoners and townspeople harbored this dark, negative energy that grew from collective subconscious thoughts that manifested into the town's distortion. The events to follow in the town of Silent Hill become dark and ominous, as over the years, people mysteriously go missing, a ship called the Little Baroness sinking shortly after it sets sail into Toluca Lake, or the mayor of Silent Hill dying suddenly, leading every staff member in the development group to die abruptly. A father who would go through hell and back to save his daughter in this psychological nightmare through a town desolate of life and silence in its ambience. Harry Mason, a competent, devoted, loving father who would risk his life for those he cares about deeply, journeys into the horrors of the unknown. Before the nightmare, Harry Mason was a run-of-the-mill writer who was in a relationship with his wife, Jodie Mason. According to the Silent Hill novelization, Harry met Jodie in high school at the beginning of their sophomore year. After Jodie broke up with her previous boyfriend, Harry gained the confidence to ask her out, and they eventually both fell in love. Not too long after, they both were newlywed at their wedding and spent a peaceful and loving 9 years together, which was described as a never-ending honeymoon. At the age of 25, Harry and Jodie were both traveling on the highway and abruptly stumbled upon a baby on the side of the road. Seeing as there was no one around to watch and take care of this baby, Harry and Jodie agreed to adopt the baby themselves and named her Cheryl Mason. And this new beginning for the family only led to tragedy as shortly after, Jodie succumbed to an unknown illness and died suddenly. In this time of grief and loss, Harry would make a promise to his wife to take care of Cheryl and would do so for the next 4 years alone. During these short, peaceful years of Cheryl, Harry would develop a fear of kidnappers, murderers, and child abusers. Due to this, Harry would keep a licensed handgun inside his Jeep's glove compartment for self-defense. Furthermore, Harry would write a novel titled The Criminal's Mask, an analysis of offenders and predators who would go unnoticed in small communities and rural areas under the guise of normal citizens. According to Harry, if guns were to disappear from America, crime would not allowing him to protect his daughter. Alluding to Harry having a pessimistic view on humanity due to a troubling past of hardship earlier in his life. When he was 32 years old, Harry was still in deep grief and despair over the loss of his wife. Cheryl, who is now 7 years old, took notice of this and convinced Harry to take a peaceful family vacation to the town of Silent Hill, a small rural town known for its relaxation and peaceful location for tourists to explore its rich history, tourist attractions, historical landmarks, and more. Upon driving to Silent Hill late at night, Harry and Cheryl would suddenly encounter a teenage girl who appeared in the middle of the highway, which caused Harry to react quickly, swerving off the road to not cause an accident. In doing so, he would drive off the cliff and crash his Jeep Wrangler into the bottom, leaving him unconscious. Upon waking up, Harry finds his Jeep Wrangler crash into a gate with the passenger door wide open, leaving Cheryl missing. Panicking and worried, Harry ventures into the town of Silent Hill to search for his missing daughter. Shortly after exploring, Harry finds Cheryl walking aimlessly through the fog alone. Left confused, as she runs away from Harry, he follows Cheryl deeper into the heavy fog to rescue his daughter before she disappears once again. Harry follows Cheryl into a linear alleyway to find himself in vast darkness as the world around him goes completely dark and shifts to the other world. Luckily for him, he has a lighter to illuminate the darkness that spreads throughout the alleyway. Walking cautiously, he finds a lonely wheelchair and a corpse covered in white, bloodied sheets. Venturing further into this dark alleyway, he finds himself at a dead end with a corpse hanging in bloody barbed wire. Left and awestruck, Harry finds himself cornered by the monsters known as Grey Child, who are equipped with a knife and use it against Harry by stabbing him to death. Moments later, Harry finds himself awakening in Cafe 522, confused and shocked that he's still alive. Emerging from the corner inside of the cafe, a blonde-haired woman in police attire reveals herself as Sybil Bennett, a tough and strong-willed cop who is calm and reserved in stressful situations but courageous and determined to meet her task at hand, risking her life for the greater good and a better tomorrow. In the Silent Hill play novel, it's revealed that when Sybil was a little girl, she witnessed her parents' murder at the hands of an unidentified man who shot both her father and mother in the head, killing them immediately. Unbeknownst to the unidentified assailant, Sybil would be hiding in her closet and looking through the closet's slit witnessing this tragedy. Overcome by grief and sorrow, Sybil would be inspired to avenge her parents' deaths by becoming a police officer, to help others not go through the same fate that she went through. Later on in life, Sybil would be stationed as a police officer in the town of Brams, a small rural area neighboring the town of Silent Hill. On one fateful day, she is sent to investigate Silent Hill after the lack of communication from the precinct and correspondence with the Silent Hill Police Department. Curious, Sybil drives off in her police motorcycle to seek out the mystery of these strange disturbances to discover the truth. On the same night, Sybil is also seen driving off to the town of Silent Hill on her police motorcycle, only to succumb to a similar fate where she crashes on the highway due to the astral projection of Alessa Gillespie catching her off guard, resulting in leaving the motorcycle behind and disappearing. Once formally introducing herself, Harry and Sybil get well acquainted with each other and talk about how they both arrived and question the mystery surrounding the town itself. Harry states he's a tourist visiting the town of his daughter, but unfortunately, she disappeared and he is desperately searching to find her. Sybil apologizes as she hasn't seen a little girl with short black hair who just turned 7 last month, as she herself also recently stumbled upon the town mysteriously and is seeking out answers for the strange disappearances of the town's residents. Distraught, Harry decides to leave Cafe 522 to search for Cheryl once again. Before leaving, Sybil urges Harry to provide himself with safety, as she deems the town dangerous given the monsters roaming around. She gives Harry her handgun and informs him to use it only when necessary for self-defense and know who he is shooting. After Sybil leaves, Harry soon follows. However, before leaving the cafe, Harry hears a radio emitting a loud sound. Upon picking up the radio, the air screamer bursts into the window, forcing Harry to kill the monster. Bearing similarities to that of a flying reptile with pale, leathery skin, the air screamer is derived from its high-pitched screaming when spotting its prey and attacking its victim from the air. Due to its agility, the air screamer is usually seen mobile when airborne, rarely seen walking on land, and instead using its mobility to bite or slash at Harry. When it comes to combat, usually a firearm would suffice as it allows distance from having to get close to the monster, allowing for space to avoid damage. If a firearm is out of the question, then retreating is the next best option. Running in a zigzag motion and then dodging at the last second from the attack will help mitigate the chance of being damaged. The air screamer is one of the many manifestations derived from Melissa Gillespie's subconscious, more specifically, her inner fears, dark thoughts, and traumatic experiences, received in her upbringing by various factors throughout her childhood. An illustration from one of Lesa's favorite books titled The Lost World by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle served as inspiration for the creation of the air screamer. The novel sees an expedition to a plateau based in the Amazons of South America, where prehistoric animals somehow survived. It's presumed that the pteranodon caught Alessa's attention and was used to distort and manifest dark imagery of that creature. After the encounter of the air screamer, Harry steps outside of the cafe to resume his search for Cheryl in the alleyway he was previously in. As Harry backtracks to the alleyway, he encounters another set of monsters guarding the gate before entering the alley, called the Groaners. The Groaner is a manifestation that is derived from Alessa's fear and strong dislike of dogs. This monster is a very large, hairless, and decayed-like dog that has brown skin and sharp, bloody teeth. The Groaner is one of the more common enemies in-game that are seen roaming the outside streets of Silent Hill. They are highly sensitive to sound and react immediately to the sounds of gunfire or running that is nearby. If alerted, the Groaner will attack Harry immediately by sprinting towards him to jump and bite viciously. When encountering the Groaner, it's best to use firearms from a safe distance, as when up close, they will circle around Harry and overwhelm him. Melee combat is an option. However, due to the agility of the Groaner, it could be difficult to land a melee hit. If combat isn't an option, then typically running away is the second best choice and dodging to the side as the Groaner will sprint and lunge to bite Harry. Once inside the alleyway, Harry stumbles upon Cheryl's belongings. He finds a torn out notepaper that says "to school," referring to Midwich Elementary School. Cheryl's sketchbook shows a crude and innocent drawing depicting Harry that Cheryl drew. With this information, Harry must cut through one of the houses on Levin Street, due to the surrounding roads ominously destroyed. Once inside the house, Harry finds a note that requires the Eclipse keys to open the back door to the backyard. Upon finding these 3 keys in their respective locations, Harry returns to unlock the door with the newly required Eclipse keys to progress to Midwich Elementary School. Once in the backyard, Harry stumbles upon another shift to the other world, where the day abruptly turns into night. Venturing into the darkness of the streets of Silent Hill, Harry finally reaches Midwich Elementary School. Once inside the school, Harry must head to the lab equipment room to acquire the chemical item to use on the hand statue to acquire the golden medallion. Then subsequently, reach the music room to solve a piano puzzle to acquire the silver medallion. With the gold and silver medallion, Harry must insert them into the clock tower located in the courtyard. Before entering the door of the clock tower, he must finally turn on the generator on the basement floor. As Harry cautiously roams the dark-filled hallways and classrooms in the school, he will encounter a previously seen monster known as the Grey Child. These monsters are small in size, with childlike features and pale green skin that wield the knife as its weapon. Although they may appear not as threatening due to their small stature, they are not a force to be reckoned with, as they can easily latch and grab onto Harry, stunning him in the process as he forces himself free, which leaves him vulnerable and susceptible to damage. While vulnerable, Harry can easily be attacked by a nearby Grey Child that will deal damage with its knife as he is held hostage. The Grey Child walks throughout the halls of the first and second floors of the elementary school that are seen typically in large groups, which can be difficult to roam and navigate around them. When dealing with the Grey Child, it's best to either use a firearm while simultaneously walking backwards to avoid being grabbed by the Grey Child, or turning out the flashlight and walking slowly to avoid making loud noises to not alert the monster. The Grey Child is a manifestation of Alessa's classmates, seeing as these monsters appear heavily in Midwich Elementary with a small, childlike appearance and behavior. Alessa's relationship with her classmates was strained, as they bullied her due to rumors of Alessa's mother, Dahlia Gillespie, a local and known figure who was the leader and priestess of the cults, the Order. The children spread rumors that Alessa was the child born from a mother who practiced witchcraft, associating these ritualistic practices with Alessa, resulting in Alessa being targeted as a victim by her classmates. The Grey Child is a distorted, disturbed, and dark perspective of how Alessa views her classmates due to their constant bullying of her, which is made evident on her desk with scribblings that say, "Go home," or "Drop dead." In combat, when Harry is grabbed and vulnerable to the Grey Child, they audibly laugh with other Grey children close by, slashing him with their knife. This is symbolic of Alessa's bullying, as her classmates would laugh as they physically assaulted her, with the knife representing their violent tendencies. A similar monster variant called the Larval Stalker is also seen roaming the hallways of Midwich Elementary School. However, these monsters are not what they seem, as they do little to no harm towards Harry, as they are unique for their non-aggressive and passive behavior. Rather, they are seen as translucent beings that take the form of a childlike body and behavior as they laugh or trip over themselves. The Larval Stalker is likely another manifestation similar to the Grey Child in how they have a demeanor that results in them laughing without the use of excessive violence at the expense of their victim. The laughing could reflect Alessa's verbal abuse from her fellow classmates who made fun of her by labeling her as a witch. The translucent quality of the Larval Stalker could be a projection of Alessa feeling invisible and unseen by others who witnessed the abuse yet did nothing to stop it from happening. After passing through the clock tower, Harry finds himself in the other world, Midwich Elementary School. Once here, Harry must find a rubber ball and a picture card. With the picture card, Harry unlocks a door to the north hallway on the first floor. On the second floor, Harry opens a locker in the locker room to find the library reserve key. Afterward, Harry must access the rooftop of the school to place the rubber ball into a storm drain to allow water to flush out the classroom key. Once acquired, Harry uses the classroom key to then access the basement floor. In the basement, Harry solves a turnstile valve puzzle to then enter an elevator to fight the first boss. Harry finds himself in a dark, industrial-like arena with a burning corpse in the middle set on fire. Shortly after, a massive, lizard-like monster called the Splithead walks slowly towards Harry, commencing the first battle. The monster is large in size, with no noticeable facial features, as much of the face is obscured, seen only with a large, gaping split mouth. While it's slow in movement, it makes up for it in sheer size as it can easily overpower Harry by headbutting at him, dealing lots of damage. In its second phase, it becomes much more aggressive, opening its large split mouth to bite and consume Harry. If successful, it will immediately kill Harry in one bite if Harry is unable to escape. Dealing damage to the Splithead is best with a firearm, likely the shotgun, if found previously in Otherworld Midwich Elementary School. The shotgun can deal lots of damage if you fire directly into the large, split mouth of the monster. The Splithead is implied from a previous memo Harry found in a fairy tale book called The Lizard's Story. The story tells the tale of a hunter armed with a bow and arrow, determined to find the lizard and kill the reptile. Alessa presumably read this fairy tale book from the school library, imagining the lizard as a monster. Further connecting this to Alessa is the corpse seen in fire in the industrial-like arena where the Splithead is fought, which serves as visual imagery of the burning she received from her mother after a ritual she was forced into went horribly wrong, resulting in her skin being charred and burned. After defeating the Splithead, Harry exits Midwich Elementary School, returning to the fog world in Old Silent Hill. Harry navigates through the streets to eventually reach the front doorstep of Balkan Church. Inside the church, Harry is formally introduced to Dahlia Gillespie. While appearing mysterious and cryptic in her speech, Dahlia has seemingly good intentions in ending the supernatural and psychological events happening in Silent Hill. However, these intentions are merely a cover-up to coerce Harry into falsely completing a ritual to restrain Alessa from her using her psychokinesis powers. In reality, Dahlia is the leader and priestess of the cults, the Order, an underground organization that prays and practices under the belief of devoting their time to the creation of God, cleansing the earth to receive paradise. Sometime around the 1900s, the Order was formed when Silent Hill became a tourist town. grooming the town's residents into their cult practices and beliefs. However, the negative backlash received from the town's residents that refused to join the cult resulted in the Order being forced to operate in secret and orchestrate many of the events to transpire throughout the series. Because of the natives' practices that indoctrinated ritualistic performances such as resurrection, exorcisms, and healing of mortal wounds and diseases, this served as a basis for the cult's practices. Dahlia Gillespie would use her family's background, such as the mining coal company, to excavate native remains and artifacts to use in these rituals. This is supported by her comment to Harry, expecting his appearance, as she puts it, foretold by gyromancy, a method where someone spins or walks around the circumference of a circle drawn on the ground, with letters from the alphabet inscribed around the circumference. The ritual performance is based on the letters where the person stumbles, falls, or lands on. It's intended to create a random or altered state of consciousness to aid in predicting the future. Throughout the years under Dahlia's reign and position under the cult, she would manipulate and influence many of the town's residents into becoming followers of worshipping their god and subjecting her teachings to others in hopes of one day creating a new paradise. This manipulation would sometimes result in drastic measures, where Dahlia would force innocent people who disagreed with her cult's practices, kidnapping or grooming young girls to use them in a sacrificial ritual where they would serve as a surrogate mother, distributing an illegal drug called PTV for its hallucinogenic properties, or running the Wish House Orphanage to teach young kids about their order's practices, often resulting in child abuse if the children disobeyed or retaliated. Because Dahlia knows that Harry is desperate to find his daughter Cheryl, she uses this to manipulate and coerce Harry into falsely believing that he is using the Flaros to bring a cage of peace and counteract the wrath of the other world. While vague, Harry is under the impression that this device will likely serve a purpose in stopping the events of the Otherworld and the monsters that run amok in Silent Hill. With this in mind, Dahlia urges Harry to take the Flaros and head over to Alchemilla Hospital. Left with more questions than answers, Dahlia leaves, resulting in Harry departing shortly after. Harry must then lower a drawbridge from the bridge control room to gain access to the town district called Central Silent Hill. Before reaching Alchemilla Hospital, Harry runs into the next monster, called the Romper. This monster is ape-like in its behavior, and also in its attacks towards Harry. It's easily sensitive to loud noises such as running or gunfire, resulting in the Romper skipping in a running-like motion to jump and topple Harry. Using either the handgun or shotgun would prove to be effective in dealing damage from a safe distance while backpedaling, as trying to melee the Romper could be difficult, since it's very agile in its movement. If all else fails, running and avoiding the enemy altogether is a safe option. However, the Romper could still run towards Harry and even pounce on him from behind to deal damage. The Romper is a manifestation that is derived from a lesser sphere of adults, likely due to her mother Dahlia and other cult members overpowering her and forcing her into their cult's practices and teachings that she grew to despise and hate over the years, creating not only resentment but also fear and negative thoughts towards adults due to their power and authority over her. While exploring the streets of Central Silent Hill, Harry finally finds Alchemilla Hospital. Once inside, Harry opens the door to the examination room to find Michael Kaufman, the director of Alchemilla Hospital. Upon this exchange, Harry is greeted with Kaufman aiming his revolver at Harry and proceeds to fire, barely missing him. Harry quickly addresses that he is not one of the monsters and is human. Hoping to find answers, Harry questions Kaufman if he knows anything about the town of Silent Hill's supernatural and psychological events. Kaufman recounts that he woke up recently from a nap in the hospital to find no one around and had mysteriously disappeared. Harry asks Kaufman if he has seen a little girl who looks like his daughter. However, Kaufman states he hasn't seen a little girl and highly doubts she could still be alive. While another victim of the supernatural phenomenon that arose in Silent Hill, Kaufman isn't what he appears to be, as much of his role is integral to the events to follow. While he is the director of Alchemilla Hospital, who worked amongst the medical staff, in reality, Kaufman worked closely as a business partner and associate to Dahlia Gillespie and the Order. While working secretly under the Order, Kaufman used his position as the director of Alchemilla Hospital to coerce illegal drug trafficking amongst residents in Silent Hill by distributing a drug called PTV, a hallucinogenic drug that took properties from the plant White Claudia. With this underground operation at hand, Kaufman was tasked by Dahlia to legally elicit and distribute PTV onto the black market to sell to tourists. In doing so, Kaufman would have a business partner named Norman Young. Their intentions were profiting and, in exchange, they carried out illegal medical dealings such as forging autopsies and patients' medical records to divert pharmaceutical attention to the drug they were selling. However, this illegal drug trafficking would get the attention of the local authorities from the Silent Hill Police Department and their local mayor, launching an investigation into their illegal operations. However, this investigation wouldn't last long, as the Order would murder the mayor and one of the police officers to prevent further investigation into Kaufman and the Order's drug trafficking. Years later, the Order would be secretly nourishing the embryonic god and foreseeing the imminent birth of the god, which resulted in Dahlia betraying Kaufman as she didn't need further use of him anymore, resulting in Kaufman seeking revenge for her betrayal. While exploring Alchemilla Hospital, Harry finds a red liquid in the director's office. This red liquid is known as aglaophatis. According to the Kabbalah, the name is taken from a herb grown in the Arabian desert, granting the power to dispel demonic forces and grant supernatural immunity to those possessing the item. Aglaophatis is deeply rooted to the Paeonia, a European flowering plant found in the mountains of southern Europe. Paeonia was a herb used for medicinal purposes. The Greek doctor, Dioscorides, named aglaophatis as a member of the Paeoni family and speculated that aglaophatis serves as the main source. After turning on the generator in the basement, Harry enters the elevator to the second floor, only to be met with the otherworld Alchemilla Hospital. While roaming through the industrial, rusted, decayed hallways, Harry encounters two monsters called the Puppet Nurse and Puppet Doctor. These monsters take the form of a human appearance that is possessed by a parasite on their back, which manipulates their movements by assuming control over their body. Both the Puppet Nurse and Puppet Doctor function relatively the same when it comes to their behavior. They both make loud, audible grunts or moans when roaming idly or when alerted by Harry's presence. The weapon of choice is a knife seen equipped in their hand, in which they will attack Harry by slashing at him or by having another Puppet Nurse or Puppet Doctor grapple him while the other attacks him simultaneously. The only minor difference in their gameplay is their strength and movement. Puppet Doctors are typically slower in their movement, yet stronger with their damage, while Puppet Nurses are faster in their movement, yet weaker in their attacks, dealing less damage. The Puppet Nurse and Puppet Doctor are symbolic of the corruption Alchemilla Hospital was subjected to, under Michael Kaufman's position of distributing the illegal drug, PTV, or forging medical records or autopsies. This could also be a projection of Alessa's hatred and distaste for doctors, as she was held captive in the basement of Alchemilla Hospital for 7 years against her will. Eventually, Harry must find 4 plates to solve the plate puzzle. This will be the plate of Turtle, the plate of Cat, the plate of Queen, and the plate of Hatter. When reaching room 204, Harry encounters a bloodsucker, a monster that comprises 3 leeches with octopus-like tentacles hungry for sucking on blood. The bloodsucker guards the plate of Hatter. To accomplish this, Harry must find a blood pack to distract the bloodsucker from killing him, as if Harry gets too close, the bloodsucker will capture him and kill him. The bloodsucker is the only monster in game, with the exception of the larval stalker, that Harry cannot kill with physical force, such as melee or firearms. The bloodsucker is said to be derived from Alessa's strong aversion to leeches or snakes, similar to her dislike of specific insects. Once all 4 plates have been acquired, Harry inserts them and solves the plate puzzle to progress forward into the otherworld Alchemilla Hospital. By using disinfectant alcohol and a lighter, Harry combines these items to burn the vines blocking the hatch. Once Harry enters, he finds a room with a hospital bed and a photo of Alessa Gillespie. With the examination key, Harry enters the medicine room where he meets Lisa Garland. Lisa Garland's backstory is rather tragic, as she lived and grew up in the town of Silent Hill. In her youth, she attended Midwich Elementary School, and in her late teenage years, aspired to be an actress as she developed a fond love for theaters, especially plays and movies. However, these ambitions were met with no avail as her family disapproved of her goals and instead pressured her into becoming a nurse. Much like her mother and grandmother before her, this led to her eventual occupation of becoming a trainee nurse who worked under Michael Kaufman. Because of Kaufman's illicit distribution of illegal drugs under the Order, he would pressure Lisa into taking the illegal narcotic PTV. Because of the long-term abuse, Lisa unfortunately gained an addiction to the drug. Kaufman used this to blackmail her into keeping Alessa alive with continuous medical attention. In performing this task, Kaufman would supply Lisa's addiction and wouldn't reveal her illegal drug use to the public. Over the span of 7 years of watching Alessa under her care, Lisa would become more mentally and physically unwell as the toll of drug abuse, blackmail, and caring for Alessa made her deteriorate over time. The side effects of the drug she took over the years resulted in hallucinations and becoming more unstable, as she would see illusions of insects invading her personal space or the water faucet pouring out bodily fluids. Around this time, Lisa Garland's boyfriend, Matthew, visited Silent Hill in an attempt to save her, as he became worried about Lisa's mental and physical health deteriorating. However, this would prove to be difficult as Dahlia would successfully have Alessa's other half of her soul, Cheryl Mason, fuse back with her original self and become whole again. Once the town shifted into the nightmare state it was in, Matthew's attempts to save Lisa proved to be futile, as he would be killed by Valtiel, an angel who was a servant of the Order's god and protector of the fetus, ensuring it would be born. With rage consuming her after witnessing the death of her boyfriend, Lisa's attempts to strangle and kill Valtiel was no avail, as Valtiel would murder her as a result, leaving Lisa to become a lost spirit roaming aimlessly in the other world. Upon meeting a frightened Lisa Garland, Harry introduces himself and Lisa pleads to Harry in hopes of finding answers to what is happening to the town of Silent Hill. Much to her dismay, Harry unfortunately doesn't have a clue or idea as to what is happening. Lisa responds to not having her memories intact and doesn't remember how she ended up in the other world, as she was unconscious. Before furthering their conversation, Harry gets an excruciating headache from the siren blaring loudly, resulting in him falling unconscious. Harry then wakes up in the fog world, greeted by Dahlia Gillespie once again. Dahlia talks cryptically about the town being engulfed in darkness, and in order to stop the nightmare, Harry must not allow the Mark of Samael to be completed. However, unbeknownst to Harry, Dahlia is once again manipulating him into furthering the ritual and being completed to dispel less of her psychic powers, to make her susceptible to becoming vulnerable and weak. After Dahlia leaves, Harry continues his search in the Green Line antique shop. Once inside, Harry notices a suspicious indentation on the wall behind a cabinet. Curious, Harry pushes the cabinet to reveal a hidden passageway into a tunnel. Soon after, Harry is surprised by Sybil, revealed to still be alive. Harry asks Sybil why she's still in Silent Hill alone, as he recalls her bringing backup. Sybil states that she couldn't escape as the roads are blocked, cars stopped running, and the phone lines have been all cut off. However, Sybil mentions that she saw Harry's daughter run off to the resort area but couldn't stop her. Harry mentions to Sybil if he knows about a woman named Dahlia Gillespie, but Sybil doesn't seem to know of her. He then mentions the other world, effects that cause the town to be consumed by nightmares, monsters, sirens, and hallucinations. Sybil doesn't indulge Harry's worries as she shrugs them off as Harry being tired. Nevertheless, Harry walks through the tunnel to stumble upon an altar. Upon inspecting the altar, Harry finds white substance known as White Claudia left in the chalice. He concludes that this is the other church Dahlia mentioned previously. Before leaving back into the tunnel, Harry is then transported to the other world, Alchemilla Hospital, with Lisa Garland. Lisa greets Harry by telling him he's having a bad dream. Harry asks Lisa if she knows anything regarding Dahlia Gillespie, to which she recounts her as crazy, but that her daughter died in a fire years ago. Harry then asks if Lisa knows anything about the town being engulfed in darkness. Lisa recalls that before the town became a tourist attraction for tourists. However, some of the residents followed the religion, the order, that practiced occult teachings and performed ritualistic black magic. In practice, this would see the order harboring a surrogate mother to give birth to a god that the followers believed would cleanse the earth of sin and give birth to a new paradise. After this exchange, Harry soon passes out once again, awakening from his sleep to find himself in the other world, Central Silent Hill. With the roads blocked off from furthering his progression to the resort area, Harry has to take a scenic route through the Silent Hill town center. Once inside, Harry finds multiple monitor screens depicting Cheryl Mason pleading to her father to where he is and to save her. While exploring the mall, Harry accidentally walks on a weak platform that collapses, seeing him fall into an arena with the second boss, the Twin Feeler. The monster is a giant moth larva that is derived from Leslie's fascination with collecting insects. The Twin Feeler uses the ground to travel underneath Harry to use as an advantage to surprise him whenever it protrudes from the ground to deal damage by spitting acid. Because the Twin Feeler is always moving, it's difficult to use melee combat as much of Harry's attacks will miss due to the hitbox. It's best to use the hunting rifle, which is found close by in the same arena, and use the spare rifle ammo to deal heavy damage against the Twin Feeler. Moving around the arena and not staying in one place will be beneficial for survival and avoid being snuck up on and getting attacked. After a harsh, grueling battle, Harry defeats the Twin Feeler. However, this defeat is short-lived as the Twin Feeler retreats. With an exit provided to leave the Silent Hill town center, Harry travels to the otherworld Central Silent Hill to navigate the linear, nightmarish hellscape to a safer location. In his efforts, Harry encounters a variant of the Air Screamer called the Night Flutter. Much like the Air Screamer, the creature resembles a pteranodon-like monster, with differences that are seen in its appearance when it comes to its head being replaced with a solid mass of worms, and its body appearing more humanoid. Because it is a variant of the Air Screamer, this monster differs in its airspeed and strength, as it is much more ruthless and vicious in nature. The Night Flutter appears more hostile and aggressive towards Harry when pursuing him in flight. If alerted by his presence, the Night Flutter will fly towards his location, diving towards him to slash him. Melee combat is a futile option as it is always in the air and never comes down to ground level. Weapons such as the shotgun, or if necessary for stronger firepower, the hunting rifle, will work just as fine to kill the monster. The knife letter is symbolic of less disgust for worms. This is emphasized in Night Flutter's appearance as it has a mass of worms conjoined into forming a head on the creature that comes off as vile and putrid, aligning with Les's perception of insects. The knife letter could also be symbolic of Harry's sanity deteriorating, as worms are known to naturally decompose, a metaphor for his thoughts, fears, and worries literally and figuratively devouring him and eating his sanity away. Close by in central Silent Hill, Harry encounters a variant of the Groaner called Wormhead. Similar to its counterpart, the Wormhead has dog-like features in its appearance, with much more weight compared to the skinny, withered appearance of the Groaner. The head shape amasses worms, conjoined to manipulate that of a worm-like head. Because of the influence of the Otherworld, the monster becomes much more agile in its momentum and stronger in its strength, functioning similarly to the Groaner. The Wormhead will be susceptible to any loud audible sounds, such as Harry running close by or gunshots being fired, resulting in the Wormhead running towards Harry's location to attack him. Because they're sensitive to sound, it's best to avoid the Wormhead altogether by retreating. However, if necessary, they can be easily disposed of with a shotgun or hunting rifle as long as you're in a safe location. Because of their appearance, manifesting that of a dog in conjunction with worms, it's symbolic of Lesa's hatred and dislike towards dogs and worms. With their combined features, it could be speculated that it's the Otherworld's corruption of Lesa's fears manifesting into a much more powerful force, a metaphor for one's loss of sanity and disillusionment to the horrors overpowering the human psyche. Eventually, Harry finds himself entering Alchemilla Hospital once again for safe sanctuary, where he once again finds Lisa Garland hiding in the medicine room. Once they both reconcile knowing they're both alive, Harry asks Lisa for an alternative path to the lake, as the roads to the resort area are blocked off. Lisa remembers that there is a sewer system underground that connects from Old Silent Hill to the resort area. This is met with a worried Lisa, as she's filled with fear and anxiety, not wanting to be left alone. Lisa wants to leave, yet feels compelled to stay at Alchemilla Hospital for some unknown reason. Harry reassures Lisa that he'll come back for her as soon as he is done. As Harry leaves Alchemilla Hospital, he first has to engage in a battle with the third boss, called the Floatstinger, an evolution of the moth larva previously seen as the Twin Feeler, now in a mature form that is exaggerated in its size. Much of the Floatstinger gameplay functions with aerial attacks, staying afloat in the air as an advantage over Harry on the surface level. The monster spits acid projectiles from its mouth and uses its stinger to sting Harry. Gunplay is recommended in this boss fight as melee combat is not as effective, especially with short-range melee weapons such as the knife. As always, gun combat is best for the situation as it will give Harry distance while backpedaling when firing a shotgun or a hunting rifle. However, momentum is key here as the arena is very claustrophobic and doesn't have lots of ankle room to breathe. The Floatstinger is manifested from Melissa's interest in moths. Moths in symbolism often represent transformation, frequently associated with a cycle of life and death. An interpretation of the moth can be derived from Melissa's loss of innocence, a child born into the darkness of the physical and verbal abuse she suffered, yet subjected to being hailed and worshipped as the Mother of God, prophesied to create a world of lights. One could say the transformation of the moth appears harmless and innocent, but as the nightmares and trauma from Melissa's abuse and torture manifested, this innocence becomes corrupted and projects physical forms of these nightmares into reality. After defeating the Floatstinger, Harry is transported back to the fog world in central Silent Hill. Harry then backtracks to Old Silent Hill towards the sewers location on Midwich Street to brute force his way into a locked gate and go down a ladder into the sewers. Once Harry arrives in the sewers, Harry encounters the Creepers. The Creepers don't pose much of a threat as they're easily avoidable and don't deal significant damage. Because they are small in size, it may prove to be difficult to attack them with a melee weapon, but easier to fire at with a firearm. Alternatively, Harry can choose to have his light off and avoid them altogether, as it can prove to be tedious rather than difficult due to the reaction to light, which causes them to run away, ensuing a chase to kill them. The Creepers are manifested from Melissa's disgust over cockroaches. While navigating through the liminal underground labyrinth of the sewers, Harry finds the sewer exit key. Shortly after, he encounters the monster called Hang Scratcher. This monster bears a resemblance to that of a green reptile, possibly a frog. These monsters have elongated, thin limbs and sharp claws that allow them to traverse around the walls or hang from the ceiling as an advantage when preying on their victim. Furthermore, they appear in either a group of 2 or 3 to surround their prey and make it difficult to escape, overwhelming their victim. Due to their radio not working underground, this can make it difficult to be alerted to the presence of the Hang Scratcher, surprising their victim in panic. The monster is also very persistent in the pursuit of its prey, as it will consistently follow Harry when alerted of its presence and will attack until he is dead. It's best to deal with the hang scratcher with a strong firearm such as the shotgun or rifle. The hammer makes a great melee weapon if needed to cover crowd control. The hang scratcher is manifested from Melissa's dislike for insects, albeit with the exception for moths. She shows disdain and disgust for other insects that appear vile or putrid in its appearance. The hang scratcher, appearing in its human-like body, could possibly reinforce her fear of humans. After escaping the sewers, Harry finds himself in the resort area. Upon exploring, Harry's met with the Mumbler, a variant of the Great Child. Interestingly, the Mumbler serves to replace the Great Child in the PAL and Japan versions of Silent Hill 1. As the Great Child underwent many revisions as it was rejected by the PEGI and SETO censorships due to the Great Child resembling that of a child, and the fact they had to kill them in an act of self-defense. As a compromise, Team Silent made the Mumbler for the PAL and Japan versions. The Mumbler appears with reddish-brown skin, short in size, and has long, razor-sharp claws. Its primary attack is using its claws to slash at Harry and to grab onto him so he becomes vulnerable to other surrounding Mumblers' attacks. Because they function similarly to the Great Child, using a firearm while simultaneously backpedaling or turning off the flashlight to avoid them proves to be the viable option. The Mumbler is likely a manifestation derived from the dark fairy tales that Lessa read in her time at Midwich Elementary School. When visiting Annie's bar, he finds Kaufman attacked by the Mumbler. With quick thinking, Harry uses his handgun to fire at the Mumbler, killing the monster and saving Kaufman. With the situation handled, Harry and Kaufman catch up a bit before Kaufman states he has other important business matters to attend to, leaving Harry to himself. Before leaving, Harry notices Kaufman dropped a key and a receipt with the number 0473 labeled in red. With this in mind, Harry heads over to Indian Runner, where he inputs the numbers 0473 into the keypad, granting him access. Once inside, Harry then uses the safe key on the locker safe, finding drugs, specifically PTV. This alludes to the legal drug trafficking that Kaufman and his business associate Norman Young participated in. Upon further inspection, there are notes left by Norman himself that give a bit of insight into his thoughts and feelings, which shows him having a moral conscience and reflecting on the illicit distribution of these PTV drugs on the black market, to the extent where he even thought about leaving town, as he doesn't want to participate in this illegal operation, but is scared of what will happen to him. After Harry finds a code on the wall labeled 0886, he proceeds to Norman's motel to find a series of items, which eventually leads him to a garage where he finds a vial inside a motorcycle gas tank. As if on cue, Kaufman arrives with anger when he sees Harry holding the vial, which contains a Glophodus. This exchange results in Kaufman projecting his anger with hostility, threatening Harry if he wants to die here and telling him to keep out of other people's business. After completing the side quest, Harry proceeds across the bridge to Lakeside Amusement Park. However, once Harry crosses over the bridge, there's another loud siren indicating a shift to the other world. Once gaining composure, Harry makes his way to the Lakeside Pier, entering a boat where he abruptly meets Sybil once again. Sybil demands an answer for the psychological events taking place in the town, which results in Harry theorizing that Alessa's delusions and fears manifest into a nightmarish reality. Sybil, still in disbelief and not completely believing Harry, is interrupted by Dahlia's unexpected appearance. Dahlia once again talks cryptically, foretelling the events to come of a demon who corrupted and possessed Alessa, manipulating her into casting darkness and corruption onto reality. Dahlia pleads with Harry to stop Alessa's plan by using the Flaros, preventing her from using the Mark of Samael to cast Annihilation. With this information, Harry quickly runs to the lighthouse, finding the Mark of Samael inscribed onto the platform, and Alessa waiting for Harry. However, before Harry uses the Flaros, Alessa's astral projection disappears. Harry then recuperates at the boat, predicting that Alessa should be heading to Lakeside Amusement Park. Without a moment to lose, Harry proceeds to yet another manhole, leading down into the sewers underneath the resort area. Once inside the sewers, Harry once again has to navigate the linear labyrinth of tunnels to exit the other side of the sewer system. Harry finds himself in Otherworld Lakeside Amusement Park, where much of the amusement park itself is decayed in a metal industrial-like quality, with surrounding attractions rotten and abandoned. Shortly after, Harry stumbles upon a carousel with an infected Sybil Bennett that has been possessed by a parasite. With Sybil corrupted, she uses her handgun to fire at Harry in an effort to kill him. Forced to defend himself, Harry's presumably left with no other option other than to kill Sybil. However, if Harry collected the red liquid previously seen at Alchemilla Hospital, he can use this as his insurance policy, as the red liquid itself is a Glophodus. With the red liquid in hand, Harry throws the Glophodus at Sybil, dispelling the parasite and ultimately crushing it with his foot. When checking on Sybil, Sybil asks Harry why the cult wants his daughter. Harry himself doesn't know why exactly, but reveals that Cheryl isn't his biological daughter. Rather, Harry and his late wife 7 years ago found a baby alone on the side of the road. Not knowing who this baby could belong to and presumed abandon, Harry and Jody adopt Cheryl as their daughter. Regardless, Harry's devoted to saving his daughter, biological or not, hoping to end this nightmare once and for all. Afterward, Harry confronts Alessa. Trying to be reasonable, Harry urges Alessa to release Cheryl and to let them go. Alessa ignores his comment and retaliates by using her psychokinesis powers to push Harry away, hurting him in the process. Unbeknownst to Harry, the Floros awakens, directly affecting Alessa as its power weakens her. With Alessa now incapacitated, Dahlia abruptly appears, revealing that she is the mother of Alessa. Dahlia arrogantly thanks Harry into helping her for her plan, tricking him into stopping Alessa's attempt from delaying and aborting God's birth. Clueless, Harry demands answers but to no response. Dahlia tells Alessa that she has one more task that she needs to do for her before the ritual is finalized. For context, before Alessa is captured by her mother, Dahlia falsely claimed to Harry that the Marcus Samael was a ritual that Alessa was orchestrating to cause annihilation on the town and the town's inhabitants as a means of not only putting an end to the cults, but also committing ritualistic suicide. While partially true, Dahlia misleads Harry with the fabrication of Marcus Samael, rather than stating the truth to be Seal of Metatron. The reason for this is due to not revealing the true intentions from Alessa. Alessa wanted to finally put an end to her pain and suffering she experienced with 7 long years of trauma. Her upbringing saw her subjected to forced religious practices by her mother, bullied by her classmates verbally and physically, and served as a sacrificial offering for a ritual conducted by her mother, resulting in her body becoming burned, immobilizing her to being confined to a hospital bed for 7 years. The Mark of Samael, in reality, is nothing but mere fodder and serves no significance to the Order, seen merely as a talisman. The aforementioned Seal of Metatron is derived from the Jewish mythology, such as the angel himself, Metatron, standing close to God as a mediator of humanity. As God's scribe, Metatron records all human and divine choices, granting him immense knowledge and wisdom. This knowledge makes him a powerful figure, able to use it for manipulation and control. Samael, depicted as an angel of death, is one of the 7 archangels who serves as the king of all demons, loosely equating to that of Satan in some cultures, such as Jewish mysticism. Interestingly, in the Lost Memories Silent Hill Chronicle, according to Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, the angels Metatron and Samael originally share the same existence, implying that they both serve under the function of the Seal of Metatron. While the Seal of Metatron is seen as nothing more than a talisman from the Order, it contradicts those claims as Alessa's plan was derived from inscribing 5 Seal of Metatron symbols throughout Old Silent Hill, Central Silent Hill, and the resort area. These symbols are inscribed at Midwich Elementary School, Alchemilla Hospital, Green Lion Antique Shop, Lakeside Lighthouse, and finally, Lakeside Amusement Park. Had Alessa become successful in this ritual, she likely would have caused complete annihilation to the town in an attempt to end the cult itself as collateral damage, with her true intentions wanting to end her life to purge the embryo god maturing inside of her, as beforehand she couldn't keep herself due to the ritual Dahlia performed years ago that casted a spell on her that made her susceptible to the forces and power of God, protecting her from harm. Learning of this revelation, Harry is transported to Nowhere, an amalgamation of Alessa's nightmares manifested into a physical construct of her memories. These memories of her pain, suffering, and trauma amalgamate into her psyche, collapsing into itself after she's weakened by the Floros. While here, Harry once again meets Lisa Garland, who tells Harry that she feels like she's been here before, but is still uncertain, now pleading to Harry to help her as she is scared, while mentally breaking down and running off. Harry must navigate this maze-like structure of Nowhere, as many of the rooms are nonsensical in its progression, lacking any sense in its direction. Harry finds the key of Uphill, allowing him access to a door which sees him solving the astrology puzzle and acquiring the Stone of Time. After, he then solves the Grim Reaper's list with the correct key code, allowing him to acquire the Amulet of Solomon. After acquiring the Amulet of Solomon, Harry encounters Lisa Garland, ominously waiting in the corner. Lisa comes to the revelation that she was never actually alive. Rather, she's a spirit trapped in the other world, stuck amongst the manifestations derived from Alessa's nightmares. Lisa begs Harry to save her as she walks towards him in desperation as blood pours down from her head, crying out to him. Frightened, Harry panics and locks Lisa inside the room, leaving her to herself forever. With the Stone of Time, Harry inserts it into the grandfather clock to access the key of Haggith, unlocking the double doors to ride the elevator. Harry uses the elevator to access the 3rd floor to solve the light puzzle, which he does successfully, and accesses the birdcage key. Harry then acquires the Crest of Mercury and the Ring of Contracts. With the birdcage key, Harry unlocks the cage to get the key of Peleg. With the key of Peleg, Harry unlocks the kitchen to then use the Ring of Contract on a chain to lock the bloodsucker from killing him. In doing so, Harry acquires the dagger of Malchier. With more progression, Harry finds a bag of jelly beans to tear open, finding the key of Bethor. In a neighboring room down the hall, Harry finds the Unk. Harry must then head to the basement to turn off the generator to safely unscrew a tablet hiding the key of Aratron. With the key of Aratron, Harry acquires the final item needed, called the Disc of Ouroboros. With all the pieces needed, Harry heads back to Alessa's room to insert them into the door to head to the final area to confront Dahlia Gillespie. Before doing so, Harry encounters one of Alessa's memories, where she is seen in a hospital bed after she was burned alive by the ritual her mother conducted. We learn that Dahlia, Kaufman, and two unidentified doctors talk amongst each other about proceeding with the plan to see the birth of God. However, due to Alessa's soul being split in half as a result of the failed ritual, the birth of God is left dormant, as the other half of her soul must be combined as one to finish the ritual. Dahlia reassures the others that in due time, the other half of Alessa's soul will come to find her, as Alessa's weakened state can only prolong her pain for so long before she will seek out help by calling out to her other half, that being Cheryl Mason. Before Harry descends down the stairs to confront Dahlia, he sees yet another memory of Alessa's childhood, where we see a desperate Dahlia urging Alessa to lend her power, with Alessa retaliating, only wanting to be with her mother, with Dahlia ignoring Alessa's comment before we see the astral projection of the memory fade away. With much of the story focusing on Alessa, as she is arguably the overall protagonist, seeing as much of the events that transpire are centered around her, it's best to delve into her character when it comes to understanding her backstory and how her upbringing influenced much of the Order's plans to bring about this god to the eventual collapse and corruption of Silent Hill. With no mention of a father, it's implied that Alessa wasn't born through biological means, but rather created through the magical conjuration from a ritual performed by one of the sectors in the cults. This intention was to have Alessa's creation serve the sole purpose of being one of many young girls serving as a surrogate mother who could potentially be a contender in nurturing an embryo of a god in their womb. Because of Alessa's relationship with her mother, who is rumored to be a crazy old religious woman by others in the community, and because of Alessa's supernatural powers, she would become a victim of bullying from other classmates at Midwich Elementary School. The classmates would go as far as scribbling into her desk with such hurtful comments, calling her a witch, go home, or drop dead. To make matters worse, it's implied that Dahlia physically abused Alessa and locked her in the attic whenever she disobeyed her mother when it came to their cult's practices, or partaking in their sermon at church to pray and worship their god. Alessa's teacher, Kay Gordon, took notice of her bullying from the other classmates and speculated that Dahlia would physically beat her. Worried about Alessa, Kay Gordon lodged a complaint regarding Dahlia's treatment towards Alessa. An investigation into the matter by both an unnamed officer and Dr. Michael Kaufman, the director of Alchemilla Hospital, resulted in the dismissal of the complaint, with the outcome specifying that no evidence of any mistreatment of the child was found by either the officer or the doctor. When Alessa turned 7 years old, Dahlia's impatience grew and ultimately led her to conduct a ritual on Alessa as she desired to birth the cult's god. In her lust for power, Dahlia was confident enough to use her house as a ground to conduct a ritual to summon the deity, with Alessa serving as a surrogate mother, resulting in her impulsively and ignorantly carrying out the ritual. In doing so, Dahlia commenced the ritual. However, the ritual would go horribly wrong, setting Alessa's body on fire and brutally scarring and burning her skin. This eventually led to the Gillespie house burning down, leaving the general public to believe that Alessa was killed in the fire. In actuality, this would merely be a cover-up, as her body would be administrated to the basement floor of Alchemilla Hospital. For the next 7 long years, Alessa would still be kept alive against her will, suffering the immense, excruciating pain of the negative side effects of the ritual that burned her body, seeing her bedridden and taken care of by Lisa Garland. As a last-ditch effort, Alessa split her soul in two and created her other half, Cheryl Mason. Cheryl was Alessa's attempt to provide a happy life that didn't result in pain and suffering for her other half, so that she could live out the life she never had. However, in this pursuit of happiness, Alessa would have to sacrifice herself by having to undergo pain and agony inflicted upon by her mother, as a means to subconsciously call out to Cheryl to go looking for Alessa to return and become whole once again. Once Alessa and Cheryl become whole, this would result in the completion of the ritual. While Dahlia would be successful, as Harry and Cheryl would drive to Silent Hill, unintentionally returning Cheryl to her other half, this didn't deter Alessa from having a contingency plan of her own, which ultimately would see Cheryl return to her and kill herself to finally end her pain and suffering, thwarting her mother's plans and aborting the birth of God. With Alessa and Cheryl now together again, Alessa casts an astral projection of herself, which allows her to unlock psychic abilities such as psychokinesis. Eventually, Alessa's nightmares, fears, and trauma manifest into the town of Silent Hill, becoming consumed by the fog world and the other world, a physical construct produced by the human psyche, stuck between space and time, bordering reality and unreality. Harry finally confronts Dahlia, only to be met with Sybil putting her handgun at her. threatening to open fire if she doesn't comply. Sybil fires her gun, but to no avail, as Dahlia and Alessa are protected due to Alessa's fetus casting protection over the surrogate mother, resulting in Sybil being thrown back by Alessa's psychokinesis. Losing patience, Harry demands an answer as to what is going on and where Cheryl is. Dahlia tells Harry that Cheryl returned to Alessa, making her soul complete as she returned to her former self. Dahlia reveals to Harry that 7 years ago, Alessa was kept alive, suffering from her wounds, in turn, nurturing the fetus from her pain. This was an attempt to expedite the process. Her suffering subconsciously called to Cheryl to return to Alessa, no longer delaying the ritual and instead finishing what she started many years ago. With Alessa's withered body in the wheelchair and her astral projection nearby, this fuses both the god and herself to form the incubator, an idealized interpretation derived from Alessa's mental image of a beautiful, angelic woman resembling that of God, symbolizing Alessa's innocence and purity, dressed in white robes with a glowing, bright lights, and appearing as a holy, benevolent deity in nature. Soon after, Dahlia is immediately shot by Kaufman, enraged that Dahlia used and betrayed him. In retaliation, Kaufman reveals a vial of Aglaophatus, with the intention of dispelling the demonic entity residing inside the incubator. As Kaufman throws the Aglaophatus towards the incubator, this exorcises the god, revealing the incubus, a demonic-like entity that possesses the power of flight and lightning. In demonstrating this power, it ultimately kills Dahlia with its lightning strike. Realizing the god has been revealed in its true form, Harry commences in a final battle with the incubus. Because the god is imperfect, its appearance shows a demon-like creature that is based on the demon Baphomet, an ambiguously gendered entity that possesses qualities of both male and female features, symbolizing the equilibrium of opposites. The image is derived from the French occult writer Eliphas Levi. According to Levi, his intention was to symbolize Baphomet with the concept of balance, representing the goal of perfect social order. Because of its occult and satanic-like imagery, Baphomet is shunned and frowned upon by Catholic and Christian cultures. The god has a head of a goat, missing eyes, with two sharp, demon-like horns protruding out of its head, the feet with hooves, its body resembling that of a malnourished human, with its spine visible and its abdomen rotted away, feathered wings, and its breasts symbolizing the binary features. According to Masahiro Ito, the unintelligible symbols inscribed on both wings are derived from Greek, meaning something. The rest of the words on the body of the incubus have not all been identified, resulting in the words remaining unexplained. The incubus is a collective manifestation derived from the cult itself, worshipping the idolized god in conjunction with the mental image of Alessa's idea of God. The Silent Hill Chronicle, Book of Lost Memories, states that the form of God, born to the earth, changes depending on those who summon it. For example, the town of Silent Hill holds the power to materialize delusions and innermost thoughts from one's subconscious. God is the result of someone's delusions, just like the other creatures. Alessa worshipped and prayed for a god to be seen as holy and pure, which is derived from the incubator. However, once Aglaophatus is used on the incubator, it exorcises the god to be seen in its true form, as an incomplete demonic entity manifested from the Order's psyche. The incubus is airborne in its boss fight, remaining stationary as it never once moves from its position during flight. Its primary attack is red lightning strikes that are violently expelled upon from the sky, dealing massive damage, which can kill Harry instantly on harder difficulties. This attack will warrant the use of health items if susceptible to taking damage and failure to evade attacks. The only reliable option in avoiding these attacks is running in a circle once the lightning strikes appear. However, this method of choice is difficult to perform as it's not always consistent. Once the sequence ends, Harry should use the hunting rifle as it has the best damage output for this boss fight. After a long, grueling battle, Harry finally defeats the incubus, successfully killing the god as it dissipates and vanishes, reverting back to its previous form as the incubator. As the otherworld starts to collapse, a fading apparition of Alessa gives Harry a newly born baby, a reincarnation of both Alessa's and Cheryl's souls combined into one, warranting a new start for herself in hopes of a normal and healthy life that isn't riddled with pain and suffering. While hesitant, Harry accepts her offering. Shortly after, Alessa's apparition opens a portal to the real world, allowing Harry and Sybil to escape with the baby, leaving this nightmare finally behind. Nearby, Kaufman realizes the other world is collapsing, and as he panics, he desperately walks towards the portal to escape. However, he is overwhelmed by Lisa Garland, seeking revenge for what Kaufman did to her for all those years under the influence of the PTV drug. Lisa presumably kills Kaufman as she drags him into the depths below of the otherworld. In her final moments, Alessa lies down defeated in the collapsing otherworld, with fire consuming her, ending her nightmares, and finally, letting her rest in peace. Harry and Sybil escape through the portal to the real world, with Harry holding the baby in his hands tightly, seen running through the foggy streets of Silent Hill. Upon escaping the town, Harry and Sybil are last seen in a cemetery, with Harry comforting the baby as Sybil looks at her warmly, both of them smiling in hopes of a better tomorrow. After the events of Silent Hill 1, it's unknown what happens to Sybil Bennet, as it's left ambiguous. However, it can be speculated that she ends up leaving Bram's and assumes a new identity for herself. Elsewhere, Harry and Cheryl would end up living seemingly normal lives for the most part, as they move to Portland in hopes of starting a new life without any recollection or painful memories from Silent Hill. Fate would inevitably catch up to them, as the remaining cult members would hunt them down as a means to recapture the reincarnation of Alessa, seeing the family on the run for many years to follow. 5 years later, a cult member eventually found Harry and Cheryl living in Portland, forcing Harry to kill the cult member in self-defense. Because of this unforeseen event, Harry takes matters into his own hands and decides to change Cheryl's identity to Heather Mason, dyeing her hair blonde and relocating to a new location entirely. The family would end up living in Daisy Villa apartments in a city far away from Silent Hill. Now older, Harry would give Heather a birthday present on one of her birthdays. This present would be a pendant with a red jewel inside, crystallized with a red liquid. Harry urges Heather to take care of the pendant and to never take it off, as it's very important and will help her when necessary if and when that day comes. This pendant would hold a Glophodus, presumably a contingency that Harry foresaw and wanted to ensure Heather's safety, in case she would ever have to go through the same events once again. Harry would end up raising Heather with the life that she deserved, one filled of joy and happiness. However, nothing lasts forever. A man whose life flashed before his eyes, from a weekend spent with the love of his life visiting a quiet tourist town, indulging in the historical landmarks, walking amongst the city life, and staring at the water that gives them ease and tranquility. Truly, a simplistic and casual mundane everyday task, but for the both of them, it meant every single second. While this was a moment of peace and serenity, nothing lasts forever. In his past, James Sunderland was an everyday man working as an office clerk for a menial, dead-end job, trying to make ends meet, presumably in South Ashfield, as his father, Frank Sunderland, was the head apartment superintendent at South Ashfield Heights. One day, James went to a friend's house party and met a girl named Mary Shepherd. The two would spark a fire as they bonded mutually and immediately became infatuated with one another. Gradually, this resulted in a healthy and stable relationship. During this time, James would occasionally listen to Mary play the piano, as it was one of his favorite pastimes to indulge in and spend time with her. Even though Mary was self-conscious about her ability to play the piano as it was amateur at best, James still loved seeing and hearing her play. At some point in their relationship, James and Mary decided to take a trip to the town of Silent Hill, specifically the town of Southvale, as they encountered a brochure advertising row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty with the passing of the day. Enamored with the description, they took a chance and visited the town, residing in the Lakeview Hotel in room 312. During their vacation, James had a video camera and at some point recorded Mary, taping a video of her reminiscing about their time in the town. Mary comments on how this town used to be a sacred place and tells James to promise her they come back together again one day. Shortly after, Mary would cough aggressively. What could be written off as a simple cough would only lead to years of pain and suffering for both James and Mary. After their visit to Silent Hill, Mary would tragically be diagnosed with a terminal illness. While it's never explicitly stated nor confirmed, the former voice actor for James Sunderland, Guy Seehey, believes it could be melanoma, a serious skin cancer. With the aftermath of this tragic news, Mary would endure pain and suffering, often resulting in miscommunication and emotional manipulation towards James, as she would lash out at him in anger, resulting in verbal abuse whenever James visited Mary at the hospital to support her. Desperately searching for answers, James would have a conversation with Mary's primary doctor, asking him if Mary could be cured of her terminal illness and if there's any other solution that could help her. The doctor bluntly tells James that there's nothing else they can do, and Mary would only have 3 years left to live. Trying to compensate for a definitive answer, James would search endlessly through medical literature for a form of a long-term or successful treatment regarding for Mary's terminal illness, but unfortunately, to no avail. Realizing the weight and disparity of the situation, James comes to accept this harsh reality that his wife is dying and tries to make the best of it while he can. However, during these subsequent visits to see Mary, it would become less frequent due to Mary's relentless anger and hostility projected towards James for the excruciating physical pain she felt, putting a strain on the relationship. To cope with his depression and loneliness, James would indulge in drinking alcohol to numb the pain he felt, to deal with the emotional disparity of his wife's verbal abuse, but more importantly, the fact of seeing his wife slowly wither away. For James, he slowly began to resent and see Mary as a burden, not necessarily because of the emotional turmoil Mary subjected James to enduring, but because he lost the love of his life and their plans for a full, happy life together. The emotional trauma and baggage left an everlasting impact on James, resulting in James eventually having a mental breakdown. This mental episode would result in James one day visiting Mary one last time, looking at her intently and lovingly, with sadness and emptiness. As he kissed Mary on the forehead, he would abruptly grab her pillow and suffocate her, until she stopped screaming and was no longer breathing. James would kill his wife, Mary. This deed would leave him to break and deteriorate, leaving James to experience a form of psychosis. Upon her death, James would carry Mary's corpse to place her in his car in the back passenger seat, putting a blanket over her body. Remembering Mary's wish that she made James promise, he decided to honor her wishes and take Mary to Silent Hill one final time. James would leave South Ashfield and drive off to Silent Hill. During the drive to the town of Silent Hill, James would experience derealization and cognitive dissonance, becoming detached from reality. Because of James' denial and selective memory in conjunction with the spiritual and supernatural nature of the town of Silent Hill, the town would produce a figment of James's delusions in creating a letter that James believes his wife wrote to him. In this letter, Mary tells James that she is waiting for him in their special place, hinting that she is waiting for him where everything began and ended, the Lakeview Hotel. Once arriving, James parks at the observation deck, overlooking Toluca Lake, then heads inside the men's restroom for a brief moment. In here, James looks intently at his hands as they shake. James then becomes tense and begins to experience derealization as he intently stares at himself in the mirror, touching the right cheek of his face with his hand, brushing slowly to see if he is still alive and if what he is experiencing is truly real. Before leaving the restroom, James looks at the end of the restroom stall to find a crude depiction of the demon Lilith containing Hebrew writing depicting Xanoi, Sanzanoi, and Samnagloth. In Jewish folklore, Lilith is a demon that is portrayed as a succubus of the night, often seen as threatening the sexual and reproductive aspects of life, such as preying on women in childbirth and children. Sanoi, Sanzanoi, and Samnagloth are depicted as three guardian angels with the sole purpose of acting as a safeguard against the actions of the demon Lilith. Those that contain Hebrew amulets with these three angels are known to be designed to protect women who are in childbirth. This is one of many allusions to Maria, the manifestation derived from James's subconscious and desiring a healthy and beautiful young Mary. Because of Maria's promiscuous nature, her personality can contain flirtatious and sexual advances towards James. To warrant this temptation on his behalf and wanting to engage in his desires with Maria, Maria could be seen as a demon, closely associating that with the demon Lilith, as she preys upon James to manipulate him emotionally and sexually dissuade him from his objective in finding Mary. Before James leaves for the cemetery, he goes to the driver's seat of his car to grab the map that contains a depiction of the forest trail leading to the town of South Vale. In the back seat of the car, James doesn't realize that it's actually Mary's corpse, paying no attention to or continuing recollection of the act that he was planning to do beforehand. While not revealed explicitly in the story, it's implied that James is going to commit a ritualistic act called shinju, a Japanese term for double suicide. The belief in Japanese culture is that lovers who commit suicide together would be rejoined in heaven, a view supported and conceived in the feudal teachings of the Edo period. Because of James' derealization and detachment from reality, he forgets his intentions of committing this act and instead holds on to the false reality of Mary's letter, alluding to her still being alive. Indulging in his delusions, James believes that Mary is possibly still alive, but expresses dismay as he recollects and monologues to himself the letter Mary sent him, and if she is truly still alive, waiting for him. Nevertheless, James commits to finding Mary and travels to the town of South Vale through the forest trail that leads to the cemetery. As James immerses himself in the forest and walks down the path, he stumbles upon a lonely well containing an ominous red square, staying afloat above the water. Mysterious and otherworldly, James looks into the red square, causing him to have a surreal moment where it feels as if somebody reached inside of his head groping around his school. As a gameplay element, the red square is used to save the player's progress, as it can be found in subsequent areas that James will visit throughout the story. Narratively speaking, the red square functions as a literal and figurative plot device that allows the player to view and reach inside James's memories, implying the red squares have a mental and psychological effect on James. When it comes to the town's spiritual power manifesting through such psychological effects, it works differently depending on the user's fears, thoughts, and memories derived from their subconscious. This is used to express how these delusions, derived from James's mental psychosis, are meant to be subtle foreshadowing. The memories that James suppresses and slowly builds up to remembering are painful and traumatic from his treatment of Mary, but also to subconsciously push him to reflect on his past actions of murdering his wife and come to the acceptance of the consequences he committed in his journey to forgiving himself. Once entering the cemetery, James finds himself wandering through the thick fog and finds a young adult teenage girl named Angela Orozco. James slowly creeps up to her in hopes of catching her attention, only to accidentally startle her, causing her to become shocked and confused in the heat of the moment. James apologizes and assures her that he is asking for help, as he is lost and needs to find the town of Southvale. Angela tells James to go down the road as it will lead to the town. James thanks Angela, but before he leaves, he is warned by Angela that the town is dangerous as there are monsters that infest the town. Much to her surprise, James bluntly states he doesn't care if it is dangerous or not, as he is looking for someone really important to him. Angela relates to his comment as she mentions she is looking for her mother. As they part ways, James wishes Angela good luck before moving along. Angela's story is a heartfelt cry of a victim of abuse, estranged from her father and brother as they enforced this physical and sexual abuse towards her, leaving her hopeless with nothing she could do. It's because of this act of disparity that caused this humiliation, self-hatred, and hopelessness towards the poor girl, led to a life filled with despair and sorrow. Angela grew up in a poor and toxic family, primarily with her mother, father, and brother. Because of this violent, abusive, and traumatic family dynamic, Angela was emotionally deprived and manipulated so that she would never find happiness and live an endless cycle of pain and suffering. Her father, Thomas Orozco, was a lumberjack who was an aggressive alcoholic and violent in his behavior, specifically towards Angela. As she embraced and endured this abusive relationship with her father, he would often vocalize threats and manipulative statements to make her feel hopeless or alone in her ability to defend or take care of herself. With the bombardment of physical and sexual assaults towards Angela, this eventually molded her into fearing and resenting men, believing that her father's actions applied to all men, emotionally manipulating women to exact what they desire. Furthermore, Angela's brother would abuse her incestually, expediting her trauma and cementing her feelings she felt towards men. The only safety that Angela found that gave her a glimmer of hope was in her mother. However, this display of affection and warmth that she wanted was only met with the shame and beratement from her mother, as she reminded her that she deserved what happened to her, even turning a blind eye towards the acts from her father and brother toward her. At some point in time, Angela's little bit of hope would be completely tarnished as her mother would leave the family, resulting in Angela's hopelessness and leaving her with nothing but the continuous abuse from her father and brother. According to the Silent Hill 2 novelization, Angela was hired at a job where she worked as a waiter at a restaurant, which she despised due to the low minimum income, her distaste for the nauseating smell of meat, and the male customer's intentions when it came to groping or harassing her, in combination with the physical, verbal, and emotional abuse endorsed from not only her own family, but also the locals where she worked at. Angela came to a breaking point where she became suicidal, as she couldn't endure the torment and pain she suffered years prior. To hopefully cope with this pain by seeking help from a therapist, Angela was only prescribed antidepressants to ease the pain. This only frustrated Angela as she felt no one understood how she felt, as she didn't need medication but someone to understand her and possibly even save her. After graduating from high school, Angela would try to escape her father by running away from home, but this effort proved to be futile, as her father would eventually catch up to her and drag her back home. With all hope lost, she snapped and had a mental breakdown, resulting in her murdering her father with a knife, slitting his neck and slashing his torso numerous times. It's implied in the novelization that Angela also took care of her brother, but it's left ambiguous and up to the reader's interpretation of his fate. With her father murdered and presumably her brother, Angela escaped her family residence and ran away, with no one to turn to for help or nowhere else to go. Angela eventually found herself stumbling upon Silent Hill, as the town called to her. Silent Hill's supernatural power derived Angela's memories of her trauma, fears, and guilt, to manipulate her into creating this false pretense from disassociating herself from her previous acts of murdering her father, that her family was still alive, and specifically looking for her mother. Departing from the cemetery, James crosses Silent Hill Ranch to then enter an abandoned mechanic's shop to grab a key to unlock the door to the underpass. James then walks down a long, treacherous road to find himself finally at Southvale. Further down the road, James then encounters a mysterious figure wandering aimlessly through the thick fogs in the streets. Believing this is another human, or at the very least, someone other than him, James proceeds to follow the unknown figure as James commences his pursuit. He stumbles upon a stone called Remains of Blood Swamp. Upon reading, the following text has some parts redacted and hard to detail the full transcript. However, when uncovering the files from the original Silent Hill 2, it contains a fully legible script. With what's gathered, it details the story of a swamp called Blood Swamp. They got the title due to the town's executioners using the swamp as a means to wash their execution tools after performing a public execution. Because the swamp was used as a source to wash the executioner's tools, the blood from the tools polluted the swamp with blood, earning it the nickname. As James follows the bloody path, he's lured into the backyard of a house, having to further this pursuit of this ominous figure by crossing more backyards until he reaches the garage of a house. Once entering this house, James eventually finds a radio, which emits loud audio once a monster is nearby. This alerts the monster, known as the lying figure, to crash into the debris, faceplanting headfirst onto the ground, urging James to think and act quickly, grabbing a makeshift weapon that is called the wooden plank. The lying figure is a physical manifestation derived from James's subconscious, a result of the memories James spent during his time hospitalizing a sick and terminally ill Mary. The term lying figure comes from a figure, Mary, lying on their deathbed, bedridden and rotting away. The appearance of the monster takes the form of a body bag, referring to a corpse that is disposed of when deceased. The movements of the lying figure represent a patient who is desperately squirming to be freed, as it suffers in painful agony. An allegory of Mary's physical torment as she lies bedridden in the hospital bed, slowly withering away. According to Masahiro Ito, the design and inspiration of the lying figure were inspired by BDSM fashion, given the early designs with high-heeled boots and a straight jacket, revealing some skin. The final design was influenced by the painter Francis Bacon, particularly the painting called Study from the Human Body, Man Turning on the Light. Much like the rest of the monsters, Masahiro Ito created them to have a form of human-like qualities, such as their movement, to create an uncanny valley effect. For the lying figure, he was inspired by his colleague who one day was wearing a jacket with a hoodie over his head, walking in a cool way while listening to his Walkman. After killing the lying figure, James eventually escapes the building, only to find the radio emitting a loud static frequency, where he can vaguely hear a voice calling out his name. However, he doesn't know who this voice could be. Before heading down the alleyway to the town of Southvale, James finds a corpse lying in a pool of blood and bodily-like fluids. The dead bodies are hard to describe, as they are heavily mutilated and beyond recognition, as the game intentionally makes it difficult to see the corpse's face. However, there are subtle details that give a hint that the clothing worn by the corpse bears a striking resemblance to James himself. This implies that the bodies found throughout the story are supposed to be delusions of James, derived from his subconscious desire to receive punishment for the act inflicted onto Mary. It's a theme that's seen throughout the story that sees James' thoughts personifying this idealization of desiring potential death, suicide, and punishment for his wrongdoings. Close by the dead body, James finds a matchbook with a Bar Neely's print, hinting that he needs to investigate the building to continue his search for Mary. Once entering Bar Neely's, James is met with an ominous message that looms over him, written in red text that reads, "There's a hole here, it's gone now." If we were to interpret this message without context, it's hard to decipher and understand what this message could possibly mean. However, because of the town's supernatural nature, manifesting much of the user's subconscious thoughts into physical form, the message could be tied to James's psyche. This can be supported by the messages that taunt James, lambasting him for his actions, serving as an allegory for James literally seeking out an escape to run from his misfortunes, but cannot use the holes to hide himself from his guilt and the truth. The message can also be interpreted as figurative to guide James in the right direction in his journey to find Mary. There are also the literal holes James stumbles upon when it comes to either putting his hand into a deep hole to grab an item, or his encounter with the holes he needs to jump down into, from Silent Hill Historical Society into Tulia Prison, and eventually the Labyrinth. James's lack of care and having a conscious thought of jumping down these holes that are clearly dangerous rivals his mortality, as it expresses his lack of self-care and self-worth when it comes to committing these very rash and dangerous actions. It could also be seen as a metaphor for James, literally and figuratively speaking, digging deeper into his memories to recollect his painful and traumatic experiences with Mary during her illness by reaching into the depths of his mind to reach the truth. Inside Neely's bar, James uncovers a jukebox which has a broken vinyl record. From here, he needs to find 3 items: Neely's bar coin at Texan Cafe, the other half of the broken vinyl record in vinyl glue at Groovy's Music, and finally, the jukebox button at Saul Street Apartments. Once all these 3 items are acquired, James can properly combine the broken vinyl with vinyl glue and insert it into the jukebox player, playing their vinyl record. Once the record plays, James gets a flashback to a time when he and Mary both visited Rosewater Park, spending the whole day there observing Toluca Lake. Once the song finishes playing, James receives Neely's bar key. Once using this key on the back door of the bar, James continues through the back alley where he encounters the creepers. Popular to the contrary belief, the creepers aren't derived from James's subconscious, whereas the other monsters roaming Silent Hill are instead manifestations that are derived from his guilt, trauma, or desires. The creepers are rather manifestations that are from the collective unconscious minds of people who resided in Silent Hill. This is potentially due to the residue effect from the events of the previous entry, Silent Hill, which derived from Melissa Gillespie, who had a strong dislike for insects. The literal reason as to why the creepers make an appearance in James's story is due to Masahiro Ito, series monster designer, wanting to pay homage to the first entry, hence portraying the creeper as a residue effect, bordering into James's Silent Hill. Once reaching the end of the alleyway, James finds the Woodside Apartments key. Moments later, the environment changes from a calm, thick-layered fog to a raging, violent storm of fog, obscuring James's vision whilst becoming surrounded by lying figures. Without a moment to lose, James rushes to Woodside Apartments and uses the key to enter inside. Once inside the lobby, James enters the safe room to uncover the coin cabinet puzzle, and he'll need to find the man, woman, and snake coins to properly solve the puzzle. From here, James descends to the stairwell to the second floor to room 202, where a bright, beaming flashlight is found on Mary's dress, which James seems to be familiar with the dress itself, however, can't seem to remember completely. Once the flashlight is equipped, it allows James to have a more illuminated field of vision in dark environments. Upon retrieving the flashlight, this immediately alerts the next monster James encounters, called the mannequin. The mannequins are a manifestation of James's suppressed urges and inclinations, derived from his desire for lust he felt for Mary, presumably due to the lack of sexual activity the relationship once had. However, due to Mary's illness, leaving her bedridden, this left James felt guilty for desiring such inclinations from his sexuality, which manifested into physical form as the mannequin. Sexuality encompasses much of the mannequin's design in the context of James's memories during his stay at the hospital with Mary, which is why it contrasts with a medical mannequin dummy. The monster design features an emphasis on the legs, particularly referring to the leg braces, or more specifically, orthoses. During Mary's illness, she needed to wear leg braces to help her with her mobility as she presumably lost function in both of her legs. Coincidentally, the design of the mannequin bears a resemblance to the mannequin dolls by Polish-German artist Hans Bellmer, particularly his surrealist imagery of life-size female dolls. However, Masahiro Ito retracts from these claims, and instead reveals that the inspiration for the mannequins came from traditional Japanese folklore, specifically the Ashinaga Tanaga, a pair of yokai in Japanese folklore. The term Ashinaga Jin refers to the yokai that has extremely long legs, while the other yokai, Tanaga Jin, has extremely long arms, because the mannequins are harassed and executed by Pyramid Head later on in Woodside Apartments. It could come off as a disturbingly sensitive scene with its presentation, as it appears as if Pyramid Head is sexually harassing the mannequins due to the erotic behavior. However, this isn't the case, as Pyramid Head's actions are to punish and execute, as he is a manifestation derived from James's desire to be punished and forced to remember his past actions. After defeating the mannequin, James acquires the chute courtyard key inside the drawer. He then heads back to the lobby to use the key to enter the outside courtyard. Once outside, James then enters through the window into room 112. Inside the apartment, James finds a newspaper article titled, "Locane Siblings Murder, Perpetrator Commits Suicide in Custody." This newspaper article details a homicide case of the serial killer, Walter Sullivan, who recently murdered the Locane siblings, Billy and Miriam Locane. Walter Sullivan is featured as the main antagonist of Silent Hill 4, where he's seen orchestrating the 21 Sacraments ritual to resurrect his mother to be with her once again after she abandoned him in the apartment room 302 at Ashfield Heights. The murders of Billy and Miriam Locane are one of many murders needed to be performed as a sacrificial offering to commence the ritual. While James cautiously explores the first floor of Woodshead Apartments, he is met with a barred fence blocking the hallway to reach the other side. On the opposite end of the barred fence, he finds a hallway key. With not much else he can do, James tries to reach out and grab the key, but is immediately met with a little girl who kicks the key away from him. Due to this inconvenience, James has to backtrack to the eastern hallway of the first floor to acquire the hallway key. Once James retrieves the key, he heads into room 108 to collect the golden apple. James once again backtracks to the second floor and uses the hallway key to enter and explore the second floor of Woodshead Apartments. As he roams through the dark, linear hallways, James comes to find a dark, ominous figure behind a barred fence as he stares menacingly at James. This monster is known as Red Pyramid Thing, or more commonly associated as Pyramid Head. Masahiro Ito envisioned Pyramid Head as a monster who would always serve a purpose and a meaningful role in the overarching narrative of Silent Hill 2. Serving as a parallel to James Sunderland as one of James's physical manifestations, he is brought to life through James's subconscious, warranting to be punished for the crimes and sins he committed against his wife, Mary. Because of this desire, Pyramid Head would be James's executioner of judgment. In Silent Hill Historical Society, the painting, Misty Day, Remains of Judgment, serves as the inspiration for James subconsciously awakening Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head is derived from the town's executioners from its early history, specifically the cult's Valtiel sector. The monster takes a similar appearance to the executioners of the town's cults, with a red rusted, pyramid-shaped helmet over his head, donning a butcher's wardrobe, black leather boots, and white executioner's gloves. Furthermore, the town's executioners would hang anyone deemed with sin, resulting in their punishment being death. Misty Day, Remains of Judgment, is a war painting of the town's executioners, manifesting the monster Pyramid Head. Although Pyramid Head appears as an antagonistic role, given his hostile and brutal nature directed towards James, in reality, he exists to humanize James and to help him realize that he is guilty, often attacking other monsters to fulfill his role. The scene where James hides in the closet from Pyramid Head abusing the mannequins represents the conflict in his mind. His fear of facing his inner demons manifested itself as Pyramid Head attacking other monsters to remove the vision from his psyche. As Takayoshi Sato explains, psychological horror has to shake a human's heart deeply. Shaking people's hearts deeply means uncovering people's core emotion and their core motivations for life. Everybody is thinking and concerned about sex and death. Everything. If we want to scare, shake, or touch the users or spectators, then we have to think deeply about sex and death. To make it like a death scene, somebody died or monsters died. We try to mix erotic essence. This is kind of a visual and a core concept. After encountering Pyramid Head, James stumbles upon room 217 to find the handgun. After acquiring the handgun, James finds himself re-entering room 213 to find a dead body sitting directly in front of a TV. After witnessing this eerie sighting, James gets the room 212 key. Using the room 212 key, James cautiously wanders through the linear, decayed rooms on the second floor. He eventually reaches room 208 to use the golden apple key to unlock a hidden room plagued with cryptic and nonsensical scribbles and writings. These incomprehensible writings would provide James with a code to unlock the locker safe, which holds the steel key to exit room 206 and the man coin. Once James exits the room, he then gets the 2F small staircase key to reach the stairwell. James goes to the third floor to acquire the second coin, having to once again squeeze through tight crevices and claustrophobic rooms filled with monsters that James must fight. He eventually reaches the laundry room where he finds and uses the canned juice and throws it in the trash chute to apply enough force to empty out the trash, releasing the second coin. Once outside, James retrieves the woman coin. James then has to go through the first floor to reach room 116, where he finds a man deceased inside a refrigerator. Elsewhere in the same room, he hears an unknown person vomiting profusely in the bathroom. As James opens the bathroom door, he finds and meets a man vomiting after witnessing the corpse inside the fridge, causing him to immediately become nauseous and vomit from the disgusting sight. He quickly reassures James that he didn't kill the man, with James calming him gently and assuring him that he believes him. The man reveals his name to be Eddie, and that he found himself wandering into the town, but quickly retreated into the apartments to escape the monsters. James suggests that Eddie escape the town while he still can, as it's dangerous. Eddie agrees and asks James if he'd like to team up to have a better chance at escaping. While not entirely disagreeing, James apologizes as he's still looking for someone and can't leave just yet. James wishes Eddie good luck and to be safe. Eddie Dombrowski is seen as a mentally disturbed, insecure, and unstable young adult whose past is derived from severe bullying from his physical appearance, particularly being overweight, having been laughed at and picked on ever since his youth. In the Silent Hill 2 novelization, it reveals that Eddie, at some point in his youth, worked out as a part-time gas station employee. According to Eddie, he views his life as shitty, not caring if he isn't deemed as attractive by women due to his physical appearance, but is insecure and spiteful over being made fun of and laughed at for being overweight. Growing up in school was hard for him, as he was constantly picked on and bullied by his peers. The bullying happened on a consecutive basis. It got so bad that Eddie was forced to plead and beg on his knees to stop the bullying from happening. This bullying eventually led to Eddie garnering this insecurity, self-consciousness, and hatred over himself, but more specifically, shifted the blame to those who look down upon him. Eddie can be evaluated and seen struggling with body dysmorphia with how he perceives his physical appearance, and an eating disorder, likely to cope with the persistent bullying by indulging in his eating habits as a form of comfort to escape his pain. Eddie held contentment for one bully who harassed and physically assaulted him over the years during and even after graduating from high school. The persistent, aggressive contact the bully held against Eddie for many years led to him finally snapping and reacting violently. In retaliation, Eddie uses his father's revolver to kill the bully's dog and shoots him in the leg, although only incapacitating him and never killing him. In a state of panic and adrenaline, Eddie escapes and stumbles in the town of Silent Hill. After his encounter with Eddie, James finds himself outside the pool area. In an empty pool lies a baby carriage alone with a snake coin. With all 3 coins in hand, James inserts each individual coin into the correct placement to solve the coin desk puzzle. When solved, he receives the Room 201 key. Using the Room 201 key, James finds a recreation of James and Mary's apartment, a manifestation of his memories spent with Mary before and after her terminal illness, with a texture that looks burnt and withered, which is directly tied to and a subtle foreshadowing of the fires and burnings of Lakeview Hotel. Elsewhere in the room is the bed where Mary laid bedridden, seeing James having to take care of her before she eventually succumbed to her death. Exploring the apartment, James finds a handkerchief that is likely a memento from Mary. When observing, he is caught off guard by the sounds of a falling mannequin. As he creeps and peeks behind the wall, he finds Pyramid Head once again, manhandling and aggressively executing the mannequins. Pyramid Head's actions serve as a reflection of James's inner fears and state of mind, manifested as a reminder of his guilt and transgressions, resulting in Pyramid Head being the parallel to his conflict of his inner psyche, which is him actively choosing not to face his inner demons. Hence, James hiding in the closet symbolizes his fear facing his crimes and sins he committed, which is symbolically visualized through Pyramid Head abusing the mannequins. While hiding in the closet, James uses the handgun to attempt to kill Pyramid Head, but to no avail. Pyramid Head stands there watching James menacingly. He reacts violently as he moves sporadically, resulting in the monster leaving James to himself. After this encounter, James opens a door that leads to a large gap between Woodside Apartments and Blue Creek Apartments. Seeing no other choice, James crosses the gap into Blue Creek Apartments. Once inside, James eventually stumbles upon a grandfather clock puzzle where he must find the minute hand, the hour hand, and the second hand in their respective locations. After using a valve to break open the radio containing the hour hand, James backtracks to the grandfather clock to solve the first part of the puzzle, unlocking the H door to proceed and find the minute hand. Eventually, James must reach inside a filthy, putrid toilet bowl to grab the minute hand. Once acquired, James then has to collect items to solve a swan seesaw puzzle to get the wing key, to then open the door next to him and jump down to room 110. James then stumbles upon room 109, where he meets Angela, lying down on her side, staring at herself in the mirror with soulless, empty eyes, while she handles a kitchen knife. Once Angela sees James, she vaguely remembers him from earlier, however, with little care given her response and her tone. James sees Angela holding the knife, telling her that while he doesn't know her intentions, he reassures her that there's always another way. Angela responds that it's easier to run away from your problems instead of facing them head on, referring to her and James as they are afraid. James refutes this by stating that they're not the same, while Angela says that they are the same, and asks if he is scared, implying that he's scared of facing his inner demons and the guilt that he has yet to uncover, due to his dissociative and repressed memories of his act against Mary. Her response also refers to herself, as Angela is no stranger to her pain and trauma, dealt by her father and brother's abuse they inflicted onto her, Angela's mannerisms imply her suicidal tendencies and nihilism due to the unforgiving past that she suffered, projecting this pain onto James without giving much context to her situation, likely due to the distrust she has of her men, given the toxic and abusive relationship she had with her father and brother. James then asks if Angela found her mother, which results in her becoming defensive, asking James how he would know that her mother is in this town. James responds that it's rather a simple guess, as he wouldn't know otherwise. Angela apologizes and says that she hasn't found her mother. Angela asks if James found the person he's looking for, to which James responds in dismay as he hasn't yet, but also reveals that his wife has been dead for over 3 years, trying to not only reassure Angela, but also himself that he isn't going crazy. Frightened by his response, Angela walks away to leave the room. Before she could leave, James asks if she's going to be carrying that knife. Angela responds that if she holds onto it, she doesn't know what she'd end up doing with it, asking James to hold onto it for her. As Angela gives James the knife, out of nowhere, she has an unexpected traumatic response when James reaches out to her, presumably from past trauma of her being sexually assaulted by her father and brother, reacting as sort of a defense mechanism towards men who try to violate her. Regaining her self-control, Angela apologizes and leaves the room. James then picks up the knife on the table and holds onto it. In doing so, this triggers James' subconscious to derive his suicidal thoughts, as his original intention earlier was to commit double suicide with Mary. Because Pyramid Head is James's executioner, Pyramid Head is then equipped with a great knife, serving as a connection to James, which symbolically serves as 2 shears of a pair of scissors, representing the duality between Pyramid Head and James, being one and the same. With a return to the grandfather clock, James inserts the minute hand and solves the next part of the puzzle, unlocking the M door. Entering room 202, James must solve a cryptic mathematical formula for the mouth combination lock. When solving the puzzle, James retrieves a second hand. Returning to the grandfather clock, James inserts the second hand and finally solves the puzzle. Heading downstairs, James finds the S door where Pyramid Head awaits him in a small arena. With no other option, James must fight Pyramid Head. During the battle, a loud siren goes off, stopping Pyramid Head from pursuing James in combat, to which we see the monster slowly leave through the doors. Back outside in the streets of Southvale, James encounters a little girl sitting on top of a wall. James recounts a little girl who kicked the key away from him previously in Westside Apartments, concluding that she was the same one who committed the action. The little girl in question is named Laura. James asks Laura what a little girl like herself is doing in the town all alone, to which she mockingly responds with the same question, frustrating James with her rude behavior. Before she leaves, Laura then responds abruptly with a comment telling James that he never loved Mary, confusing him with how she knew about Mary. As opposed to the other characters who hold on to their guilt, fears, and darkness inside of their hearts, Laura is rather the opposite, as she's the innocence that is a contrast to those who lost it long ago. Because she's an innocent child who isn't witness to a dark, troubling past, whose suppressed inner thoughts hold darkness, Laura is seen as an outlier, devoid of seeing the monsters roaming the town and the abnormalities of the supernatural fog world or otherworld. This is implied through the subsequent interactions she has with James, when he mentions the dangers the town possesses when he worries for her safety, in which she reacts in confusion as she doesn't know what James is talking about, as she doesn't bear witness to what James sees. Laura's backstory is seen of her time she spent in the hospital with Mary, as they were neighbors who quickly became friends. Laura is an orphan as her parents died before she was admitted to the hospital for an unknown reason that is never disclosed. Because of Mary's motherly nature, likely expressed due to her desire to have a child of James, Laura saw Mary as a mother figure. When she was with Laura, Mary reminisced and fixated on her time at Silent Hill with James, as she talked to Laura about how much she loved her visit and wished to go back with him. Tragically, while Laura made a close friend, this friendship wouldn't last, as Mary would pass away without Laura knowing. At some unspecified time, Laura would escape her orphanage and travel to Silent Hill. According to Silent Hill Chronicle, Book of Lost Memories, it reveals that she would happen to cross paths with Eddie by chance, as he too would be driving there in his white van, offering her a ride as they both traveled together. Upon arriving, Laura was determined to find Mary, much like James. After leaving James to himself, he finally reaches Rosewater Park in hopes of potentially finding Mary waiting there for him. As James reaches the boardwalk at the end of the pier, he finds a blonde-haired woman wearing a red leather vest, a black tight dress, and leather boots. The girl introduces herself as Maria. Hearing this, James gets whiplash and confusion from her appearance, as it eerily resembles his late wife, Mary. At first glance, Maria deems a resemblance to Mary almost if she could be her identical twin. While the odds of this may come off as coincidental, this is by no means an accident. As James vocalized earlier, he mentions that Maria looks just like Mary, which is due in part to Maria being a manifestation that is derived from James's subconscious. Maria takes the physical appearance of a healthy, youthful, and extroverted version of Mary, which is a juxtaposition from the sick, disease-ridden Mary that was introverted, closed off, and bitter towards James. Maria was literally and figuratively born from a wish, as her sub-scenario implies, with James subconsciously desiring a healthy and lively Mary who doesn't suffer from her ill-fated disease, but also because James misses and longs for his wife upon her death, as at this point in time, he cannot let her go after mercifully murdering her. James's desire is also seen as an illusion, as Silent Hill possesses the power to project and manifest one's mental figments of imagination into reality. Maria is seen as one of the 9 delusions James sees throughout his story, who admittedly sees himself not caring if she's real or not. The morality of Maria's existence comes into question, as Maria herself, while born from James's subconscious as one of his delusions, bears the sentience when it comes to exacting control over her emotions and having existential thoughts over her purpose. When born into reality, in her sub-scenario, born from a wish, Maria is born in the back room of Heaven's Night, not knowing who she is or her purpose. She contemplates suicide as she points a revolver at the mirror. However, due to her desperation to wanting to find someone alive in the town filled with monsters, she decides to try and find anyone who is still in the town. This leads her to Baldwin Mansion, where she meets the ghostly apparition of a man named Ernest Baldwin. Their conversations are shared behind locked doors, as Ernest is apprehensive about Maria seeing him, as he isn't physically present, but rather spiritually. Ernest arranges an agreement with Maria that if she gets him the white liquid, white chrism, for him to conduct a ritual in bringing back his deceased daughter, Amy, he'll point her in the direction where she'll find the purpose she's looking for. Maria then heads to Blue Creek Apartments to acquire the white chrism and returns to Ernest to give him the material he needs. As promised, Ernest reveals and implies a bad man named James, whom he states as the man who's looking for you that isn't you, implying that while James manifested these thoughts and desires for Mary, believing that a delusion, Maria, would fill in that void of loneliness he feels without his wife, isn't inherently what he wants deep down, and instead just wants Mary back again. Maria acknowledges this information regarding James and makes it her desire to search for him in desperation, and hoping to see if he accepts her for who she is, not Mary. With this context, it can be alluded that Maria's purpose is to win over James, which expresses this sexually flirtatious personality that is cheerful and energetic amongst their interactions with each other. However, there's also a different side of Maria that encompasses a dark and moody personality, which can see her lash out against James whenever he mentions Mary. Maria's bitterness and rudeness towards James are meant to be an allusion to Mary's personality when she was suffering with her illness, as she too was seen as emotionally manipulative and abusive as she projected her pain onto him. These subtle behavior shifts and differences in Maria's personality are meant to be ironic as she encompasses the demeanor of Mary, which illustrates James's inability to know what he truly wants. Maria is often associated with a moth, as moths are meant to be a personification of transformation of life, death, and reincarnation, which is meant to convey the rebirth of Mary through Maria. After a meeting, James decides to take off before Maria emotionally manipulates him into taking her with him, as she's scared and helpless in a town full of monsters, hinting that he needs to take care of her. James decides to have Maria tag along with him, as she mentions that she knows a special place that they can go to, where Mary could possibly be. With nowhere else to go, James lets Maria lead the way as they both head through West Southvale, making a stop at Jack's Inn. While here, James and Maria search room 108, with James finding a note leading to a clue to solving the locker safe in the reception area. Meanwhile, Maria finds an outfit that is a reference to her original outfit, making a subtle nod and joke, asking James if it looks good on her or not, to which he awkwardly hesitates in answering. In room 106, James feels a disturbance as the room they are in gives an uneasy feeling, with Maria telling him to loosen up and get a hold of himself. In reality, James's hunch about the room is correct, as it's later revealed to have secretly had the insignia of the Halo of the Sun, a religious symbol that represents the underground religious cult, the Order, representing the aspects of God, with the 2 outer circles representing charity and resurrection, and the 3 inner circles representing present, past, and future. As they leave the room, James enters the safe code for the locker safe and gets the gate key. Afterward, James and Maria use the gate key to access the streets of West Southvale, On their path, they encounter a household called the Baldwin Mansion, a reference to the owner, Ernest Baldwin. Outside of the front entrance on the porch lies an item called the White Chrism. This is one of 4 items needed to conduct a ritual to revive Mary's corpse in the rebirth ending. The other items are Crimson Ceremony, Obsidian Goblet, and Book of Lost Memories. This is meant to be a parallel and allusion to the Native Americans' practices in the early history of the town, which saw them practice exorcisms, converse with spirits in the afterlife, healing, and ritualistic ceremonies. James uses this as a foundation in conjunction with the town's place of silent spirits, referring to its supernatural power to resurrect Mary in the rebirth ending. Moving along the neighborhood in West Southville, James and Maria find themselves at a dead end as the crater lies within their path. With no other option, James and Maria decide to take an alternate path. In doing so, they abruptly see the weather react violently, with the monsters becoming much more aggressive and hostile, surrounding them. Reacting fastly, James decides to lock the gate behind them with a wooden plank, and instead picks up a steel pipe as a melee weapon to compensate. James and Maria run through the back streets of the neighborhood in West Southville to eventually stumble upon the back entrance of Heaven's Night as they successfully escape the immediate danger. Once arriving, Maria opens the back entrance of a key, which she unlocks, leading James inside. Following Maria, she suddenly disappears from James's sight, leaving him to wander the building to eventually find her again in the showroom. James reacts negatively to Maria playing with him, as he feels like she's being disingenuous as he needs to find Mary. Maria states that they need to take a break and time to relax before heading out to the horrors of the unknown. To ease the tensions in James's worries, Maria offers him a drink of alcohol. Reminded of his alcoholism during the time his wife was ill and used as a coping mechanism for his deep depression to drink the pain away, James reluctantly declines as he looks at the bottle intently. Once ready to leave, James and Maria depart for West Southville streets again. Navigating the back alleys, James and Maria stumble upon the special place Maria referred to earlier at Rosewater Park. Maria retells the story of a woman who was cast out and sentenced to die on an island in a lake. A man who came to the town fell in love with her, sneaking out when he can to visit her. The woman would have a candle to illuminate the life in his path to help him find his way to her. The fairy tale is meant to serve as a parallel to James and Mary, seeing how the woman is meant to represent Mary, being the light in James's path to help eliminate the darkness in his journey, to reach the truth that he desperately desires in hopes of finding Mary. Once Maria finishes the story, James relents in frustration, disappointed that this isn't the special place he's looking for. As Maria reassures him, they both hear a scream, resulting in them quickly find themselves at Revere Theater. James decides to enter through the back entrance by a window to eventually stumble upon both Eddie and Laura talking to one another inside a theater booth. James watches from afar as both Eddie and Laura conversate, with Eddie making fun of Laura as she screamed in fear over a rat, while Laura counters this insult by calling him a gutless fatso. Much to his dismay, Laura questions Eddie why he's running away from the cops, to which Eddie exclaims that he got scared. Laura states that if he has nothing to hide from, then why would he be scared? After listening to their conversation, James finds Eddie alone to himself as Laura runs away after hearing James pushing a cabinet, alerting her. James asks Eddie if he is alone, only to hear Laura tampering with the theater equipment. James jokingly makes a comment to Eddie that he's happy that he got his appetite back, which only displeases Eddie as he's insecure about his appearance due to his eating disorder and body dysmorphia. James suggests to Eddie that both of them go after Laura, only for Eddie to refuse. Chasing after Laura through the theater, James eventually finds himself outside, meeting up with Maria. Maria tells James that she saw Laura running towards Brookhaven Hospital. Inside Brookhaven Hospital, they explore the front lobby, leading James to find an examination room with a code, which he uses to unlock the basement key. James and Maria find Laura drawing childish scribbles on the wall, only leading her to run away once again to the second floor, locking the door behind her. James and Maria head to the basement floor, requiring James to find an empty fuel can and needs to fuel it with the oil to power the generator once again, to grant power to the elevator. Once on the second floor, James finds Maria fatigued and not well. Maria tells James that it's nothing, referring to her current state as a hangover, as she simultaneously proceeds to take medication, alluding to Mary's condition when she was terminally ill. James tells Maria to rest, as he'll come back for her once he finds Laura. As James roams the second floor of the hospital, he cautiously walks through the darkness of the linear hallways and rooms, only to be introduced to a new monster that is dressed in a nurse's uniform with a humanoid-like appearance, with a notable quality to its unique bubble head. The bubble-like head is meant to be symbolic of Mary's swollen head, which is seen as deceased and grotesque, with her cancer-like tumors of sores that plagued her facial appearance. The violent shaking and twitching of the bubblehead nurses symbolizes screaming or shrieking, as if someone is using a bag to suffocate them. Furthering this allegory is the red square on their mouths, vocalizing Mary's insanity as her terminal illness worsened. The suffocation motif also connects to Mary screaming as James suffocated her with a pillow, as she screamed in confusion and horror as she watched James kill her. The red squares also reaffirms the 9 delusions James encounters throughout his story. The baby-like face alludes to the idea that James and Mary wanted to have a baby of their own, which is solidified with Mary admitting in her letter to Laura that she would have adopted Laura if she weren't hospitalized and was healthy. As James continues to explore the second floor, he eventually finds a teddy bear that has a bent needle stuff inside. Elsewhere in the women's locker room is a shotgun, which James adds to his ever-growing arsenal of weaponry. Further down the hallways, James then enters the women's lounge to find the L1 room key on the coffee table. With the L1 room key, James accesses the utility room to then stumble upon a hole in the wall, which he jumps down into, leading him down to the first floor of the medical records room. And here, he acquires the marked bracelet. On the 3rd floor, he gets the 1F inner ward key. Close by in the X-ray room, he finds a radiograph of a pelvis, which will be necessary to solve a puzzle and access a code. James then descends to the 1st floor yet again to the pool area to find a medical tube which he combines with the bent needle. With this makeshift device, James fishes out of the drain the maintenance key. James then uses the maintenance key on the trap door to turn off the valve to drain the water in the pool. After smashing a weak wall with the pipe, he accesses the bloodstained bracelet. Before ascending to the 2nd floor, James visits the kitchen to find a mold remover, which he uses to remove the mold from a moldy radiograph. James then returns to the X-ray room to solve a puzzle involving the radiographs to get a code he needs to enter room D1, which has the filthy bracelet. With all 3 bracelets intact, James then heads to the director's office to solve a puzzle to acquire the director's storage room key. Inside the storage room, he finds a safe button and has to rearrange books to form the correct astrological symbols to get the correct code. Upon figuring out the astrological symbols and pressing the safe button, James then receives the rooftop key. At the rooftop, James finds a note on a page ripped from a diary. After reading this note, he is suddenly met by Pyramid Head, who strangles him by his throat and throws him down the shaft, landing on the 3rd floor to find Laura in one of the rooms. In this exchange between the two, James finds Laura in a room playing with a teddy bear. James asks Laura how she knows Mary's name, and after some hesitation, Laura reveals that she met Mary in the hospital last year. Infuriated, James lashes out against Laura, calling her a liar, as he knows that she died 3 years ago. Composing himself, James apologizes for lashing out at Laura. However, Laura seemed offended by James's rude behavior. James states that this hospital is no place for a kid and she might get hurt, to which Laura questions, by what? Implying that what Laura sees isn't exactly what James sees in Silent Hill. Before leaving the room, Laura tells James that she forgot a letter from Mary that she left in the other room. She tells James if he can get it for her, which he does. Laura leads James to a large, dark, ominous room, telling him the letter's in the back, only to lock him inside, teasing him. Unbeknownst to Laura, James then meets the next monster, called the Flesh Lips. The monster is a creature, bound by a lattice, a bed-like frame that contains a large, sack-like body bag, with legs sticking out from the bottom, as well as a visible mouth that is seen at the bottom of the sack. The mouth is a common, regular motif seen throughout the game, which is represented as Mary's verbal abuse when she would project her anger and frustration towards James. Interestingly, once James notices the mouth on the monster, he then finds that other monsters have mouths, such as the Mandarin. The Flesh Lip was inspired by Osamu Noguchi's deaf lynched figure and the 1976 photograph Man with No Legs by Joel Peter Witkin. The mouth is inspired by the painting Second Version of Triptych 1944 by Francis Bacon. After a grueling battle, James eventually defeats the Flesh Lip. As he inspects the monster, he abruptly gets abducted by another Flesh Lip. James wakes up in a gurney, framed to look up at the ceiling that is meant to symbolize Mary's time in a hospital bed as she was dragged around the hospital. James then finds himself in the other world of Brookhaven Hospital. Leaving the day room, James finds a sheet covering a box, soon revealed to be the next puzzle he must solve, called the Louise Box Puzzle. James must then go through a series of puzzles to acquire a passcode from the west and east wings, respectively, to then receive the Lapis Key as the final piece of the puzzle. Upon completing the puzzle, James suddenly finds the box empty, much to his disappointment. Behind him, a cloth falls down, revealing a statue of a woman, giving him the elevator button needed to access the basement floor. After heading down to the basement floor and acquiring the copper ring, James eventually regroups with Maria once again. Hearing Maria's voice, he mistakes her for Mary, leading him to apologize but glad she's still alive. Maria, finding his comment disingenuous, lashes out at James, telling him that she was left all alone and was scared that he wasn't there to save her, stating that he only cares about his dead wife and not her. After reconciling, Maria asks James if he has found Laura, only for him to reveal that she has once again run away. Maria tells James that they need to find her as she feels the need to protect her. James agrees and they go head off to find Laura. Later in the hospital, James and Maria encounter a refrigerator that he has difficulty opening. After some light teasing, Maria helps James open the refrigerator to find the lead ring. With both the copper and lead ring, James inserts them into the statue of the woman, unlocking a stairwell. Descending down the stairs, James and Maria find themselves roaming a dark, linear hallway. Suddenly, Pyramid Head abruptly appears, chasing after James and Maria, prompting a chase sequence. After James escapes into the elevator, Maria falls and trips behind him. James desperately holds the elevator doors open for Maria. However, she eventually succumbs to being brutally pierced by the Great Spear, dying right in front of James as she's dragged out by Pyramid Head. James falls to his knees, lying in defeat, after witnessing Maria die. This reinforces James's guilt he subconsciously feels from killing Mary, with Maria's death meant to torment him. James then finds himself back in Brookhaven Hospital, finding a room with the hospital entrance key, seeing Laura run away as she heads into the Otherworld South Vale. While navigating Otherworld South Vale, James eventually finds himself in a dark tunnel exploring an underpass, where he's then introduced to the next monster called a Mandarin. The monster is usually seen hanging underneath a mesh grating, using its strong, suction cup-like forearms to move around underneath the platform to attack James. They typically use their tongue-like tendril to inflict damage by stabbing James when caught in their sights. The Mandarin is meant to be symbolic of James's feelings, these feelings making him feel trapped and suffocated from Mary's everlasting verbal abuse enforced onto him, as he listened to her violently and angrily project those feelings of pain and sorrow onto him. Much like the flesh lips, the Mandarin also have a noticeable mouth that is seen taking form on their face. The mouth symbolizes the pain and insanity vocalized by Mary, but taking a different context when applied to James, symbolizing his desire to escape from Mary as he feels trapped and unable to escape this prison of his own creation. The Mandarin is inspired by the Japanese Mandarin, a bureaucrat appointed as a general in Imperial China. Masahiro Ito thought that the outfit, specifically their arms, contributed to much of the Mandarin's design. After exploring more of the Otherworld South Vale, James finds a payphone with a note and a wrench. With the wrench, James uses it to unlock and go through the gate to escape through a tunnel to revisit Rosewater Park. While here, James once again regroups with Angela, finding her staring at the statue of Jennifer Carroll, an important figure who was one of the founding members of the cult's The Order. As Angela admires the statue, James asks Angela if she's feeling better, with her telling him that she doesn't think that her mother is here anymore. Angela believes that her mother doesn't want to see her anymore, loosely implying her strained relationship with her mother as she abandoned her years ago. To lighten the mood, James states that, at the very least, he's happy to see her alive. Before she heads off again, James asks Angela if she's seen a little girl, referring to Laura. However, Angela is phased as she sees a figure implying her father or the manifestation of her father, the abstract daddy, stalking her from the bushes. This triggers a trauma response, which sees her run away shortly after. After this exchange, James digs up a box buried beneath the ground, receiving the Silent Hill Historical Society key. Inside Silent Hill Historical Society, James finds a handful of historical paintings and photographs depicting the historical landmarks, events, and people that comprise much of the early history of Silent Hill. The Little Baroness refers to the ship that went out on a voyage in Toluca Lake in November 1918. During this voyage, mysterious and supernatural circumstances arose as the ship suddenly vanished, fated to sink, and unfortunately, killed all 14 passengers on board. The Wilst Coal Mine was a mining facility conducting mining operations around the 1850s that was crucial in revitalizing much of Silent Hill's funds, as funding was initially backed by Silent Hill Prison, until its foreclosure. However, these operations lasted until the 1900s, which not only saw the closure of the Wilst Coal Mine, but eventually Toluca Prison. Due to these events, Silent Hill would shift to becoming a tourist town to reap those lost funds and use them as a means to reproduce financial revenue to stay afloat. Toluca Prison Camp was originally made to hold POWs during the American Civil War of 1862. After the war, Toluca Prison was later repurposed as a normal prison, widely known as Toluca Prison. The prison would eventually close due to unknown circumstances in the 1900s. During its time, it housed many prisoners on the upper and lower floors in different districts, such as housing a library, showers, a chapel, and executions for spectators to watch as they get either electrocuted or hanged by a noose. Brookhaven Hospital was originally constructed to aid those who became susceptible to an unforeseen epidemic that plagued many of the townspeople who caught a deadly disease. As the disease killed out those living there, one by one, the town settlers fled the town until the disease subsided. As decades passed, the town was eventually resettled as a penal colony in the early 1800s. The start for a new beginning wouldn't last long, as the town once again became susceptible to a new disease that spread rapidly amongst the townspeople. Brookhaven Hospital would reopen to combat this new disease and house those who became ill. During the Civil War, those wounded in battle would be sent to Brookhaven Hospital to be treated for their wounds. Throughout the years, the tragedy of disease and death from the war, Brookhaven Hospital repurposed its base of operations as a predominantly mental institution to treat those who were mentally insane or mentally unwell. Elsewhere in Silent Hill Historical Society is the painting Misty Day Remains of the Judgment, a painting that depicts Pyramid Head standing ominously with his great spear, with hanged corpses and metal cage-like structures. This painting reflects the town's executioners from the early history of Silent Hill. These executioners are depicted in the painting Crimson and White Banquet for the Gods, wearing white robes and red hoods that were part of the cult's The Order, specifically the Valtiel sector. The Valtiel sector served under the belief that Valtiel was the saint who corresponded to that of an angel who served under God. It was believed that Valtiel was connected and derived from the figure in Jewish mysticism known as Metatron, often described as the highest of angels, with various roles including celestial scribe and mediator between God and humanity, serving as the guide and speaker for God to lead humanity to salvation in its presence. Likewise, Pyramid Head bears a resemblance that loosely adopts the presence of the Valtiel sector, such as his pyramid head-shaped helmet, butcher's apron, and white gloves. Before her illness and during their vacation trip to Silent Hill, James and Mary visited the Silent Hill Historical Society. One of the paintings that fascinated James was Misty Day Remains of the Judgment, depicting the town's executioners from its early history, serving as an inspiration to have James subconsciously derive this manifestation meant to act as the executioner of judgment, subjecting himself to undergo this guilt and desire for punishment. James needs Pyramid Head as a brutal yet harsh reminder of his sins and crimes committed towards Mary, to make him accept and acknowledge the truth of his actions. Pyramid Head, while appearing as an antagonistic threat and force of nature, is made to symbolize James's internal struggle and conflict with reconciling with his past actions, but simultaneously humanizes him by learning to accept his repressed trauma and letting go by moving on from his pain and suffering. After James finishes exploring the Silent Hill Historical Society, he descends deep into the tunnel that leads to Toluca Prison. In doing so, James must jump down large, gaping holes that descend further into Toluca Prison, symbolizing James's literal and figurative descent into the depths of his mental psyche to reach further to the truth. James eventually finds himself in the cafeteria of Toluca Prison, finding Eddie sitting down by a wall, talking to himself with an unhinged and psychotic behavior as he points a gun to his head, stating that killing someone is no big deal when you put a gun to their head and pull the trigger. Taken aback by Eddie's abrupt yet disturbing demeanor, James calmly asks Eddie if he killed the guy lying dead on the table. Eddie states that his reasoning for killing him was self-defense, as the guy looked at him with a look in his eyes that made fun of Eddie. James, in disbelief, tells Eddie he can't kill someone just because of the way they look at him. After a long, ominous, and anxious silence, Eddie reveals that he was joking all along, telling James that he has errands to run, leaving the cafeteria, leaving James in confusion and horror. This interaction with Eddie is meant to solidify Eddie's erratic and psychopathic behavior towards those who bullied him throughout his life. Showing this buildup and restraint for being picked on led to Eddie lashing out and becoming out of control. Their irrational and violent behavior. It's through this mental breakdown that he rationalizes the use of killing someone with a gun that ends his problems. After this interaction, James finds himself in the dark, desolate halls and floors of Toluca Prison, where he must collect 6 weights to solve the scale puzzle to retrieve the execution lever. James retrieves the heaviest weight in the altar of the chapel, the medium weight in the death chamber, the heavy weight inside a hole in the showers, the light weight upon using the typewriter, and finally, the lightest weight in cell F6. Once completing the puzzle, he retrieves the execution lever to activate the gallows puzzle. On the podium, James finds 6 poems telling a tale of 6 prisoners who are guilty of their crimes, with one of them deemed as innocent. James must choose the correct poem in which he finds the prisoner to be innocent. Once chosen, James then has to choose the correct noose to walk up to it and then pull down on it. If James made the right decision, James will then fall down the trap door, falling through another hole and landing in a different part of Toluca Prison. From here, James must drop down more holes to descend further into the labyrinth. James then finds himself in a long hallway that seemingly feels endless, with how liminal and foreboding the pathway seems to be. Eventually, James finds a hallway that leads to a door with various newspapers scattered everywhere. One newspaper specifically mentions a man named Thomas Orozco, found murdered on his chair with his neck receiving multiple stab wounds and his left side of the stomach slit open. This newspaper report refers to Angela and her undergoing a mental breakdown after years of torment and abuse, leading her to finally kill her father. Inside the apartment, James finds Angela in her room, sitting on the floor, crying. Angela tells James that he's coming and to tell him that she'll be good, referring to the next monster as Abstract Daddy. Moments later, the Abstract Daddy forces itself onto James and pushes him down, leaving James to quickly rebalance his position and prepare to battle. The monster is a manifestation of Angela's sexual trauma and abuse inflicted by her father and brother. The monster has a vague but noticeable outline of an intimate posture of two figures wrapped in flesh, depicting one on top of the other on a bed frame. The figure lying on the bottom is represented as Angela, as there is a visual of a mouth that screams in agony, with the other figure on top symbolizing her father. It's important to note that while it's implied through subtle visual imagery and slight context clues through Angela's behavior and mannerisms, James has no idea or clue that she's a victim of trauma and abuse. James's interpretation of the monster is derived from the subconscious thoughts and memories he had when visiting Mary and seeing her sick and bedridden. Angela's manifestation of her father is completely different from what James sees and is left ambiguous, as Masahiro Ito admits that the interpretation of Angela's manifestation of the Abstract Daddy is far more disturbing, left up to interpretation from the player. Angela's trauma can be further speculated as James progresses through the boss fight, as much of the time spent in this area is in abstract, visual imagery constructing Angela's childhood home. For example, there's a closet with a makeshift room with a carved out hole to squeeze through, with a bed and teddy bear. This alludes to Angela hiding from her father and brother from the physical and sexual abuse as a safe space for her when she had nowhere else to go. Furthering this abstract, visual imagery of her abuse and trauma are the TVs James is meant to destroy, which plays distorted and inaudible audio of Thomas Orozco emotionally and verbally lashing out against Angela. James destroying the TV is meant to be a metaphor for when Thomas destroys the TV when he's drunk and angry. After a long, arduous battle, James finally weakens the Abstract Daddy enough for Angela to deal the final blow, ending this pain and trauma inflicted by this manifestation of her father. While James tries to reassure Angela that it's fine and she's safe, she still finds herself in a defensive and helpless state, projecting her hatred and skepticism towards James, believing that all men are the same, only wanting one thing, much like her father. Angela mocks James by stating that he doesn't want his wife back and doesn't want her around anymore, probably finding someone else. After James shouts at her because of her comment, Angela regresses to her vulnerable state, telling him that she needs to find her mama. After this heartbreaking scene, James eventually finds himself in a room with a 4-sided cube that acts as a puzzle. This 4-sided cube will let James access 3 new areas, called the Rotten Area, the Desolate Area, and the Ruin Area. Before venturing into the labyrinth, James once again finds Maria, seen to be completely fine and healthy, as if she never had died. Much to James' shock, he asks her how she is possibly even alive. Maria finds James's question to be confusing, stating that she doesn't remember what he's talking about and that she's always been okay. Adding to this confusion, Maria remembers how James could be so forgetful, such as the time he forgot the videotape he made of their stay in Silent Hill, left in a state of shock and disarray. James asks Maria if she's even Maria. Disturbingly, Maria states that she's not his Mary, but she can be if he wants her to be. Maria touches James's face by stating that she's real, reassuring him as she places his hand on her left cheekbone to feel her warmth. She sexually implies to James if he wants to touch her, with him replying that he doesn't know. Before leaving, James says he'll find a way to rescue her. At this point in time, there's this inner conflict with James as he's in the state of disillusion and uncertainty, as Maria's emotionally manipulative and suggestive sexual nature serve as temptation and desire, meant to stir James from his path and finding the truth if Mary is still alive, waiting for him. As James continues throughout the labyrinth, he finds himself having to solve puzzles in each respective area to progress. In the Rotten Area, James encounters an oddly placed office space meant to be derived from his memories working as an office clerk, likely during the time before and after Mary became ill to support them. In the Desolate Area, James encounters Pyramid Head and finds his quarters, more specifically, his other half of the Great Knife, meant to reinforce the connection to James and Pyramid Head, as they are 2 halves of the same pair. Finally, in the Ruin Area, James must fight through hordes of monsters in 3 rounds. As each round passes, the environment becomes more in a state of despair and ruin, symbolically representing each stage in James and Mary's collapsing relationship as Mary's illness worsens over time. Afterward, James finds Maria in the room he previously discovered her in, only to be shocked and left in despair as he finds her dead once again, lying on the bed with bruises and boils all over her body. tormenting James as a reminder of the illness Mary went through and as a means to derive this internal punishment he desires. Assuming Maria is dead, James heads forward in his journey to find Mary once again. As he's leaving, James finds the great knife embedded into the rubble. Wielding the great knife to open the path that blocks him, as the mannequin-like limbs slowly dissipate over time. Further into the labyrinth, James finds a cemetery depicting people he has previously seen, such as Walter Sullivan or Miriam Locane. But what catches him off guard are 3 gravestones that have the following names: Angela Roscoe, Eddie Dombrowski, and James Sunderland. At his tombstone, there's a grave dug open and for James to jump into. Without hesitation, he jumps down below. James finds himself further into this elongated hallway, only to find a grotesque and disturbing imagery of blood covering the area. As he reaches the door at the end of the hallway, James opens the door to find Eddie looming over a corpse, with the revolver in his hand. Eddie talks to the corpse in a hostile and relenting manner, projecting his anger and pain that he suffered from those who bullied him growing up into adulthood. Cautiously approaching Eddie, James asks Eddie what he's doing. Without hesitation, Eddie projects this repressed and emotional trauma with rage to then lash out at James. Eddie comes to the revelation that it doesn't matter who you are, disgusting, overweight, or ugly, because the bullying won't matter once those who bullied you are dead. Eddie's long-term solution is one filled with violence and hostility through the use of killing someone. However, this is from someone who isn't able to function or rationalize the morality behind their actions. In some twisted way, Eddie could be a reflection of James, at least in the context of James losing control and resorting to violence in an irrational way to solve his problems. The irony is that James does do this with Mary, as the years of verbal and emotional abuse resulted in him killing his wife by suffocating her with a pillow. Even though James's actions are irredeemable, his morality is left in a gray area, as his intentions were out of mercy and love, to end her pain and suffering. It's a dichotomy of James's moral and ethical behavior that is left to interpretation, contrasted with other characters such as Eddie or Angela when it comes to their actions that result in these consequences left behind. With the tensions and stakes rising, James defaults to having to punch Eddie in the face. After being punched, Eddie runs off into the freezer room, awaiting James to engage in battle. With hesitation and conflict over the inevitability of having to kill Eddie, a human being, James is left with no other choice but to kill Eddie. After a long battle, James finally kills Eddie, leaving himself to question the morality of his actions and live with this weight on his shoulders. As James exits outside to the dock, he walks to the end of the loading bay to find a boat, entering the boat to row himself to Lakeview Hotel. After spending some time rowing himself across Toluca Lake, James arrives at the back entrance of Lakeview Hotel. As James wanders the gardens, the memories of his time here slowly start to trickle and come back to him, stating that this place hasn't changed in 3 years. Inside the hotel, he finds a piano sitting in the corner. Examining the piano, James reminisces about the time when Mary would play the piano. Even if she wasn't the best piano player, it was in that moment of seeing her happy that made him happy. As James is lost in thought, he's surprised by Laura as she scares him. James makes a call back to Laura's insults and rude behavior towards him, referring to him as a fart face and locking him inside a room. Laura insists that she was playing and messing around and didn't mean it, finding James not too bad. Laura mentions to James that the letter she received from Mary was real, giving him the letter to read. As James reads the letter, we hear an internal monologue in Mary's voice. In this letter, Mary states that she's going to a quiet, beautiful place, hoping that Laura can forgive her for not being able to say goodbye. Before the letter ends, she tells Laura to be patient and kind to James, as even though he may be complex, he's a kind and gentle person deep down inside. If things worked out differently, she would have adopted Laura, as she saw her as the daughter she never had. As the letter ends, Mary tells Laura, "Happy 8th birthday." Thinking to himself, James asks Laura how old she is, to which she reveals that she turned 8 years old last week. With this revelation, James realizes that Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago, and rather, she could possibly still be alive. James ponders if Mary could be referring to Lakeview Hotel as the special place she referred to. Laura mentions that Mary talked about her and James's time in Silent Hill, wanting to come back with her and him one day. Laura remembers that Mary had written James a letter and she held it on for him. Giving James the letter, he finds it empty. Laura realizes she must have lost the letter, running away to go find it. After James has to solve a series of puzzles throughout the different floors of the hotel, he eventually comes to find the Cinderella figurine. As he picks it up, he's met with a Mandarin. After defeating the monster, James finds himself on the employee floor, unlocking the locker safe to get the videotape called Silent Hill that he recorded during his time with Mary when they visited. After retrieving the Cinderella, Little Mermaid, and Snow White figurines, James inserts them into the music box and eventually solves the puzzle to receive the room 312 key. With the room 312 key, James locks the door to the hotel room he and Mary visited. James finds a videotape player sitting beside the TV. He inserts the VHS tape and sits down in anticipation and fear as he looks at the screen. The videotape shows Mary sitting on a chair, glancing at the window, lost in thought. She reminisces about the time here, bringing her a sense of peace and tranquility. Mary tells James she hopes they can both go back to Silent Hill one day. Out of nowhere, Mary starts coughing. The videotape then abruptly shifts to a distorted and manipulated tape that shows the moment James took Mary's life. Mary is shown lying on her bed, where we see James kiss Mary on the head, to then suffocating her with a pillow. As the tape ends, James finds himself speechless and lost for words, mentally and physically exhausted but detached from reality, realizing the weight of the situation as he comes to terms that he killed his wife. Without a moment to grieve and reconcile with his pain, Laura abruptly stumbles upon James, finding him sitting alone with his thoughts. Laura asks James if he has found Mary, to which James reveals that Mary's dead because he killed her. Laura grows angry and lashes out at James, stating that he's a killer and that she hates him. Laura asks James why he did it. However, James stays quiet with no response. Laura runs away crying, leaving James to become disassociated and emotionally empty. After some time, the Lakeview Hotel shifts from the other world to the Fog World Lakeview Hotel. It's revealed that the Lakeview Hotel burned down due to misconduct with a heater, presumably malfunctioning and catching fire underneath the curtain, which led to a chain of events that saw the hotel completely engulfed and consumed by flames. The aftermath of the fire shows the Lakeview Hotel dilapidated, burned, and abandoned. As James snaps back to reality, he receives a message from Maria begging him to come find her elsewhere in the hotel, waiting for him to come save her. With not much else left, James decides to make amends for his sins by saving Maria. James roams cautiously in the debris-filled hallways of what remains of Lakeview Hotel, descending further to the floor below until reaching the elevator to navigate to the employee floor, filled with nothing but water. After trudging through the waters, James eventually finds Angela, standing still as she looks up the stairs to see everything burning in flames. James walks towards Angela, only to see Angela mistake James as her mama, saying how much she missed her. After looking intently at James, she suddenly realizes it's not her mother, and instead James. Left in disappointment and defeat, James tells Angela that he's sorry, and what they're both looking for is not here anymore. Angela tells James that she's thankful for his help earlier, but tells him that he wishes he hadn't. Angela states that her mother told her that she deserved it, likely paraphrasing comments that her mother told Angela before she left the family, when her mother witnessed her father abusing her. James tells Angela that isn't true, but Angela retorts with the harsh reality of no one being able to save her, love her, care for her, and heal her of all her pain. Not even James. Angela tells James to give her back the knife, but James refuses, questioning him if he's going to use the knife on himself, leaving him only speechless and quiet. As Angela walks up the stairs, James mentions that it's hot as hell in here, with Angela giving a haunting response, saying that for her, it's always like this. A metaphor for Angela's hope of finding that answer to heal her wounds of the trauma she suffered since her youth to be burning down, much like her life. In her final moments, fire slowly engulfs Angela in flames as she ascends the stairs, leaving James to find Maria. In the last save room, James finds himself in a room with 9 red squares looming over him ominously. These 9 red squares serve as the representation of the 9 delusions that he's encountered in his journey so far. These would be the lying figure, mannequin, pyramid head, bubblehead nurses, flesh lips, Mandarin, abstract daddy, Maria, and Mary. As we see the reflection of James, he reverts his gaze when looking directly into the red square, implying that he's scared and hesitant to uncover and reveal the truth. But because James killed or witnessed the manifestations that derive from his subconscious of the fears, trauma, and memories centered around Mary, it allowed him to remember his actions and repent for his consequences by understanding that he's human. In the next room over, James opens the door to find Maria hanging upside down in a metal cage frame, with 2 pyramid heads standing next to her, side by side. As James pleads to them not to kill her and to leave them alone, they pierce the great spear into her chest, which has James yell and fall to his knees in defeat. In this moment of clarity, James realizes what Pyramid Head is, and comes to accept that Pyramid Head is the part of him that seeks punishment for his guilt in killing Mary. As James learns and remembers what he's done, he also gains perspective and acceptance, learning to accept that the deepest and darkest parts derived from his subconscious may be a part of him, but doesn't necessarily mean it defines him. As James commences in battle with the twin Pyramid Heads, they come to accept defeat, walking towards James and simultaneously piercing the great spears into their heads. James acquires the scarlet egg and the rusted color egg and inserts them into the twin doors. James then walks down a long, dark, ominous hallway with a voice that sounds like Mary. In this memory, Mary acts bitter and cold towards James as she sees him bringing her flowers, while she lies in bed ill. Mary, clouded by her judgment, denies his advances to emotionally support her and instead lashes out at him. As James is about to leave Mary, she has a second thought as he doesn't want him to go, pleading to him to stay with her and tell her that she'll be okay. As James descends the stairwell to the top floor, he finally finds Mary, awaiting him as she looks out into the white fog. James, stunned and shocked to see Mary waiting for him, shouts her name as she turns around quickly, running to hug each other. As they embrace, James laments how much he missed her, with Mary reciprocating these feelings. As they hold each other, Mary makes a comment about how they can finally be together forever. This comment makes James suddenly realize that this Mary isn't her, but instead, Maria. James backs away and apologizes, saying how much he is sorry for the trouble he has put her through, but reaffirms to her that this nightmare has to end, and it's time to let go. Maria, angered by his comment, states that she can't let him go, but also the part of her that reconciled with the pain and anguish Mary has been through. Acknowledging that Maria and Mary are one and the same, Maria then shifts into the manifestation that reveals her true form, which embodies the conflicting thoughts that James had towards Mary in her final days before she died, but also the complex emotions Mary had of her predicament as she saw her life stolen and taken away from her. The metal cage frame is meant to represent the confinement Mary had when she spent her long-term illness trapped to a bed. Her appearance reflects the sick, ill, and deceased body that imitates that of a corpse, encompassing the themes of rot, desolation, and ruin, which we've seen throughout the story. One of Maria's attacks is a large, tendril-like tentacle that strangles James, reflecting the asphyxiation Mary received when James was suffocating her as she struggled to breathe. After a long, heartfelt, and emotional battle, James sees Maria fall to the ground in pain, repeating James's name, beckoning him to come to her aid. James, understanding what he must do, finally ends Maria's pain. James finds himself in a room with a bedridden Mary, lying in bed as she struggles to breathe and is fatigued from her illness. James tells Mary he's sorry for killing her when he didn't have the right to. Mary counters this with her wanting the pain to end. Even though James acknowledges this sentiment, he states that the reason he killed her was that he hated her. Mary says, if that's true, then why do you look so sad? Mary then gives James a letter that is meant for him to read, the one he was trying to find ever since Laura mentioned it to him. As he holds the letter, he watches Mary pass away once again, but this time, peacefully. Afterward, we see James find Laura where they first met, handing the letter to her so she can read it for herself. In this letter, we hear Mary's thoughts and fears as she suffered the years of torment with the illness she had. She says that the behavior she inflicted on James was not out of spite, bitterness, or resentment, but because she was scared of dying and leaving a life they were meant to have together. She acknowledges her behavior, feeling the emotional baggage and beratement James may have shown to her in her time of despair. If he doesn't accept her apology, she'll understand, and that she'll always love him. In her final words before she says goodbye, she tells James to continue living on for himself and for others he cares about, and to spend the life he wanted, even if it is without her. Mary tells James that he made her happy. James and Laura, now together, leaving the town of Silent Hill, walking into an unknown future for what lies ahead of them. A new life is born, with the reincarnation of a young girl named Cheryl Mason, the adopted daughter of Harry Mason. In a previous life, Cheryl Mason was the spiritual half of her other soul, Alessa Gillespie, split into two halves after the failure of a ritual from a mother who wanted to subject her daughter into a ritual to serve as the host mother for conceiving the cult's god. As a last-ditch attempt to exact control and change this fate with what little power she had, Alessa split her consciousness into the byproduct of another version of herself, meant to live the happy, innocent life she never had. This wouldn't last, however, as Cheryl and Alessa would eventually be rekindled and become whole again, orchestrating the ritual from its dormant state and seeing the completion of a false god called the Incubus, appearing as a demonic-like entity that appeared as a demon but had the powers of a deity. However, Harry Mason would prove this was nothing more than a lesser god, with sheer perseverance slaying the Incubus, ending this ritual, and finding the rebirth of his daughter, Cheryl Mason. Taken aback and hesitant about the rebirth of his daughter, whom he had taken care of for 7 years prior, Harry was understandably hesitant and worried about what this would bring into his life, with the knowledge of his daughter being connected to the cults. Yet, he saw the good in this evil with the love and humanity invested in him. Harry Mason took in this reincarnated Cheryl Mason and started a new life with his daughter. As years went by, Harry took care of Cheryl with love and affection in hopes of providing her with the natural and caring life she deserved. The family would move to Portland, presumably Portland, Maine. In these 5 years of peace and solitude, Harry would raise Cheryl without any issues. However, the trauma would linger, following him closely behind, slowly revealing his scars and wounds. Harry internally suffered with a guilty conscience with thoughts of seeing Cheryl as a replacement for her past self, and even battled with his intrusive thoughts of strangling her to death. Due to his worries about her connection to the Order, more specifically, Alessa Gillespie. With this internal conflict derived from his subconscious, Harry acknowledged that those events were from the past, and what's important in this moment is what he shares with Cheryl in hopes of giving her a better future. With these fears and worries discarded, Harry would continue raising Cheryl for many years to follow. However, these peaceful years wouldn't last forever, as fate would eventually catch up to the family. Because of Harry's actions in stopping the ritual, this did not sit well with the cults, resulting in the Order seeking revenge. These consequences would lead the cult to hunt down the pair endlessly, with the intentions of kidnapping Cheryl and killing Harry. One day, Harry and Cheryl are abruptly attacked by one of the cult members, leaving Harry with no choice but to use his handgun in self-defense, killing one of the cultists. Startled and fazed, Harry decided to relocate with Cheryl once again, farther away from Portland to an undisclosed location. The residency would be in an apartment building called Daisy Villa Apartments. Harry ultimately decided to change Cheryl's identity to Heather Mason and dye her hair blonde. On one of her birthdays, Harry would give Cheryl a beautiful pendant. Harry told Cheryl to promise him that she would protect this pendant with her life, using it only when absolutely necessary. Unbeknownst to Heather, this pendant would hold the red liquid known as a glophodus, an ancient herb grown in the Arabian deserts. According to the Kabbalah, a Jewish text that translates mysticism or occult folklore, the glophodus acts as a herb that, when taken, dispels evil spirits or forces from corruption or possession. Honoring her father's wishes, Heather would wear this pendant as a necklace, ensuring it was with her at all times. For the years to come, Heather and Harry would live relatively peaceful lives, seeing them unscathed for the most part. However, nothing lasts forever. Awakening in this amusement park that should be filled with laughter amongst the crowd, or screams from those riding in a fast, thrill-seeking rush of a roller coaster. Expectations of what should be seen as normalcy are anything but that. In this dark, ominous atmosphere, there's an industrial-like setting with monsters roaming freely, mascots lying unconscious, presumably dead, or the lack of noise, filled with an eerie silence that doesn't feel right, as if there should be a hint of life that was once here. On one fateful evening, Heather Mason, who is now 17 years old, is introduced to this haunting atmosphere of nightmares. Unbeknownst to her, she finds herself wandering in these abandoned theme park grounds called Lakeside Amusement Park, a local attraction widely known as one of the popular tourist spots in Silent Hill. As Heather enters and views the surrounding area, she finds herself questioning where she is, becoming haunted by the knife she suddenly wields in her hand as a form of protection. Close by in the entrance is a mascot representing Lakeside Amusement Park named Robbie the Rabbit. Seen as the main mascot, he is also accompanied by 3 others: Kathy the Kitty, Huey the Horse, and Don the Duck. In-universe, Robbie the Rabbit is merely a mascot meant to be a prominent figure, advertising Lakeside Amusement Park as its poster boy, marketed as a product in the form of merchandise. Heather's comment alludes to the possibility that the mascot is presumably dead, as there are implications that someone is inside the mascot's suit. However, this is speculation on her part, and it's never confirmed otherwise. Rather, it's meant to give the ambiguity to the nature of how the other world projects these nightmarish delusions into reality. Leaving the entrance, Heather has to navigate the otherworld Lakeside Amusement Park, either fighting or evading monsters that serve as an obstacle in her path. Eventually, she finds herself atop the mountain coaster, seeing herself having to walk cautiously along the roller coaster tracks. After navigating the rickety roller coaster tracks, Heather suddenly hears a roller coaster car activate. Stuck with nowhere else to go, Heather is forced to watch in horror as a roller coaster car makes contact with her at an alarming speed, killing her instantly as she screams violently. Awakening from this nightmare, Heather wakes up in a fast food restaurant named Happy Burger. In this moment of tranquility, she becomes lost in thought and ponders as she stares at the window, peering into the outside. With the time to recollect and take a moment to breathe, Heather stores her pendant away inside her white jacket and heads off into Central Square Shopping Center. Heather walks to a nearby telephone to call her dad Harry, happily telling him it's her and apologizing that she didn't call sooner as she missed his previous call. She apologizes and tells him that she didn't get the thing he asked for, but Harry forgives her. Ending the call, Harry tells Heather that he loves her and tells her goodbye, which he also says goodbye and she loves him too. As she hangs up the telephone, she is abruptly disturbed by an old man named Douglas Cartland, a freelance detective who was hired to find Heather, asking her that he only needs 30 minutes of her time for important business matters that pertain to her birth. An old man in his 50s who has worked on missing persons and personal conduct cases as a former police detective, now retired from the police force 10 years ago, spending his days working as a freelance private investigator. In his early years, Douglas was initially a police detective for an undisclosed police department. However, it's known that at some point, he was tasked to go to Silent Hill for a missing persons case, but unfortunately, left the case open and never resolved it. In his character biography in the official novel, Lost Memories: Silent Hill Chronicle, Douglas is mentioned as a widower, referring to his deceased ex-wife who passed away before he retired 10 years ago from the police force. At some point during his relationship with his wife before they divorced, they had a son. However, due to financial debt and issues, Douglas's son attempted to rob a bank, which resulted in his son being killed by gunfire. Douglas refers to his son as a penniless good-for-nothing, yet feels like his son's death was his fault. Before meeting Heather, Douglas was hired by Claudia Wolf, a high priestess of the order, hiring him to seek out Heather, luring her into meeting Claudia. However, unbeknownst to Douglas, Claudia coerces him into bringing Heather to her without context for her true intentions. As Heather and Douglas meet, Heather is immediately apprehensive and cold towards Douglas, as it implies she may have a fear of stalkers, encompassing a cold and harsh exterior to those who may come off as predatory or creepy with ulterior motives. Heather's suspicions are proven true as Douglas unintentionally comes off as forward and creepy as he wants to be alone with Heather for 30 minutes discussing her birth. Although Douglas reaffirms her concerns by clarifying that he's a detective, she sarcastically replies as if she's amused and comments that her dad told her to never talk to strangers. As Heather walks away, Douglas follows closely behind. Irritated and rightfully frustrated, Heather shouts at him if he's still following her and if she has to scream to get her point across. Douglas apologizes and states he'll wait outside the women's bathroom, where Heather retreats to. Inside the women's bathroom sits a mirror with a red symbol marked in blood. The halo of the sun symbolizes the order's virtues and ideologies when it comes to their scriptures and teachings about their god. According to a memo titled About the Cult Symbol, states that the symbol represents a religious group, the order, with 2 outer circles representing charity and resurrection. The 3 inner circles represent present, past, and future. Interestingly, if the symbol were to be reversed in the color blue, this reverses the meaning into implanting a curse upon God. The charity refers to the Christian virtue in Christian theology, more specifically, the virtue of love. According to Thomas Aquinas, a Dominican friar and priest who practiced philosophy and theology, believed that of the 7 Christian virtues, charity represented the friendship of man for God, which unites us with God. Furthering his belief, he states that charity not only extends to the love of God, but also to the love of our neighbor. Resurrection refers to the belief that Jesus Christ, after being crucified on the cross, and his sacrifice to promise to mankind in his death that sin would be cleansed and that they are forgiven, as he rose on the 3rd day, called Judgment Day or the Second Coming of Christ. Before Claudia Wolf, Dahlia Gillespie, former high priestess of the order, had a heavily devoted belief in the occult practices that saw her use a means to exploit and corrupt an item, in this context, Alessa Gillespie, subjecting her own daughter to supernaturally impregnate a living embryo of God through this pain and suffering. By harvesting this pain and suffering, it allows her to manipulate and corrupt this form of quote-unquote love to her daughter by endorsing this higher power for herself through this cleansing of the earth with one sacrifice, referring to the immorality and sin that plague the earth with death, war, crimes, or disease, warrants this rebirth of a perfect world, although in her image. Claudia Wolf would follow these ideologies adopted from Dahlia Gillespie However, she would adopt her own interpretation of her belief in the birth of God and resurrection of a new paradise. Past, present, and future serve as a symbolic representation of Heather Mason. On subsequent occasions, Heather comments as she interacts with the halo of the sun. She comments on how each time she looks at the symbol, her head hurts violently, but also feels like she's desperately trying to uncover and remember long-lost distant memories. The past refers to her previous lives, Alessa and Cheryl. The present to her current self, Heather Mason. And finally, the future, the reincarnation of God, birthing a new paradise from humankind. The halo of the sun functions as an allegory, serving as a lens for the player to look into, metaphorically speaking, Heather's journey throughout the progression of her story, seeing Heather uncover her lost memories from her past lives to realize the pain, suffering, and trauma they had to embrace and go through. In this understanding, it allows her to acknowledge this pain, but also learn to accept what has happened to her, to learn to let go and move on. As Heather waits in the bathroom for Douglas to leave, she gets impatient and instead finds the window open, seeing it as a means of escaping. Heather finds herself in an alleyway outside the mall, needing to re-enter. Upon doing so, Heather finds the mall empty, although finds one mall store open called Boutique Marquette. Once entering, much to her surprise, she finds a handgun lying on the ground. Curious, Heather picks up the weapon and hears an odd sound in the corner of the room. She sees the disturbing scene of an otherworldly monster feasting on the corpse of a young brunette woman. Shocked, Heather steps back away slowly, utterly terrified, as the monster slowly walks to her. Heather, commanding the monster to stay back and refusing to comply, forces her to use the handgun and proceed to fire bullets at the monster, killing it as it falls to the ground. A tall, looming, and menacing creature that stands confident in its size. The monster called the Closer encompasses a tall stature, with its head embodying a mouth, as well as the creature's arms. When attacking, they throw out their arms rather sluggishly, with a sharp, tendril-like blade protruding out as it omits this action. Upon first glance, the Closer looks reminiscent of the Mandarin, a previous monster that appeared in Silent Hill 2. Both monsters share a similar appearance in their size, body, and arm structure. This is no coincidence, as series monster designer Masahiro Ito comments that the appearance being similar to that of the Mandarin when compared to the Closer is meant to serve a connection between Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. Masahiro Ito expresses the lack of representation of the Closer in the original Silent Hill 2, as it was mostly vague and infrequent in its appearance, deemed as ignored. With this fondness he has for the monster, he addresses the Closer and Mandarin are not necessarily the same monster for James or Heather respectively, rather, not dependent on the person, but the manifestation of the town's power that arises from the collective thought of those who previously were sent to Silent Hill. Rather, not dependent on the person solely, but the manifestation of the town's power that arises from the collective thought of those who were sent to Silent Hill previously, which has an influence on the monster's design. The name, Closer, comes from the ability to obstruct a path of its massive proportions of arms. With the monster dead and a new weapon in hand, Heather gains the courage to continue navigating the mall in hopes of escaping. Heather eventually finds a store called Helen's Bakery, where she finds a bunch of bread, noting that it's bread, and she isn't feeling hungry at this moment. Close by sits a pair of tongs, which she needs to grab an item. In the storeroom, Heather uses the tongs to grab the My Bestsellers bookstore key. On the second floor, Heather uses the key to enter My Bestsellers bookstore. Inside the store is a puzzle that she needs to solve by reorganizing Shakespeare anthology books. For the keypad on the door in the back of the store to exit. Exiting the store, Heather is suddenly met with a mysterious, ominous woman with a black dress and long blonde hair who is barefoot and has missing eyebrows, standing at the end of the hallway, menacingly, as if she were expecting Heather. This woman is named Claudia Wolf, the high priestess of the cults, the Order. Upon meeting Heather, at first glance, she is initially pleased to find another human alive, as much of the mall is missing people and left with monsters roaming around. In hopes of finding answers, Heather asks Claudia where everybody is and what's going on. Claudia responds with a very cryptic and vague description that mentions the rebirth of paradise, and that Heather will need to remember her true self and what she must become, the woman who will lead her followers to paradise, referring to Heather as the Holy Mother of God. Heather, Still not comprehending Claudia's vague nature, doesn't care or seems to be interested in what she's talking about, only questioning her if she did all this. She responds that this was an act of God. Heather then suddenly has violent headaches and cramps as she moans in pain. This alludes to Heather in a supernatural context who gets forcibly impregnated with the embryo of God as she would be deemed as a surrogate mother to give birth to this god. This is possible with Heather's connection to her previous life, Alessa Gillespie. Claudia was raised in Silent Hill as a devout follower of the cults, residing in the chapel where the order practiced and taught their virtues and beliefs to their followers. Claudia had a very similar upbringing to Alessa. Much of Claudia's childhood saw her as a victim of abuse, as her father, Leonard Wolfe, would forcefully beat her through physical punishment if she ever was caught acting in a religious behavior. This physical abuse was followed by methods such as screaming, hitting, beating, or kicking her until she stopped crying and accepted this religious doctrine and God as the one true faith to follow and practice. Because of this emotional and physical trauma, Claudia would be brainwashed into believing the order's rhetoric and practicing their teachings, much like her best friend, Alessa Gillespie, who was also a victim of emotional and physical abuse from her mother to forcibly practice and accept the religion and faith. When they were kids, Alessa, who was a couple of years older than Claudia, would meet with her at church to pray to their God. With this warmth and loving friendship they both had, in some tragic but melancholy way, confided in each other. With this blossoming friendship, Claudia viewed Alessa as her sister, spending almost all the time they had together playing with cards or drawing pictures. On Claudia's 6th birthday, Alessa gave her a birthday card which read, "To little Claudia, happy 6th birthday. I love you as if you were my real sister. Here's to you." Even into adulthood, Claudia would treasure these mementos and memories of the time she had as a child of Alessa, and she deeply valued and respected their friendship. However, this friendship wouldn't last forever. Alessa, when she was 7 years old, would one day be subjected to a forced ritual performed by her mother, Dahlia, to forcefully impregnate her daughter through a ritual involving the halo of the sun, with candles lit around its circumference, and using spiritualistic performances through occult magic to commence this ceremony. This ritual would see Alessa brutally burned due to the ritual going wrong, where she would catch on fire, leading to the surrounding interior of the Gillespie household burning in flames. To the eyes of the public, Alessa was pronounced as dead, when in actuality, Alessa would be hidden in Alchemilla Hospital's basement, suffering for 7 long years. It's unknown if Claudia knew about Alessa being kept hidden and left alive, but what is known is that she would be well aware of Harry Mason stopping the ritual, then if she saw Alessa, called the Incubator, give birth to the Incubus, the manifestation of the cult's collective subconscious thoughts and idealization of envisioning their idea of God. Harry would successfully kill this false god, which saw the collapse of the ritual, and Alessa's death as she would sacrifice her life to reincarnate Cheryl Mason. Heather, as a thank you to Harry, and to make amends for her pain and suffering as a bittersweet sentiment. Because of Harry's actions in taking in the reincarnation of Cheryl as his adopted daughter, Claudia saw this with a hateful and corrupted lens, as to her, this was Harry kidnapping and brainwashing her childhood best friend. In the 17 years to follow, Claudia would rise to the ranks of the cults, becoming the high priestess of the order, and exacted revenge by orchestrating a plan to kill Harry Mason, as a means to manipulate Heather into emotionally expressing hatred and revenge to expedite the birth of God. After this exchange of Claudia, Heather makes her way to an elevator. Inside, she sees a radio drop in front of her, which is designed to emit radio frequencies to alert Heather of monsters nearby. Upon stepping into the elevator, Heather then sees the transition to the Otherworld Central Square shopping center, finding the once lively and robust atmosphere of the mall in this now rusted and industrial-like quality. Upon leaving the elevator, Heather is met with a monster called the Double Head. These canine-like monsters usually appear in groups of 2 or 4, searching the area to attack their prey. They possess a notable feature that sees a vertical split with their jawline where their tongues hang lazily, and the inside of the head shows flesh. Bandages cover the body of the dog as it's meant to have 2 separate dogs conjoined together, serving as visual imagery of the bandages that Alessa Gillespie had to wear from her severe burns and scars from being burned alive. The idea of 2 dogs splitting into 2 and having each respective body conjoined together could be a metaphor for Alessa and Cheryl Mason's soul split in half and later rejoined as one. Masahiro Ito claims that the purpose of putting the double head at the beginning of the story, specifically Central Square Shopping Center, was to convey the hopelessness and vulnerability of Heather entering a hellish world. Much of the inspiration for the double head's design was based on the Greek mythology creature named Cerberus, a monstrous, multi-headed dog that is appointed as the watchdog at the entrance of the underworld. The connection between Silent Hill and Hell, while not meant to be taken literally, is rather a metaphor and allusion to the idea of Silent Hill, figuratively speaking, manifesting our fears, traumas, and internal thoughts into physical form, which is derived from the other world to project these nightmarish delusions into reality. The double head can serve as an allusion to Cerberus as it guards the other world, which, given the interpretation, can be seen as a form of hell. In the Otherworld Central Square Shopping Center, after killing or evading doubleheads and closers, Heather eventually finds a flashlight to illuminate the darkness throughout the liminal hallways of the mall. Close by, Heather finds a women's bathroom which holds a bottle of bleach. Further down the hall, Heather re-enters a now industrial decayed version of Boutique Marquette's. Inside, she finds a hanger. Later on, Heather finds Happy Burger with a ladder that hangs from the ceiling. With a hanger, Heather pulls down the ladder and proceeds to climb up to the second floor. On the second floor, Heather finds hospital gurneys of deceased bodies, representing Alessa. Elsewhere, Heather finds a CRT TV that emits loud static and white noise. Curious, she watches the TV to see the image shift to a vague and quick frame of a little girl screaming out to someone, which is Cheryl Mason. In a jewelry store, Heather finds a walnut inside a smashed glass case. With this walnut, Heather then heads up to the escalator to the third floor to a Chinese restaurant. Inside the Chinese restaurant, Heather finds a grotesque and putrid image of a deceased dog with its stomach slit open, pouring out flesh. Inside the flesh holds the cooked key. With the key, Heather backtracks to a hallway to unlock a door to Cafe Paradise Noon. Leaving the store, she finds herself on one of the mall floors, with a grandiose view of the mall. On this floor, she then meets a monster called the Numb Body. A veiny, pale-like monster, the Numb Body features relatively minor details to its design, as its notable quality is the body itself, using its legs for traversal. Much of the Numb Body's attacks are heavily dependent on momentum, such as walking towards or hopping side by side when encountering Heather or evading her attacks. Its only attack is ramming against Heather with its head-like mouth. Usually, Numb Bodies are seen either alone or in large groups with small and large variants. Numb Body is derived from the slow and clumsy-like movements and the pale, veiny-like skin of its body. According to Masahiro Ito, he didn't design the monster of the Numb Body, instead only designed Valtiel, Closer, Nurse, the Slurper, and God. Because of this, some of the monsters in Silent Hill 3 don't have fleshed out symbolism in mind, with no special meaning, and instead, vague and abstract interpretations that are up for speculation as to what they could mean. After this encounter with the Numb Body, Heather finds herself in the kitchen of Hallen's Bakery, collecting a bottle of detergent. Leaving the store, Heather sees a hallway with a fan at the end, currently activated as it spins in a circular motion. After turning off the fan, Heather enters the next room close by, seeing a swarm of moths blocking her path. However, she finds a bucket that sits in the corner of the room. With this bucket, Heather creates an insecticide to kill the moths, mixing both the detergent and bleach to create a powerful chemical to dispose of the moths. With the moths deceased and now her path open, Heather continues and navigates the hallways of the mall. Entering a nearby sports store, Heather finds a device to insert the walnut to crack it open, finding the moonstone. With the obtained moonstone, Heather backtracks to a door with an outline of a large, red crescent moon to insert the moonstone inside. Interestingly, above the moonstone door is the Hail of the Sun symbol, although visually interpreted as blue, reversing this meaning of the Hail of the Sun and instead viewed as a curse and burden. This is likely symbolic of the themes of pregnancy, as the message implies cries of pain are heard, and the final destination has become real, alluding to the moans and cries of a woman in pain while conceiving during childbirth, which serves as an allegory for the birth of a new paradise as the final destination. With the moonstone door unlocked, Heather finds herself atop the third floor of the Otherworld Central Square Shopping Center. At the edge of a platform is a ladder that ascends further into the deep void of the mall, leaving Heather no other choice but to scale down the ladder. At the bottom, Heather finds a large arena with 6 gaping holes in the wall. Suddenly, Heather finds a monster that protrudes out of the rubble, which is monstrous in size. This monster, known as the Split Worm, is massive in its worm-like size, with a large, lavender-colored outer layer that splits wide open, revealing a head with massive jaws and the resemblance of human-like teeth. The split worm uses its body to contract and move with its momentum, much like a worm, to submerge through holes and appear in others nearby to surprise Heather in catching her off guard. Once revealed, the split worm will open its outer shell-like layer, revealing its mouth to lunge and attack Heather. While not given a concrete description surrounding its meaning, the split head can be interpreted in different ways. Because the split worm is parallel to the split head from Silent Hill 1, it likely depicts that of an insect-like creature, which subconsciously manifests Alessa's disgust and fear of insects. The phallic-like appearance of the split worm can be seen as that of a female ovum, such as an embryonic egg. The physical traits of the split worm itself bear resemblance to those of maternity and a child's emergence from the womb. The protective, lavender-colored layer of the shell can represent the uterus encasing and protecting the fetus, given its distinctive human-like features, such as the white teeth and mouth. Connecting this is the previously seen poem on the Moonstone Door, referring to the cycle of birth, with allusions to a woman's pregnancy. With the defeat of the split worm, Heather sees the environment transition back to the Central Square shopping center. As she makes her way to the front entrance of the mall, she encounters Douglas once again. Heather lashes out at Douglas, assuming Douglas is working together with Claudia. Douglas defends himself, stating that he has no idea what's happening and he was only hired by Claudia to find Heather. Heather suggests that the events occurring could possibly be related to her, but she isn't entirely certain. As she leaves, Douglas asks where she's going and what he should do, with Heather replying, "Hell if I know," while leaving for the subway station. In Hazel Street subway station, Heather finds a newspaper with a news headline titled, "Fatal Accident at Hazel Street." In this newspaper article, it explains that 11 p.m. on the 4th describes a man who was waiting on the subway platform for a subway train to arrive, suddenly fell on the train tracks, and shortly after, got his head decapitated by the oncoming subway train. The victim died immediately upon impact. After finding a nutcracker and inserting this into a bolt to access the gate, Heather heads down the staircase to platform 4. Here, she finds a continuation of the newspaper article about the fatal accident at Hazel Street. In this occult magazine article, it depicts the legend of the poor souls that died suddenly by suicide or an accident, not realizing they are dead. These spirits are unaware of their current state, as they have lost their human senses, and are forced to relive the memories of their deaths, replaying them on repeats. Because of this, these spirits resort to humans for salvation, or by possessing them to do acts without their consent, such as committing suicide or participating in a fatal accident that inflicts pain upon themselves. This newspaper article likely serves as not only a cautionary tale, but also as a symbolic representation of the cycle of rebirth, particularly death. Alessa Gillespie participated in a ritualistic suicide after living with 7 years of her excruciating pain from the wounds she was burdened with, seeking death as the only option to end her suffering. Alessa devised the ritual with the Seal of Metatron as an act of annihilation upon the town of Silent Hill, more specifically, the Order, but with the intentions of committing suicide to end her pain and suffering, as she couldn't end her life by natural means, as the embryonic god inside of her womb protected the surrogate mother from any sense of harm towards her. Shortly after finding this occult magazine, Heather then finds herself at Platform 4, the spot rumored to be haunted, where ghosts lurk for its next victim. As Heather cautiously approaches the edge of the platform, she suddenly gets shoved, falling from the platform and onto the train tracks. Immediately after, Heather hears an oncoming subway train, resulting in her thinking and acting quickly by hopping back onto the platform, avoiding near death. After this harrowing experience, Heather explores more of the subway station to then discover a monster known as the Insane Cancer. Embodying sheer mass in their hulking appearance, the Insane Cancer is reminiscent of that of a cancerous disease. With an appearance that exudes a cancerous-like form, the monster has blob-like and tumor-like flesh that manifests this appearance of a monstrous behemoth. The Insane Cancer, while slow in its movement, will show physical prowess and its strength by attacking Heather with powerful punches, knocking her back. If intimidated, the monster will sprint headfirst into Heather at alarming speeds. The Lost Memories Silent Hill Chronicle mentions that the Insane Cancer is represented as a cancer running wild, due to the cancer-like appearance it bears. It's possible this theme of cancer can be synonymous with the running themes of disease and death in Silent Hill. In the town's early history, it suffered from an unforeseen plague epidemic that killed off the town's people. This symbolism is more likely represented through Alessa Gillespie, as she likely saw herself as a literal and figurative disease when it came to her presence around people. In her youth, Alessa was severely bullied through verbal and physical abuse by her classmates, often resulting in her desk having carved scribbles with offensive and hostile words, telling her she's a witch or to go die, treating her as if she was a disease. Alessa's mutilation from the burns she suffered after the ritual performed by her mother saw her with a disturbing appearance, likely perceiving herself as a cancer that refuses to die. After this encounter with the insane cancer, Heather finds a nearby subway car with an open gift-wrap box containing a shotgun, which she adds to her ever-growing arsenal to combat monsters. Eventually, Heather finds herself on the east side of Platform 3, seeing a bright red light atop a white door. Curious, Heather drops down to interact with the door, only to find the lock is broken. Suddenly, Heather hears the loud sounds of an oncoming subway train. Reacting quickly, she jumps on Platform 3 again, narrowly escaping death. On the same platform, Heather must travel back of the subway train to board and leave the subway station. As she boards, she then needs to fight monsters in connecting, tight, enclosed linear subway cars to navigate to the front of the subway train. Once arriving to her destination, Heather descends into the underpass. As she walks through the ominous, dark hallways, Heather suddenly sees the hallways become soaked and filled with blood, depleting her of her health, becoming susceptible to oncoming attacks by the monsters, given her vulnerable state. Navigating the underpass, Heather finds an empty wine bottle to hold oil, which she'll later need to fuel a generator. With the generator filled with kerosene, Heather descends further into the underpass, making her way through the sewers, eventually stumbling upon a new monster known as the Pendulum, a disturbing, hovering monster with much of its agility being airborne. The Pendulum features two halves of its body stitched by its torsos with industrial, metal-like blades. The blades are attached to their heads, which they use by gyrating their bodies in a circular, forward motion when engaging with Heather to attack her. While floating, they make a loud, ear-piercing sound that emulates that of a rusty, metal-grinding screeching. In the Lost Memories Silent Hill Chronicle, the Pendulum is derived from the creature's method of attack, which is from its circular motion of rotating its body forward. Because the creature wasn't designed by Masahiro Ito, but rather Jun Noe, he reiterates that not all the monsters have symbolic meaning to them individually. If we were to try to determine an interpretation of the Pendulum, however, it's likely a manifestation of the embryonic god, more specifically, the cauterization of a fetus. This refers to a surgical procedure in the lining of the uterus, often used as the first method for a pregnant woman undergoing a miscarriage or abortion to abort the fetus. This connects to Heather as her soul journey is aborting this unwarranted embryo of the god that grows inside of her, such as the final act in the story where we see her take a Galaphagus which exorcises the demon. In this context, aborting the fetus of God is an attempt to prevent it from manifesting and growing into its mature form. Furthering this navigation of the complex, maze-like labyrinth of the underpass, Heather eventually finds a garbage room to acquire a hairdryer. Eventually, she finds another room that tells a cautionary tale of a sewer monster, killing most of the staff who worked in the sewers once they encountered the monster, seeing their fate sealed as they would get entrapped by its long, tentacle-like arm and be devoured one by one. To pass the bridge safely to the other side without being overwhelmed by the sewer monster, Heather must use the hairdryer and the outlet to then throw it into the waters below to electrify the monster, effectively killing it. While unidentifiable, the sewer monster, given its long, tentacle-like arm, likely parallels the Bloodsucker from Silent Hill 1. Both creatures bear similarities in its appearance and behavior, such as its undesirable lust for blood or to kill and feast on its prey. The monster can also be rooted in Japanese folklore, inspired by the yokai called Oitekibori, a mysterious apparition that embodies the formation of a human ghost-like entity that approaches a fisherman. As the fisherman sits atop the bridge to catch fish, the Oitekibori reaches out with its long arm to terrorize and disturb the fisherman, attempting to steal and consume his fish. In more disturbing instances, a fisherman can be unlucky, where the Oitekibori will extend its reach to capture its prey and drag them into the depths of the waters below to consume them. After crossing the bridge safely, Heather finally finds a manhole to exit the underpass. While here, she ascends up a staircase to the top floor of the construction site to find that a homeless man was initially finding shelter here. Given the mass of littered food and drinks and props to emulate that of a home, with a nearby mattress, Heather uses this as a soft landing pad to drop down below safely from the 5th floor to the 3rd floor. From here, she navigates the scaffold to enter the Hilltop Center office building. Entering the Hilltop Center, Heather explores the interiors of the hallways that connect to neighboring office spaces. In one of these rooms, she finds a room filled with mannequins, giving a creepy and eerie vibe. As she inspects one of the mannequins on one side of the room, she hears a loud scream on the other side, finding that one of the mannequins' head fell off, leaking blood from the exposed neck. After this disturbing scene, Heather makes her way to an office that has a locked drawer containing a rope. Heather must then ascend the staircase to the 5th floor to KMN Auto Parts to acquire the jack. On the same floor, Heather eventually finds the screwdriver, which is needed to unlock the drawer containing the rope. With the rope and jack, Heather goes to the slightly open elevator on the 3rd floor. Here, she needs to combine both items to pry open the elevator doors and use the rope to scale down safely to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, Heather enters Echo Interiors and Floor Fashions, where inside, she enters the storeroom, which contains an oddly placed bathtub. Curious, Heather decides to inspect the bathtub and turns on the water faucet to see the faucet pour out blood until the bathtub is full. Simultaneously, Heather experiences the headaches and cramps she experienced earlier upon first meeting Claudia. It's likely that Heather, over time, is experiencing the resurgences of the memories of her past self as Celeste Gillespie, while also the ever-growing embryonic god that lies dormant inside of her, as her cramps are reminiscent of contractions, or more specifically, the menstrual cycle before pregnancy, preparing for potential fertilization and implantation. With this overwhelming scenario that plays out, Heather falls unconscious. Moments later, Heather awakens in the Otherworld Hilltop Center. Exploring the Otherworld Hilltop Center, Heather enters a neighboring room. In this room, Heather finds a mysterious photo that depicts her, captured by someone stalking Heather. In this photograph, it says, "Find the Holy One, kill her." After inspecting the ominous photo, Heather enters a room where she meets Vincent Smith sitting alone in a chair awaiting her presence. A prominent figure in the cults, given his role of the priest, Vincent is rather unpredictable when it comes to his moral compass, as his intentions are uncertain, given his inquisitive nature, as he can be viewed as either an ally or an enemy. Vincent is described as a hypocrite behind nice clothes and a neat appearance by Shingo Yuri. Further elaborating on his claim, we can find Vincent to come off as emotionally manipulative, smug, cocky, and malicious. While a priest for the order, Vincent is anything but a religious figure, rather, adopting an atypical approach to the idea of God, as he is often seen openly mocking and lambasting the religion's virtues and ideals. His hypocrisy is exposed as he uses his position of power and authority for his personal gain, such as seeking out financial profit to extort money from the followers by manipulating them, sugarcoating this with an excuse that it's due to financial concerns. Not much is known about Vincent's early life, but it can be speculated that Vincent had some form of relationship, presumably a begrudging friendship with Claudia. This is seen as evident when Vincent is first seen interacting with her, mentioning her father, Leonard Wolfe, as he reminisces about the painful memories of him witnessing, as a child, Leonard violently abusing Claudia. Other than this traumatizing memory he mentions, it's unknown of Vincent's earlier years, but he was likely indoctrinated into the cult, whether through forceful means or willingly, given his eventual role as the priest of the order. Upon first introduction, Vincent introduces himself after Heather questions who he is. He comes off as friendly in his tone, in an attempt to persuade Heather that he is on her side. However, Heather, not easily manipulated as she is independent and self-aware of a person's intentions, given her previous hostile encounters with stalkers, doesn't take Vincent's introduction for the faint of heart. Questioning him, Heather assumes that Vincent is working with Claudia. Enraged by her assumption of his intentions, Vincent lashes out by stating he wants nothing to do with Claudia, as she was, in his words, brainwashed by that crazy old hag, referring to Dahlia Gillespie. Vincent implies that the crazy old lady was her mother after all. Confused, Heather mentions she has no recollection or prior knowledge of this woman being her mother. Taken aback, Vincent confides in this lack of knowledge by Heather by connecting this back to Harry Mason, assuming Harry likely never mentioned Dahlia Gillespie as her mother in an attempt to protect Heather from knowing her association with the Order. Vincent states that he knows about Heather's past and is surprised to learn that Heather is unaware. Because Vincent knows much about this information, Heather urges him to share how she can put an end to all of this as she feels like she's going crazy. Vincent, being emotionally depraved, asks her why she doesn't enjoy the events occurring as this place gets to him, finding it most fascinating. Disgusted by his reaction and lack of concern, Heather leaves to figure out how to put an end to all of this on her own. After exiting the room with Vincent, Heather finds a shelf containing the Oxidol, which will be one of 3 items needed for the Flame Purifies All puzzle. Continuing her exploration in the Otherworld Hilltop Center, Heather is introduced to the next monster, known as the Slurper, a crawling, humanoid creature wearing a pig-like mask with a long, pointy snout. The Slurper frequently crawls on floors to await its prey, to then rush them and climb on top of them to slurp them, as the name implies. While they're smaller in scale, they are highly deceptive and intelligent, using their sensitivity to sound to be alerted by nearby prey, to know of their location, attacking their prey by grabbing onto them or overwhelming them by knocking them down. Oftentimes, Heather will likely need to remain passive and calm by turning off the flashlight and walking cautiously to not provoke the Slurpers. In the Lost Memories Silent Hill Chronicle, it states that the Slurper is derived from its habit of slurping up rusted colored blood and flesh off the floor with its pointed, long mask. While their interpretation is rather vague, leaving up to speculation behind the symbolic representation they adopt, the Slurper is likely rooted in sexual undertones. With a resemblance to a male in its humanoid-like appearance, the Slurper has a tendency to surprise Heather to then force themselves upon her in a very suggestive position. Because of Heather's fear of stalkers and predators, it's likely that this is manifested and projected into reality as an attempt to overwhelm her by exploiting the subconscious thoughts of rape or sexual assault. Passing the Slurpers, Heather takes an elevator to the first floor. Here, she encounters the Glutton, a massive monster that is littered with rot and decay, trapped in a cylindrical cage, with the mouths comprising the head and the chest. While the monster violently shakes and contorts in its movements, seeming hostile, it poses no threat nor harm when interacting. The Glutton is derived from the fairy tale book that Heather collects throughout the different floors of the Otherworld Hilltop Center, called Tu Fui Ego Eres. The Glutton is reminiscent of the creature in the tale that gobbles up the knights and villagers who attempt to leave their village. This is likely symbolic of Alessa Gillespie wanting to seek freedom from her captivity of being confined to a hospital bed for 7 years. Nearby on the first floor is a cafe which contains a pork liver inside a refrigerator, the second item needed for the Flame Purifies All puzzle. Heather re-enters the elevator to ascend to the 5th floor. On this floor, Heather navigates to the KMN Auto Parts to retrieve the final item needed, the matchbook. With all materials in her possession, Heather heads to the Gallery of Fine Arts. Inside the room is a mural titled Flame Purifies All, a depiction of the Order's God, which is hailed and worshipped by surrounding members, featuring a painting of Alessa Gillespie in the center. On the 4th floor, Heather stumbles upon a room with a silver coin. Inside the same room, near the back corner, rests a vending machine. Heather inserts the silver coin into the slot of the vending machine, receiving a life insurance key. With the life insurance key, Heather heads for the first floor to find the Glutton now completely gone after reading the final page of the fairy tale, using the life insurance key to exit the Otherworld Office Center. Outside, Heather navigates the city streets and alleyways to her home, Daisy Villa Apartments. Unlocking the door to her apartment, she lets out a huge sigh of relief, claiming to Harry that she made it home safely, but encountered something strange that was going on. Before Heather can give a second thought, she abruptly finds a horrifying sight of her father, Harry, brutally murdered, with a pierced hole in his chest, remaining lifeless as his corpse rests on the chair, as he was likely awaiting Heather to return home safely. Confused, scared, and utterly devastated at the harrowing sight resting before her, Heather cries out and wallows in pain as she grieves for her father. After some time grieving, Heather takes a moment to look outside the apartment balcony, finding a bloody trail leading up the stairs to the rooftop. Filled with rage and vengeance, Heather rushes upstairs in hopes of finding the culprit who killed Harry. On the rooftop, Heather is shocked and confused to find none other than Claudia awaiting her. With this confrontation, with rage yet confusion, she questions if Claudia killed Harry. Claudia reveals that the reason she had Harry murdered was due to 17 years ago, when Harry prevented a ritual from completion that was supposed to see the birth of God, because Harry killed the incubus, putting an end to the ritualistic ceremony. But more importantly, the death of Alessa, her best friend. Claudia grew vengeful and bitter out of Harry's actions, seeing Harry adopting the reincarnation of Cheryl as kidnapping her from the cults. However, another reason for Harry's murder was due to Claudia wanting Heather to be consumed with hatred. Hatred that would be bestowed upon the fetus that lies dormant inside of her, to fill it with a form of emotion, specifically empathy. Before departing, Claudia tells Heather to remember her past self so she can deliver the birth of God to build an eternal paradise. Before Heather can kill Claudia with her handgun, the true culprit who murdered Harry reveals himself as the missionary. A tall, humanoid monster, the missionary seems intelligent enough to comprehend direct orders from Claudia, such as being ordered to fight Heather and apprehend her. With these human-like qualities, the monster has a burlap sack it wears over its head and a noose around its neck, a surgeon's smock, and rubber gloves stained with blood. As its weapon of choice, it holds two tonfa-like blades, which he uses to run directly towards Heather to slash her, and manifesting superhuman reflexes to counter Heather's gunfire, deflecting bullets from it. As the name suggests, the missionary simulates that of a member in a religious group sent to promote its faith or provide services in hopes of enlightening those with indoctrinating their virtues and beliefs. In the Latin translation of the Bible, Jesus Christ sends his disciples to others to preach the gospel in his name. Likewise, it could be interpreted that Claudia, a high priestess in the cult, is appointing the missionary to enlighten and indoctrinate Heather into the cult, although, through violent and hostile efforts, the apparel of the missionary expresses the surgeon-like attire with a surgeon's smock, rubber gloves with blood, and two sharp tonfa-like blades, the themes of forced pregnancy. In childbirth, in some circumstances, there's a method when conceiving a child called cervical dilation, a method involving the surgical removal of a fetus due to the uterus being incapable of pushing out the fetus naturally. This not only applies to childbirth, but also to miscarriage and induced abortion. This connects to Heather's unwillingness to comply with the order and giving birth to the god, resulting in the missionary conducting a forced pregnancy, serving as an allegory of this theme. With the death of the missionary, Heather returns to the apartment to find Douglas inspecting Harry's corpse with utter dismay and a loss for words. With not knowing what to say, Heather tells Douglas to not say anything and to leave her to herself to grieve. Trying not to escalate the situation, Douglas tells Heather to calm down. However, this backfires as Heather, given the circumstances, is rapidly experiencing complex emotions as her father was murdered. Before leaving, Heather and Douglas look at Harry's corpse, covered with a sheet as he rests in his bed, with flowers that lie atop his chest and a small burial to mourn for his passing. With a moment of silence, Douglas breaks the ice by asking Heather what she will do now. Heather herself admits that she isn't entirely sure. However, she does plan to go to Silent Hill to uncover her past memories that she's been trying to piece together and finally kill Claudia to avenge her father's death. With this information in mind, Douglas asks Heather how she plans to get to Silent Hill, given her lack of transportation. While initially not needing his help, likely to not burden him with her problems and potentially getting in danger, Douglas offers Heather to drive her to Silent Hill, mostly due in part to him feeling guilty and partially responsible for getting Heather into this ordeal. After Heather pays her respects and says goodbye to her father, she recuperates with Douglas to head off to Silent Hill. Before driving off to Silent Hill, Douglas tells Heather that he was approached by a man named Vincent Smith. From word of mouth, Vincent told Douglas to have him and Heather drive to West Southville to meet a man named Leonard. Douglas then gives Heather Harry's memo that he wrote to Heather before he died, called Simple Works. Hours later, Heather and Douglas are seen driving in the middle of the woods as they drive to Silent Hill on the brink of night. Breaking the quiet atmosphere with small talk, Douglas reminisces about Silent Hill, mentioning that he recalls a time when Silent Hill was a nice, quiet little town. During his early years, when he was still recruited as a police officer, he was called in on a missing persons case located in Silent Hill. However, much to his disappointment, he never solved the case till this day. Heather reveals she grew up in Silent Hill, much to Douglas's confusion, as he thought she originally grew up in Portland. As Heather tries to uncover these lost memories, she simultaneously has a painful headache. Heather comments she learned about this information after reading her father's memo, which contains a backstory explaining Heather's origin. Heather continues to explain that her mother is named Dahlia Gillespie and that she forced her daughter, Alessa Gillespie, her past life, into subjecting herself as a surrogate mother who would give birth to God. Furthermore, she continues to explain that Alessa was born with special powers due to her being born through supernatural means by her mother through occult magic. With this, she was granted telekinetic powers. Her classmates, growing aware of this, teased and rumored her as a witch. At the end of those events, the incubus, God, was killed by her father, Harry Mason. With this knowledge, Heather connects this to Claudia's plans to orchestrate a plot to sacrifice Heather, by using her as a surrogate mother to birth a new god, succeeding where Dahlia failed. Heather finishes her thoughts by lamenting how Alessa, before she died, gave the reincarnation of Cheryl to Harry to ensure that he gave her a healthy, loving, and happy life. With this thought, Heather regrets not saying to Harry how happy he made her before he died. On the next day, Heather and Douglas rest in room 106 of Jack's Inn. Before departing, the pair make a plan to go their separate ways to search for Leonard. Douglas tells Heather he'll pursue his search for Leonard at his residence. Meanwhile, Heather will further the search for Leonard at Brookhaven Hospital. Leaving the motel room, Heather then navigates Silent Hill through the thick, layered fog of West Southville, needing to head past a bowling alley, Pete's Bolorama, and a nightclub, Heaven's Night. Eventually, Heather finds Brookhaven Hospital. Inside the hospital, Heather finds a visiting room that contains a mysterious and oddly placed doll, alongside a journal. Curious, Heather reads this journal to find it contains a love poem addressed to Heather. In this poem, a man by the name of Stanley Coleman professes the love he radiates for Heather, despite hardly knowing her. He states that he waited in his cell for a long time, longing for the day Heather would come to rescue him. Stanley tells Heather he loves her, and, as a gift, gives her the prized doll as a commemoration of their meeting and producing this everlasting love forever. Disgusted and recoiled by this unforeseen and disturbing poem, alongside the doll specifically given to her, Heather finds Stanley's efforts to be creepy and uncomfortable, as she doesn't know the person and rejects his advances. Throughout the exploration of Brookhaven Hospital, on subsequent appearances, Heather will discover more of Stanley's advances in proclaiming his love to Heather, with various poems he has scattered around the hospital for her to find. Even though Heather does take notice and read these poems, she cements her feelings of this as borderline creepy and disturbing, not wanting anything to do with this mysterious stalker. In the final poem that Stanley leaves for Heather, he accepts this delusional reality where he idolizes Heather as his perfect partner for himself, telling her goodbye in this final poem, while he professes his wishes to live a life with her in a perfect, beautiful world where it's just them alone. He is incapable of seeing this through with Heather due to Leonard, stating, "Leonard despises me because I made fun of it, saying it would become this. If it weren't for his meddling, I would have been able to meet you in just a little while." Stanley bids his farewells, ending his poem with Heather as his goddess and lover. As to what or who Stanley Coleman is left up to interpretation. It's possible that Stanley Coleman is the spirit of an actual person who passed away, as it's revealed in his notes that he was a patient who resided in one of the cell rooms in Brookhaven Hospital. Stanley was diagnosed with and suffers from attachment disorder, a psychological disturbance in which someone obsesses over a person or an inanimate object. Stanley's symptoms express sexual and emotional attachment towards Heather, seeing her as his lover, yet simultaneously an object of lust and love. With this in mind, Stanley can be deduced to idolize and romanticize the idea of Heather as opposed to genuine emotional and romantic love, due to his mental disorder, incapable of distinguishing the two concepts. Another interpretation of Stanley is that he is the manifestation derived from Heather's subconscious as one of her fears she expresses, which are stalkers or predators that she likely had experienced at some point in her pubescence. This is supported by reactions towards people's direct and forward nature, exacting something from her. Heather, in a way, can be seen as an object that people take advantage of. To Claudia, a sacrifice in birthing God. To Vincent, a victim who is manipulated into doing his bidding. And to Douglas, a reminder of the death of his son, which he takes as an opportunity to appease his guilty conscience over his death by helping Heather. After reading the memo left by Stanley, Heather is met with one of the monsters roaming the halls of Brookhaven Hospital, called the Nurse. Much like the bubblehead nurses previously seen in Silent Hill 2 or puppet nurses in Silent Hill 1, the nurses in Silent Hill 3 emulate that of proportions of a humanoid creature, lack notable, distinctive qualities such as a bubblehead or parasite on their back. Rather, they adopt a human-like appearance, wearing a white nurse's uniform, black bob haircut, eyeshadow, and lipstick. However, one ominous feature is the red square that closes their mouth shut. Furthermore, they're equipped with a revolver or pipe, expressing a hostile nature. According to Lost Memories Silent Hill Chronicle, it's speculated that the nurses were, at some point, likely to be humans transformed into monsters. The common misconception of the nurses is that they're related to the bubblehead nurses, as they share a familial appearance, aesthetically speaking, alluding to the idea that they're connected. However, Masahiro Ito corrects this by stating that while the bubblehead nurses and puppet nurses are used as inspiration, they are by no means connected, as each monster is separate from a specific protagonist who is called upon the town of Silent Hill. The nurse is a manifestation derived from Melissa's memories under the treatment of recovering from her wounds after being burned. taken care of and watched over by her caretaker, Lisa Garland. The red square attached to the nurse's mouth is meant to represent the shrieking insanity that was internalized in Alessa as she suffered 7 long years of pain and agony, living in a body that was mutilated beyond repair. This embodies Alessa's internal mental turmoil as the trauma of her bullying from her classmates and Dahlia's physical abuse tormenting her manifested into the nurses to visually express this pain and trauma she suffered. As Heather traverses the decrepit corridors of Brookhaven Hospital, she finds room C4. Inside the room, Heather finds a key that is stuck to a wall, much like the surrounding inanimate objects. Because of this, she explores the neighboring rooms to eventually find the nail polish remover in the woman's locker room on the 2nd floor. With the nail polish remover, Heather can access the key stuck to the wall she previously visited. Before doing so, Heather first solves the puzzle of the 2nd floor patient wing keypad. When solved, she enters room M4 towards the end of the hallway. In this room, Heather must solve the dead man's briefcase puzzle, requiring her to use the clock resting on the desk to solve the 4-digit code to unlock the briefcase. When solved, she acquires the instant camera. Returning to the 1st floor patient wing of room C4, Heather uses the nail polish remover to remove the stairwell key stuck to the wall. With the stairwell key, Heather descends into the basement, finding a storeroom in which she uses the instant camera to take a photo of the wall hidden behind debris. When the instant camera finishes processing the photo, she finds a 4-digit code to unlock the 3rd floor patient wing. In the 3rd floor patient wing, Heather stumbles upon room S12, which contains a telephone sitting on a desk. Inside the room, Heather suddenly hears the telephone ringing. Picking up the phone, Heather is greeted with silence on the other end of the line. Breaking the tension, Heather says hello. Before she can speak another word, Heather is interrupted by a man's voice that laments about Claudia's behavior, demanding her to apologize for how foolish her dream is to birth a god, by cleansing humankind to seek an eternal paradise. Heather interrupts the man by clarifying that she is not Claudia and her name is Heather. Heather asks the man who he is, only to be revealed as Leonard Wolfe, and that Claudia is his daughter. Heather tells Leonard, with hesitation, that she plans to kill Claudia. Surprisingly, Leonard seems rather calm and collected, given the fact that Heather wants to kill his own daughter. Heather gives her reasoning behind her intentions, as Claudia willingly killed her father, giving her justification for her act of revenge. While understanding her position, Leonard still acknowledges that Claudia is his daughter by blood, reasoning with Heather to stop her act in killing Claudia. Leonard offers to help her stop Claudia if she frees him from captivity. Agreeing, Leonard instructs Heather to head to the end of the hallway to room M on the 2nd floor patient wing. With this information, Heather heads to the mysterious door to enter a labyrinth of paths that confuse Heather in her progression in navigating the maze-like area. After some time navigating the labyrinth, Heather eventually finds a red symbol depicting the seal of Metatron, the talisman Leonard was referring to earlier in the phone call. When approaching the red symbol, Heather gets a brief flashback to Lisa Garland on a videotape, lamenting about her internal struggle with her morality and caretaking Alessa as she confesses she's terrified of her supernatural abilities, such as her ability to physically survive wounds that should have killed her. After this flashback, Heather finds a room with a ladder that ascends upwards, which she needs to climb. While climbing the ladder, Heather finds herself in a transition into the other world, Brookhaven Hospital. On the 3rd floor patient wing, Heather searches through the blood-infested hallways and eventually stumbles upon a room with a large mirror. In this room, there's a large and massive mirror that sits on the wall in front of her, allowing Heather to see all of herself in this reflection. If Heather chooses to stay in this room, the room will slowly become corrupted and impure as time passes. Drenched in red, black-like veins that covers the floors, walls, ceiling, and finally, Heather herself on the opposite side of the mirror. Eventually, Heather will finally be consumed by the red, black-like veins, leading her to dying. The mirror room is likely used as an allegory to represent one of the many fears Heather exhibits throughout the story. Having a fear of mirrors, called spectrophobia, in this context, sees a woman in their adolescent teenage years derived from their insecurities in their physical appearance, which exposes their flaws as they can see all themselves in this reflection. Mirrors were previously seen at the beginning of the story, where Heather encountered the Hail of the Sun symbol. Nearby the symbol, Heather looks at herself in the mirror, giving direct commentary as she stares at her reflection, expressing her dislike of mirrors as she doesn't like her appearance, hinting at dysphoria. There's also the likelihood of this serving as symbolism to Alessa Gillespie. It's possible that when Heather looked into the Hail of the Sun, her memories started to come back to her, albeit slowly. In these shattered memories, she starts to manifest the past life of Alessa. With Alessa's traumatic memories, this likely influenced her dislike of staring at herself in the mirror, possibly seeing herself as a disease or a burden. After witnessing the large mirror room, Heather takes the elevator to the second-floor patient wing, entering the men's locker room to find a locker that holds a payphone. As she inspects the payphone, the telephone abruptly starts to ring. With hesitation, Heather picks up the phone and asks who it is. On the other end, Heather hears an eerie and chilling voice that sings her a happy birthday song. Confused, Heather asks if this is Leonard. The happy birthday caller tells her that's the murderer's name, and that he isn't her beloved Stanley either. The happy birthday caller continues with this delusional call about Heather's birthday. However, Heather corrects this by stating it isn't her birthday. The caller is likely referring to Heather's past lives, specifically Alessa and Cheryl. The caller wishes her a happy 24th and 31st birthday. If they were still alive, Cheryl Mason would be 24 years old, and Alessa Gillespie would be 31 years old. After the phone call, Heather enters the women's locker room and finds a plastic bag inside a trash can. With a plastic bag, Heather uses the elevator to ascend to the third-floor patient wing to fill the plastic bag with blood. With this item, Heather uses the elevator to ascend to the basement crematorium. Here, she must solve a puzzle with nearby hospital gurneys, which have red numbers marked on the bedsheets. With these numbers, she deduces the correct locker combination code. When solved, she receives the cremated key. With the cremated key, Heather finds herself on the first-floor patient wing. Continuing down the hall into room C4, Heather finds an altar with items that are placed for a ritual. Heather places the plastic bag with blood onto the altar and drenches it with blood to commence the ritual. Once completed, Heather sees the floor reveal a hidden passageway with a ladder leading down below to meet Leonard Wolfe. Heather descends the ladder to find a large room filled with muddy, putrid water. Here, Heather finally meets Leonard. However, much to her dismay, Heather finds out while Leonard is in opposition to Claudia's plans to bring an eternal paradise through her methods, he still is one to seek out the salvation for the paradise they prophesize. Heather, apathetic to the man's plans and clearly not showing interest in the belief or ideals of the cults, gives Leonard the wrong impression, and he becomes offended by her lack of care, seeing her as a non-believer. Caught in this delusional state of mind, Leonard believes Heather deceived him, solely to gain the seal of Metatron for herself to destroy God. Heather clarifies that she wasn't trying to trick him, rather believed they had a miscommunication about each other's intentions. Even though Heather tries her best to be rational and communicate with Leonard with the best intentions, Leonard is too clouded by his judgment. Leonard reveals himself to be a transformed monster and engages in a battle with Heather. In his true form, Leonard appears reptilian-like, covered with a disease-ridden, yellow skin-like appearance, with his body heavily mutilated beyond recognition. Leonard uses sharp, blade-like tendrils for his hands to slash and inflict damage on Heather, and if he's damaged, uses the underwater environment to his advantage, as he appears amphibious, having the ability to roam underwater for long, indefinite periods without drowning. In his past, Leonard Wolfe was another follower of the cults, the Order, and immersed not only himself, but also his daughter forcefully, Claudia Wolfe, into the Order's religious practices and sermons, whether she was willing or not. If Claudia were to show irreligious behavior, he'd lash out in anger and physically beat her. Throughout the many years of physical abuse, Claudia's religious and physical trauma consumed her, converting her into the cults, eventually assuming the position of the High Priestess of the Order. Because Alessa and Claudia were best friends in their youth, it's possible Leonard was an acquaintance of Dahlia Gillespie, but as to what the relationship was is unknown. At some point when he was much older, Leonard was institutionalized at Brookhaven Hospital. He was stripped of his position in the cult due to his erratic and aggressive behavior that was potentially seen as a threat or danger to others. Furthering this study of Leonard's behavior, a doctor's note evaluating Leonard's mental state documented that Leonard is cooperative and has a strong passion for justice, however, can easily become violent and hostile when overexcited or deeply upset, such as the staff expressing their opposition towards his enforced religious practices upon them without their consent. The doctor also notes Leonard displaying mild hallucinations, emotional instability, and obsessive ideas, concluding that Leonard potentially suffers from schizophrenia. It's unknown as to what or how Leonard became corrupted with his transformation to his monster form, or if he's even a monster at all. given a seemingly normal tone when he communicates with Heather, as he seemingly has the ability to have intelligible speech. After a long, arduous battle, Heather finally kills Leonard, seeing herself transported back to Brookhaven Hospital, where she finds the seal of Metatron. Elsewhere, back at Jackson, we see an argument unfold between Claudia and Vincent. Claudia is enraged that Vincent sent Heather to kill Leonard. In his response, Vincent mocks her in a smug tone, implying that with Leonard's death, he was sent to God in the afterlife. Although Claudia is visibly upset about her father's death, Vincent exposes her hypocrisy when he openly reveals her past trauma of Leonard's physical abuse he committed towards her. Furthering his point, Vincent exploits Claudia's quote-unquote faith as nothing more than a victimized child regressing and wanting to cry out for love, in hopes of having a loving relationship with her father that she never had. Claudia's orchestration of the birth of God is possibly her using this as a means to cope with her trauma by birthing a God with empathy through pain and suffering, which will encompass morality and emotion, unlike her father, who never displayed that for her. Shortly after, Claudia leaves Vincent to himself, and moments later, Heather arrives in the motel room to meet Vincent. Vincent relays a message to Heather from Douglas, telling her to meet him at the church on the other side of Toluca Lake to stop Claudia. Before arriving at the church, Heather must first navigate through Lakeside Amusement Park. Arriving at Lakeside Amusement Park, Heather suddenly experiences another bout of painful cramps, alluding to the fetus inside of her, preparing to eventually be born. Nearby, Heather finds a souvenir shop called Sweet Factory Store. Inside, she hears a sudden crash, and she finds inside one of the boxes a roller coaster key. With this, Heather heads towards the mountain coaster to use the roller coaster key to access the control room. Inside the control room, she presses a button that deactivates the roller coaster ride so that it doesn't kill her. Walking along the roller coaster tracks, Heather experiences deja vu as she hears an oncoming roller coaster car heading towards her. Learning from her previous mistakes, she jumps off the roller coaster tracks, landing on a ticket booth. Elsewhere, we see Douglas confront Claudia. Claudia expresses frustration towards Douglas for his inability to deliver Heather to her, as he was specifically hired to do so. However, Douglas expresses his anger at Claudia as she lied and used him without revealing her true intentions. Claudia defends herself by stating that Heather was technically born in Silent Hill and was merely kidnapped by Harry Mason, brainwashed into believing that she was happy with him. However, Douglas counters this accusation as he was told by Heather herself that this is false, as Heather expressed love for her father and wants nothing to do with the cults. After, Douglas equips his handgun, aiming directly at Claudia with the full intent of killing her. However, Claudia isn't fazed by his actions and is rather disappointed, pitying Douglas for his inability to see her vision for the birth of paradise in this new world she plans. Meanwhile, Heather wakes up atop the ticket booth after her fall. Realizing she's alive and well, she jumps off and continues her progression in finding Douglas. Making her way through the amusement park, Heather stumbles upon Borley Haunted Mansion. Inside, she experiences a simulated haunted attraction, hearing a voice over the intercom with a creepy narration. In the rooms to follow, Heather experiences a room with a hanging corpse, a spiked death trap, and a long liminal hallway, depicting a labyrinth. In this labyrinth, Heather must navigate through the maze-like hallways whilst simultaneously running from a bright red glowing light that kills her if she fails to evade its presence. Upon successfully escaping the maze, Heather re-enters the amusement park grounds. Exploring more of the amusement park, Heather finds an amphitheater containing a red shoe in the middle of the stage and a chain sitting on top of one of the bleachers. With the chain, she latches it on a hook in the middle column of a ride and attaches it to the locked metal gates. Inside the control room, Heather turns on the swing rocket ride, which breaks open the lock of the metal gate door. Heather finally then recuperates of Douglas, finding him incapacitated with a wound on his right leg, left with no other choice but to sit down, immobilized, as he believes it's broken. Worried about Douglas, Heather responds by calling for an ambulance. Douglas, however, protests in favor of not calling for help and instead leaving him to his wounds. Frustrated by his actions, Heather calls him an old fool and asks why he would go out his way to help her. Douglas reveals the reason for helping Heather is because he sees, in essence, his son in Heather. Douglas tells Heather that a long time ago, likely before his wife divorced him and he retired from the police force, his son robbed a bank due to the family's financial concerns. During this robbery, his son was unfortunately caught in a crossfire with the cops and was killed in action. To Douglas, he likely sees his act of helping Heather as appeasing his guilty conscience for his inability to save his son from his grim fate. With Heather, he sees her predicament as a second chance to make amends for his son's death by helping her stop Claudia from her evil plot. With this revelation, Heather sympathizes with Douglas as she too understands the feeling of losing someone she loved, her father, and wanting to make amends with the guilt and regret to appease her conscience. Heather calms Douglas and eases his worries by telling him to rest, as she'll put an end to this vendetta with the cult once and for all. In an act of impulsivity, Douglas quietly raises his handgun and aims it at Heather, internally struggling in his mind to justify his actions whether killing Heather here would end the sequence of events to come. However, Douglas backs down and lets his consciousness get the better of him. Afterward, Heather finds a fortune teller attraction which holds Douglas's notebook, containing a detailed document of information he gathered for the missing person's case he was initially hired by Claudia to search for, that person being Heather. Close by on a chair, there's a doll head that Heather picks up. Elsewhere, Heather finds a theme park attraction with two life-size dolls of Snow White and Cinderella. With Cinderella, Heather places the red shoe, and with Snow White, places the doll head. This unlocks the door to exit the attraction. Outside once again in the theme park, Heather finds an ice cream stand with a notepad that is shown to be Harry's notes he wrote down when he was previously at Lakeside Amusement Park 17 years ago. In these notes, we see Harry's internalized thoughts vocalized through his writings, after learning he was coerced by Dahlia into helping her stop the ritual Alessa was conducting, performing a ritualistic suicide to end her suffering and kill the god inside of her. Harry realizes he was tricked into believing Alessa was a demon and kidnapped Cheryl to use as a sacrifice. He remembers in the hospital basement that he saw a picture depicting Alessa who looked eerily similar to Cheryl, which causes him to feel empathy for Alessa, as she not only reminds him of Cheryl, but also because of her loss of innocence as she pleads to him for help. Finishing his thoughts, Harry's determined that he will save and rescue his daughter, Cheryl. After reading Harry's notes, Heather finds herself on the happy carousel. While here, Heather notices the horses spraying gas that will, over time, kill her, unless she kills all the horses before time runs out. After committing this act, Heather finds the happy carousel spinning faster, emulating a sequence of time passing. In this transition, we see a figure emerge from the darkness, revealing itself as the memory of Alessa, a bloody, corrupted, diseased doppelganger of Heather. The memory of Alessa serves as Alessa's dark and negative thoughts derived from her subconscious that she suppresses, manifested into reality. Much of the appearance of memory of Alessa shows mutilation marks, disease-ridden skin, decayed flesh, serving as allusions to Alessa's painful trauma of being burned alive and in solitary confinement for 7 years, suffering in agony. The memory of Alessa is a manifestation of Alessa's subconscious desires and thoughts that want to stop and kill the birth of God, to spare the world from suffering the same pain she felt, opting for a quick death as it would not only stop the birth of God, but also allow her to die. This boss fight takes place on a carousel, which is symbolic of the halo of the sun, specifically the 3 outer rings, serving as a cycle of rebirth, representing past, present, and future. The environment speeds up rampantly once it's in motion, and it's never ending, symbolizing the passage of time that Alessa spent for years in her suffering and, metaphorically speaking, visualizing the never-ending pain she experienced, as the center of the carousel shows a burned figure constantly on fire. Tragically, the memory of Alessa believed that the only way to escape from her pain and suffering was death. Because Heather is a reincarnation of Alessa, Heather also shared these subconscious thoughts of death, believing that if she were to die herself, the series of events happening with the birth of the god, as well as the pain, trauma, and tragedy she and Alessa both feel, could finally end. However, the duality of these two bloodstained philosophies deviates with Heather coming to realize that by confronting memory of Alessa to kill her to not only end her pain and suffering, but rather come to the conclusion that the memories of this trauma will live on, and that in her death, it doesn't have to define her. Instead, choose to accept this inescapable past life and learn from it to move on to a better tomorrow. Putting an end to Alessa's pain, Heather leaves the happy carousel and arrives at the chapel, confronting Claudia. Heather, while aiming her handgun at Claudia, ready to kill her, indulges in Claudia's religious babbling to amuse her. While listening to Claudia's sermon on the resurrection of God, Heather imitates Alessa by pretending to be her, in hopes of potentially deterring Claudia from her plans, but also humoring herself. While Heather indulges in this act to hopefully persuade Claudia into retracting from her plans, she also sees it's virtually hopeless, as Claudia is infected into this belief of the ritual, as she believes the birth of God, cleansing the earth of hellfire to grant salvation to those who seek death, and be rebirthed anew, free of sin. Countering this argument, Heather affirms her viewpoint that suffering, while it brings pain and agony, is a way of life. As it's part of the human condition, we either learn to live with that pain and move on, or succumb to its torment and live a life filled with dread. In life, there is death, and in death, there is life. To Heather, this is a part of life as she understands that pain closely, as she experienced this in her past lives as Alessa and Cheryl, respectively. In gaining this perception, she acknowledges this experience and garners wisdom, learning she needs to move on and let go if she wants to start a new life without that pain and trauma. With this fortuitous back and forth between the two, Heather starts into her cramped state again as she falls to her knees in pain. As Claudia sees this, she grows pleased that the God within her is growing and sees that her hatred towards her is exacerbating this birth of God. As Claudia leaves, Heather picks up the first tarot card, the Eye of the Night, and explores the chapel. Close by in the next room, Heather finds a confession with a woman inside. As Heather steps inside, she listens to an unknown woman who confesses to Heather to forgive her, as she acknowledges the sins she committed, possibly referring to the heinous acts that the Order committed. Continuing with this repentance, the woman pleads to Heather to forgive her for her sins, as she would happily go to purgatory, but not wanting to go to hell. It's theorized that the woman in the confession is possibly a manifestation of Dahlia Gillespie. This is due to the words she uses, such as, "Deliver the soul of my poor murdered daughter," and "Care for the soul of the girl whose life I have taken." This is likely referring to her daughter, Alessa Gillespie, whom she sacrificed as a surrogate mother to birth God. The girl's life who was stolen refers to Cheryl Mason. After 7 long years of pain and suffering, Alessa had given up and was left with no other option but to use her astral projection to call out to Cheryl, who died the moment she rekindled the fair other half of her soul. In this act of humility, it's possible Dahlia's spirit hasn't necessarily learned from her mistakes and wrongdoings, but acknowledges that what she did was wrong and is suffering from those consequences, acting out in desperation to appease God, in hopes he would show mercy upon her soul. After Heather doesn't forgive the woman in the confessional, Heather navigates the corridors of the church to find a hallway with red footprints, with a young girl crying. These red footprints step towards the painting, which hint to Heather that she needs to interact with the painting. Once done, a hidden door is revealed. Before entering this mysterious door, Heather heads further down the hallway to the belfry. Inside, Heather notices 3 large paintings: Saint Jennifer Carroll, Saint Alessa Gillespie, and finally, Saint Nicholas. Jennifer Carroll is depicted as a historical figure back in the town of Silent Hill's early history. Jennifer Carroll became aware of the spiritual and supernatural nature the townsfolk were blind to. Curiosity got the best of her, and she indulged in these ritualistic practices or dark occult magic in secrecy. Because of these practices, she was eventually held captive and executed, purportedly by Christians due to political opposition. However, this could also be due to her, in the eyes of a Christian, being depicted as practicing witchcraft. Because of her death, the cult hailed her as a saint and a martyr, serving as potentially one of the sole influences in creating the order. Alessa Gillespie is depicted as a saint, immortalized in this painting as a holy, divine figure, sacrificing her life to give birth to God. With this act, the order hailed her as the Holy Mother, the one who would lead them to salvation, with the deity promising a new eternal paradise. The irony is that Alessa wanted nothing to do with the cults after the abuse and trauma they inflicted onto her. To cover up this truth, they manipulated Alessa into their image, giving this false illusion that she was willing to give birth to the Order's God and propagate the Order's mission of receiving paradise. Nicholas is depicted as a saint, particularly as the Doctor of God. While we don't have much information regarding Nicholas, we can speculate that Nicholas is likely seen as a caretaker in helping deliver God. This would be false, as Alessa wasn't impregnated through natural intercourse, rather through supernatural means. The reality is that God was delivered by the incubator, the combination of Alessa and the other half, Cheryl. This incubator is the combination of both those souls, which delivers the demonic entity masquerading as a false god, known as the incubus. After inspecting the paintings in the belfry, Heather makes her way through the church on the upper level, reaching the library to collect the Moon Tarot card. Once collected, Heather is interrupted by Vincent. Impatient as to whether she could trust Vincent or not, due to his unpredictable and mysterious nature, Heather confronts him as to whether he's working together with Claudia or truly helping her. Vincent admits that while they do believe in the same God, he has ulterior motives that don't align with Claudia's. Vincent claims that he doesn't want God to be born as it wouldn't be convenient and unpredictable. Heather sees this as Vincent merely using her to manipulate his own selfish goals, which isn't any different than Claudia's. Vincent sugarcoats this as he doesn't possess the powers that Heather has, implying she possesses the same telekinesis powers that arrive from Alessa. Vincent proceeds to gaslight Heather into believing that she is as much in the wrong as he is, as he sees Heather's actions justifying this sick and twisted enjoyment when killing the monsters. Confused and unsettled by his comment, Heather asks if Vincent is referring to the monsters. Hearing this, Vincent questions Heather if the monsters she is killing are truly monsters to her, implying that she may not actually be killing monsters, but in actuality, real people. Given Vincent's manipulative and sadistic personality, it's possible that he's instigating Heather to provoke an emotion out of her, just for his twisted enjoyment. Before he leaves, Vincent suddenly remembers to ask Heather for the seal of Metatron, reassured to see that she has it still. He then gives Heather the Book of Otherworld Laws, a book that describes the effects and behavior of the Otherworld. However, the page Heather flips to is the seal of Metatron to learn the magical properties of the talisman. This entry describes the seal of Metatron as a magic square with strong protective and dispelling properties, referred to as Virun 7 Crest, or the seal of Metatron. This talisman is purposed to bring results, regardless of whether the target is good or evil. However, the caster must possess the strength to emit this action, as it places a heavy burden on the user, as there's the possibility that it may or may not work, resulting in failure. The name Metatron is derived from the angel of the same name, rooted in Jewish mysticism, practiced and taught from the Kabbalah. Metatron is often described in Jewish folklore as a celestial scribe, documenting the sins and merits of man who worked under God as his mediator, or referred to more commonly as the agent of God. With this in mind, it's theorized that the seal, while undermined by Claudia for its lack of magical properties, referred to her as a piece of junk, isn't necessarily used for the source of its power, but rather amplifies existing power. This can be supported by Heather's pre-existing supernatural abilities and powers due to her connection to Alessa, such as her inspecting the seal of Metatron when she first retrieves it after killing Leonard. In doing so, she doesn't have a reaction which results in headaches or contractions. Furthermore, the magical properties are further supported by Alessa's usage of the talisman herself, specifically as a symbol to summon a ritual in which she would inflict utter annihilation on the town of Silent Hill. After her exchange with Vincent, Heather takes the elevator and descends to the lower level of the church. On this floor, Heather enters a door that leads to a mortuary. Inside, she discovers the third tarot card, the Hangman. Elsewhere down the hall is a room that is an exact replication of Harry's bedroom. Lying on the bed is a notebook left for Heather to read, titled Harry's Diary. In this transcript, Harry reveals he expressed doubts and worries about the reincarnated baby, Cheryl, being the reincarnation of Alessa Gillespie. Even though he encompassed these internal conflicts with himself, he undoubtedly expressed love and compassion for Cheryl, referring to her as his most beloved treasure. Although Harry seems to be at ease with his internal thoughts, he reserves for Cheryl's identity. He does, however, express his worries about whether or not he should open up and be honest about the truth of Cheryl's past, worried that either Heather would hate him for not revealing the truth of her birth or connection to the Order burdening her. Heather is instead humbled by this revelation, not holding any past judgment nor resentment toward her father, understanding that he's only human in the feelings he reserved about her, given his past traumatic events. With these writings, Heather understands that deep down, he truly loved and cared for her. After leaving the room, Heather encounters the next monster, known as the Scrapper. Similar in appearance and behavior to the missionary, the Scrapper holds the same abilities as the missionary, although much smaller and weaker, appearing as a medium-sized humanoid-like monster with a brown butcher's smock and sack over its head, wearing bloody rubber gloves and equipped with tonfa-like blades as its weapon, scraping together as it makes a sharp, ear-piercing sound with metal grinding. It's implied that the Scrappers may be followers of the cult, derived as monstrous manifestations from Claudia's subconscious, and how she potentially perceives her followers as tools and using them for her grand scheme of birthing the god and creating a new eternal paradise. Because the scrapper has a similar resemblance to the missionary, it's likely meant to torment Heather as a reminder of the monster that killed her father, given its appearance the moment after she reads Harry's diary. Following this encounter with the scrapper, she furthers her journey to the lower level of the chapel, entering a hallway to find a disturbing scene of two female bodies side by side, hanging from a contraption as their bodies are draped over by a curtain, only revealing their legs and feet. These two girls are meant to serve as connections to Alessa and Cheryl. Underneath these bodies is a monster that we've seen recurringly in the background, known as Valtiel. One of the more unique monsters, Valtiel is distinct from the other monsters in-game as he remains completely passive, as opposed to the more aggressive and hostile nature. This is because Valtiel serves as the attendant of God, depicted as one of God's angels, whose sole purpose is to help oversee the birth of God. The Order believes that Valtiel is instrumental to the religious practices and rituals they conduct, even devoting a religious sector titled the Valtiel Sector. The Valtiel Sector served under the belief that Valtiel was a saint who corresponded to that of an angel who served under God, believing that Valtiel was connected and derived from the figure in Jewish mysticism known as Metatron, often described as the highest of angels with various roles including celestial scribe and mediator between God and humanity, serving as the guide and speaker for God to lead humanity to salvation in his presence. Valtiel's power is so vast and immense that he's implied to retain the properties of resurrection. If Heather were to die, there's a possibility to see a unique and rare cutscene of Heather lying down, incapacitated or diseased. We see Valtiel come to her aid and take her to presumably a passive and safer area to resurrect Heather. Valtiel isn't necessarily deemed as a guardian or protector of Heather per se, but rather the fetus growing inside of her, that of course being God. Upon witnessing Valtiel, Heather furthers her journey. In the room close by, Heather finds a basement with a hospital bed, a reconstruction of the memories Alessa retained from her 7 long years of being confined to a hospital bed. After recollecting these painful memories, Heather receives the 4th tarot card, the Fool. Leaving the room, Heather navigates the rest of the lower level to find a recreation of her childhood room in her past life as Alessa. Inside her room, we see a butterfly collection, scribbled drawings, and the drawing block book. Sitting on her desk is Harry's final memo. Before he confronted Dahlia and fought the incubus, Harry vocalized his internalized thoughts once again, aware of Alessa beyond this room as he can sense her presence. However, this time he feels something sickening and dangerous, assuming it's God. However, through the sheer will of a father's love for his daughter, Harry attempts to fully save both of them, referring to Alessa and Cheryl. After reading Harry's final memo, Heather finds the brass key, which she uses on the locked door on the upper floor of the chapel. Unlocking this area of the chapel, Heather finds another recreation derived from Alessa's memories that is of her classroom from her time at Midwich Elementary School. In this classroom, we see her desk secluded and left alone in the middle, scribbles carved deeply into the wooden desk, such as "Go home," "Drop dead," and "Thief." Nearby on the teacher's desk is Alessa's homeroom teacher, Kay Gordon, notebook documenting Alessa's bullying from her classmates, as well as suspicions of her mother's physical abuse. She notes that she's reserved with her speculation and will not cooperate by furthering this investigation, believing it will resolve in due time. However, her conscience pushes her into providing help for Alessa, such as consulting a lawyer to resolve this dispute, although nothing ever came of this. Leaving the classroom, Heather finds the final tarot card, High Priestess, in Claudia's room. With the final tarot card, Heather reconvenes in Alessa's bedroom to solve the tarot card door puzzle. Once solved, Heather makes her final descent towards the pathway leading to the double doors. Inside, Claudia and Vincent are seen arguing about their clashing bloodstained philosophies when it comes to the interpretation of God. For Vincent, it's endorsing himself with riches and financial gain. As he reveals, he built much of the church with his position and power, reaping much of the financial profits donated to the cults. It's likely that Vincent, being the hypocrite he is, used his supposed belief in this god and his devotion to the cult as a means to manufacture and extort the profits for himself. Not to say Vincent didn't initially believe in the cult's practices or teachings during his upbringing, but because of his research and studies in the books he indulges in, such as philosophy or theology, he gains valuable knowledge and high intelligence to use for his selfish gains by exploiting the church for his desires. To Claudia, she sees the value in the birth of God as a means of reaching salvation, reconciling and repenting for humanity's endless sin and failure to learn from their misdeeds and wrongdoings. In juxtaposition to Dahlia's intentions for empowerment with the creation of a new world in her image, Claudia is genuine in her plot to see humankind rebirth without pain and suffering. The irony is that pain and suffering is needed as it will allow for humanity to gain empathy and morality from its sin, leading to a perfect internal paradise. Furthering this irony is that both Vincent and Claudia point out the hypocrisy in their plans in seeking this fruition but refuse to acknowledge the flaws and inconsistencies in their agenda. As both Claudia and Vincent continue to argue, Heather abruptly arrives. Vincent, pleased to see Heather, tells her to kill Claudia. However, much to his surprise, Claudia kills Vincent by stabbing him in the back with a dagger. Heather confronts Claudia, with Claudia expressing her dismay for Heather not confiding in her plot to rebirth God. Heather, finally frustrated and through with Claudia's delusional plans, tells her that a perfect paradise cannot be born through hatred. Claudia, stubborn and refrain from this claim, tells Heather that a god born from this hatred will garner empathy. Claudia then admits that while her intentions were for the betterment of humankind, she does acknowledge that she will go to hell for all the pain, sacrifice, and suffering she caused for her plan to work. Vincent, with his last dying breath, tells Heather to use the seal of Metatron to stop Claudia. However, Claudia scoffs at Vincent as she reveals that the seal of Metatron is nothing more than a piece of junk. Soon after, Heather gets contractions as the god inside of her is close to being born. In a last-ditch effort, Heather grabs the pendant that Harry gave her, revealing that the red liquid inside is Glophodus. Heather then swallows the liquid to exorcise the fetus inside of her, seeing her vomit it out. As Heather is about to kill the fetus, Claudia, out of desperation, swallows the fetus. Afterward, she's seen slowly contracting in pain as she gives birth to God, seeing her fall through a hole in the ground. This violent imagery symbolizes a ruptured vaginal introitus, simulating the vaginal tears of a violent and traumatic birth. Heather jumping down the hole to kill God can be seen as a metaphor for abortion, as she aborts the baby by killing God. Once down the hole, Heather witnesses God in all of its horrifying glory. Valtiel is seen unwrapping the god with a blanket sheet, revealing an appearance that adopts similarities to that of Alessa Gillespie. It's possible that the collective conscious thought of the cult members derived the idolization of their god as Alessa. In the Order's corrupted image of Alessa, they devoted their love and worshipped her as the mother who sacrificed her life to give birth to God. However, even if the intentions are pure, God is perceived as demonic as opposed to divine. Symbolic of the Order and their practices when it comes to their teachings of their devoted faith that is or never was divine, but in truth, demonic. Furthering this ignorance of the Order's blind faith is the veil that is draped over God by Valtiel. Typically, in Christian, Judaism, or even Islamic cultures, the practice of covering a woman's faith with a veil signifies purity, innocence, and the transition into a new life. However, the veil can also represent the separation between God and humanity, representing spiritual blindness or a lack of understanding, preventing people from fully grasping God's truth. Ironically, this can be applied to the Order as they rely on blind faith when it comes to grasping the concept of God. For the Order, they lack the understanding of the teachings of God creating humanity, as opposed to their doctrine, which is humanity creating God. In this final confrontation of God, Heather sees a monstrosity before her, seeking death as it shrieks in agony and pain. Heather finds Claudia's clothing on the floor, with her missing, assuming she died during the process of birthing God. With the world at stake, Heather engages in the final battle with God. After a long, painful, and emotional battle, Heather finally defeats God, falling to her knees in defeat. Even though Heather won the battle, she doesn't feel relief with a sense of victory, but rather grief, as she sheds tears, lamenting by her father's death. While she defeated God, saving humanity from its inevitable demise, she still couldn't save her dad, and killing God wasn't going to bring him back. After mourning, Heather returns to Douglas, finding him lying on a park bench, fatigued from his wounds. Pleased to see Heather alive and putting an end to Claudia's plans and the Order's reign of terror, Douglas smiles with contentment. After asking Heather if the Order is truly over, suddenly, the mood shifts as Heather approaches him with a knife, telling him it isn't over, as he is still left alive. Moments after, Heather jokingly lunges at Douglas, pretending she's going to stab him as if she were possessed. Douglas, finding Heather's quote-unquote joke distasteful, is about to ask her a question, but is interrupted by her telling him he doesn't have to call her Heather anymore. But instead, she decides to readopt her previous name, Cheryl, learning to accept her past lives as not painful memories, but rather a part of who she was, accepting that this trauma and tragedy may have defined her past, but it doesn't have to define her future. Sometime later, Heather properly holds a burial and buries Harry at a cemetery, kneeling before his gravestone, presumably remembering the happy moments and memories they both shared together. During his time, he was still alive. Holding on to that thought as she cherishes it, she looks into the new life ahead of her, awaiting her next journey. Awakening in a room that should be one of familiarity, a place of comfort and tranquility that you can always rely on to give you relaxation, to ease the anxiety away when you wake up, knowing you are safe. However, this nightmare is real. Around you lies decayed walls slowly polluting as time passes. The furniture is covered in putrid mold that radiates a foul stench. The apartment itself is corrupted in this manifestation that is derived from a bad dream that you wake up from, screaming as your heart palpitates steadily. Discomforting screams echo around the interior of the apartment as they ricochet wall to wall. A sickening red imagery obscures your vision from seeing clearly, questioning yourself if what you see is truly real. And, as you bear witness one last time to your room that was once a place of safety, it is now a place of confinement. Witnessing what could only be straight out of a horror story as the ominous figure clawing its way out of the wall, revealing itself to be an evil entity, hell-bent on killing you. With your last sight, seeing this otherworldly being as the last thing you see before your life flashes before your eyes. Awakening from his slumber, an everyday man sits atop the edge of his bed, pondering to himself the dream he just had. However, like any dream, he brushes it off as not real and merely just a nightmarish delusion. Henry Townsend, a resident of the city of South Ashfield, a couple of years ago, moved into the apartment complex, South Ashfield Heights, staying comfortably in room 302. From what can be gathered and collected about Henry over the years, he grew up with a seemingly normal life. Because of this, Henry's seen as calm, quiet, and introverted, reserved to himself much of the time, having little to no interaction amongst the attendants of South Ashfield Heights, with those who know of him only in passing. Exploring the apartment, little relics and hints of nostalgia lie scattered, giving a bit more of an idea of Henry's background. In his bedroom, Henry comments on his memories of his time spent in the town of Silent Hill, which he visited as a child and recently as an adult. Henry reminisces about taking photos of Balkan Church, the Lakeside Lighthouse, and a mural of Toluca Lake, which he received as a gift from Frank Sunderland. Furthering this interest in photography is Henry's essentials that are deemed as imperative to his profession. On his desk lay scattered miscellaneous items such as a scrapbook, a pen, books, and a leather portfolio. Henry comments that he has a passion for collecting information, which he keeps organized not only in a scrapbook but also in magazines, books, and newspaper clippings. In his living room, Henry has photos from his youth, which he comments about his childhood being unsentimental, alluding to his prior years as uneventful or not as significant, seemingly normal. This hint of normalcy, however, would not be regarded as an afterthought, as Henry's day-to-day life of being quaint and content with such simplicity would change drastically. As he walks to his front door, Henry finds that it's been completely shut and locked, shackled from top to bottom with chains of metal, preventing him from leaving his humble abode. However, this isn't much of a shock, as Henry states he has been locked in this room for 5 days. According to him, not only has he been held hostage in the confines of his once safe space of his home, but the TV and telephone have been completely cut off, the windows have been completely shut, and no matter how high he screams, no one can hear his cries for help. Curiously, one of the oddities to appear out of this bizarre situation is a sentence that is written in red on the door, which states, "Don't go out, Walter." While scrutinizing the door with the intent of trying to find some means of escape, Henry suddenly hears a loud thud on the other side of the door. Curious, Henry peers into the peephole to look outside, only to be met with his next-door neighbor from room 301, Eileen Galvin. Eileen is seen gathering a fallen grocery item that fell out of her bag, which is for an upcoming party that she's preparing to go to. However, unbeknownst to her and seen by Henry, are 15 ominous red-colored hands that are planted on the wall across from him in the hallway. As Henry stands afar from the door, he finds a mysterious note on the ground. On this note, it has someone, seemingly a child, asking why their mom doesn't wake up. With the situation becoming dire, Henry continues his search in his apartment for any sign that could indicate a clue to escaping from room 302. Gazing outside into the city streets and bustling life of South Ashfield, with the everyday folk going about their daily lives, Henry notices a woman who's standing idle as she descends into a stairwell into the subway station. While looking intently into the outside world that continues without him, Henry hears a loud crash inside of his bathroom. Startled yet determined, Henry enters his bathroom to suddenly stumble upon a large, gaping hole in the wall. Henry stands baffled as how exactly something like this could happen. Nevertheless, Henry takes his chances, as this is seen as potentially an escape from room 302. As he slowly crawls through the claustrophobic hole that seemingly grows never-ending, he inches closer to what seems to be a bright light. Henry continues his crawl until finally reaching the end of the tunnel. As he does, Henry awakens while crouched on a moving escalator. Familiarizing himself with the dark and ominously quiet atmosphere, Henry gathers the courage to explore the liminal halls of the subway station, only to find the girl he previously saw far from his apartment window standing in the hallway. The girl, shocked yet offended by Henry's lack of acknowledgement of her identity, shows a bit of entitlement, but introduces herself as Cynthia Velasquez. Cynthia refers to their situation as a dream, which Henry finds hard to believe. As they continue to get familiar with each other, Cynthia attempts to flirtatiously seduce Henry into helping her escape from this dream. By obliging with her request, Cynthia would pull a special favor for Henry, if he does. According to the official documentation, another Crimson Tomb, which delves into the major cast of characters' biographies, as well as expanding upon the world's lore and mythology, sees further elaboration exploring Cynthia Velasquez's backstory. About 16 years ago, Cynthia meets a man referred to as him in the same subway station. Before their meeting, however, Cynthia was only 13 years old, with the occupation as a junior high school student, who would, unintentionally, pass by the man sitting from afar. Whether she was with her friends from school or alone, she would always see him, often hanging around the subway station by himself. She recounts seeing the man staying in the subway station all night in worn-out clothes and in a sleeping bag, but never approaching him and leaving him be. One day, the man would approach Cynthia, who, much to her shock, was curious what he had to say. The man continued to ask her a very personal question, stating which school was she going to. Shocked, but surprisingly compliant, she tells the man that she went to North Ashfield Junior High School. While coming off as friendly, she still sets her boundaries as she isn't foolish enough to talk to strangers haphazardly, as she still doesn't know his intentions. The man then makes an odd statement about an apartment, specifically room 302. As he continues to ramble, Cynthia's friends come to her rescue and tell her to distance herself from the stranger as they see him as a creep and a piece of crap, telling her to leave him alone and that they should get going. However, Cynthia indulges in the mysterious man's questions and continues to comply with him. She then tells the man he looks handsome and where he is from. The man replies that he is from Silent Hill. Her friends, now growing frustrated and resilient against her actions, once again drag Cynthia away from the man. The man then shouts out Cynthia's name, much to her shock. This is enough to get her attention, and much to her friends' dismay, Cynthia forces herself away from her friends and confronts the man. She then puts her right hand on his cheek, telling him that while she told him he was handsome, she doesn't want him to misinterpret that she may find him attractive, giving false expectations. She then continues to relentlessly lambast the man by telling him his clothes are filthy, he smells of odor, and this isn't what a type of girl like her is into. Finishing off her insults, she then questions him about how he knows her, to which he reveals he heard of her name 10 years ago. Shocked and disgusted, Cynthia grows grossed out by the knowledge of now knowing he has been eavesdropping on her for the past 10 years since she was 3 years old. Cynthia then regroups with her friends as they hurry down the stairs onto the subway platform. As they get enough distance away from the man, Cynthia comments on how it's just not her day, and it's just her luck to meet a creep like the man she met. However, to reconcile and ease the creepy encounter, she tells her friends they should all go to a nightclub together. Her friends, however, groan and show disdain for her decision as they unanimously agree that Cynthia will get caught again. However, Cynthia tells them that she'll be fine, as they won't notice if it's her. As they get acquainted and roam the subway station, Cynthia suddenly starts to feel pain in her stomach and feels the need to vomit, running into the restroom. As Henry waits for Cynthia after a long period of time, he is then confronted unexpectedly by a mutilated, decayed dog, as it's thrown out of the restroom. Close by are other dog-like monsters, grouping around the incapacitated monster to consume its flesh. The monster, Sniffer Dog, is a canine-like creature that appears in dirty, leathery, decayed-like skin that exposes much of their flesh, with burned, mutilated patches that appear all over the body. When hearing a loud, audible sound, they are immediately alerted to their prey and will echo a loud snarl before hunting them down. They typically appear in a pack, either as males or females. Interestingly, the male variant is notable in its visible eyes, ears, and green-like fur, with an elongated red tongue, while the female variant is noticeable with missing its eyes and ears, while coated with a brown-like fur with an elongated purple tongue. As their name implies, the sniffer dog is usually seen in either groups or alone, feasting upon its prey, which is typically depicted as a monster's corpse. They consume their food by using their long, slithery tongue by slurping and sucking its blood to consume as food. They are notable in their agility, as they're seen as fast predators that can outrun their prey, as they have prominent speed and a powerful lunge. Because they are agile, especially susceptible to loud noises, walking passively and far from the sniffer dog will not alert them. A sniffer dog is symbolic of Walter Sullivan's disdain for animals, as he found animals intimidating after a bad experience with one when he was much younger. This fear would be manifested when Walter would visit a pet shop in his youth and was nearly bitten by a dog, scarring the poor child. After his encounter with the sniffer dog, Henry immediately runs into the restroom to check in on Cynthia, assuming she was harmed by the sniffer dog, as had previously come out of the restroom. However, much to his misfortune, Henry finds Cynthia completely gone. Close by, he suddenly finds another large gaping hole that he had previously found in his restroom in his apartment. With no other option, and out of desperation for Cynthia's safety, Henry ventures into the hole once more in hopes of finding her. As Henry enters the hole, he finds himself awakening in his bedroom. Appalled by the events that transpired previously, Henry questions whether what he experienced alongside the woman he met was yet another dream. Uncertain and lost in thought over the ambiguous nature, Henry continues forth into his living room in his apartment. While here, he glances towards the wall where his furniture seems to have slightly moved, partially, as if someone had moved it recently. As Henry moves the furniture, a handgun lies on the floor and another carved out hole in the wall. While startled, Henry musters the courage to look into the hole to see what's on the other side. As he looks into the hole, he finds his next door neighbor, Eileen Galvin, sitting atop her bed as she looks for her broom. Suddenly, Henry hears a loud ringing from behind him that appears to originate from his bedroom. As he relocates to his room to answer the telephone, Henry hears Cynthia pleading with him to save her, as she is still trapped in the subway station. She tells him to find a token to reach her position. With no time to lose, Henry decides to use the hole in his restroom as a means to traverse these portals to these other worlds. Once back in the subway world, Henry stumbles upon a mannequin that bears a very similar appearance to Cynthia. On the mannequin's hand, as it reaches out to Henry, it holds the Lynch Street line coin, which Henry will need to use to enter the stairwell to the bottom floor of the ascending platform in the subway station. As Henry makes his descent to the bottom, Henry suddenly encounters a sight that can only be described as paranormal. To be more specific, a ghost. Ghosts are one of the recurring enemies in-game, much like the monsters, that appear in subsequent areas that Henry frequents over the course of his journey throughout Walter's other worlds. The ghosts are entities that possess strong physical prowess, as they cannot be killed as they are effectively deceased. Much of their behavior shows the ghostly entities appear at random, phasing through the walls, leaving behind a large, massive sticky, gooey-like flesh that protrudes as they climb out to reach their victim to kill them. To inflict harm on Henry, they don't necessarily have to physically harm him through violent attacks, but rather, merely being in his presence makes Henry susceptible to their overwhelming influence, leaving him with intense headaches, which depletes his health, leaving him vulnerable. To counter this threat, Henry must equip a Saint Medallion, negating the ghost's influence, which leaves Henry void of experiencing health depletion. However, this still leaves Henry vulnerable and not necessarily void of physical attacks, as he can still be dealt damage if left open. Furthermore, the Saint Medallion is only a temporary solution, as the amulet will break after prolonged use. With the handgun, Henry can use a silver bullet to fire at ghosts, leaving them immobile for a short time frame. However, these are rare to find and hard to come by. The candles can be placed in an environment where ghosts are nearby, which repels them from circulating onto their prey. Although, much like the Saint Medallion, the candle will expire after a short period of time. Lastly, the most effective means of incapacitating a ghost effectively, without repercussions, is a Sword of Obedience. This sword is seen as a long-term solution to the ghost, as it can be used to put down a ghost for good. As Henry implants the sword into the ghost on the ground, this leaves the ghost completely immobile and unable to move. However, much like the silver bullet, there are very few of these swords that can be used. The first ghost that Henry encounters is named Jimmy Stone, a cultist who served under the religious cult, the Order, who was positioned as a priest and executioner under the Valtiel sector. Jimmy Stone dates back to the early history of the town of Silent Hill, more specifically, under his ancestor, Reverend Stone. Reverend Stone, while not serving under the position of the role in the order, rather as a Christian preacher in the communal church in Silent Hill, Maine, during the 1860s, would indirectly influence the practices and teachings of Jimmy Stone, albeit for more nefarious and immoral purposes. As a member serving under the Valtiel sector, Jimmy Stone served under Valtiel, among those in his faction who believed that Valtiel was closer to God, as he served as a scribe. Valtiel played the important role of ensuring the birth of God, delivered from its surrogate mother to rebirth the world under a new paradise. As the Valtiel sector served as not only priests but executioners, this would see these ritualistic practices and performances conducted by Jimmy Stone. The executioners would wear red triangular hoods with white ceremonial robes, modeled after Valtiel. This would earn Jimmy Stone the nickname the Red Devil. On one fateful day, a young Walter would be groomed and influenced under Jimmy Stone's accomplice, George Roston, to conduct the 21 Sacraments ritual, which would inadvertently backfire for both Jimmy and George, because George influenced Walter to be indoctrinated under the practices and beliefs of Valtiel. He would manifest this and carry out his first murder, Jimmy Stone, by sneaking up behind him and shooting him with a handgun behind the head. Because of the 21 Sacraments ritual commenced accordingly, this would see Jimmy Stone become Walter's first of many victims to fall prey to him and be damned to becoming a ghost wandering his other worlds forever. Close by is another one of the ghosts that was murdered by Walter as his 14th victim, named Toby Archbold, a priest who conducted under the Holy Mother sector of the order. Toby conducted much of his operations in the Silent Hill Wish House orphanage. Upon the aftermath of the deaths of both Jimmy Stone and George Roston, this would prove detrimental to the Valtiel sector, as their influence under the order continued to dissolve. As this would be damaging to the order, Toby decided in a fit of desperation to preserve the Holy Mother sector by increasing its influence under legal business practices by selling marijuana in secret. Because of the success of his illegal operations, Toby would preserve and reopen Silent Hill Wish House Orphanage, getting monumental praise and respect amongst his peers. This feat would not go unnoticed and would see Toby elected as one of the members of the city council for Silent Hill due to his contributions. However, this short time of glory would see Toby see time catch up with him, as he would last be seen deceased after a visit to Mexico, as his cause of death would be due to being pushed off a cliff by Walter Sullivan. After Henry's encounters with both Jimmy Stone and Toby Archbold, he would continue his descent to the lower platforms of the subway world. As Henry makes it to the subway platform, he finds a scared Cynthia stuck inside one of the subway cars, pleading to him to save her. Without hesitation, Henry makes his way to the first subway car to open the locked doors for Cynthia so she can escape. Once they reconvene, both Henry and Cynthia venture through the surrounding maze-like subway cars to reach the other side of the subway platform. As they both reach the opposite end, Henry and Cynthia both enter a nearby door, only to see Cynthia absent and nowhere to be found once again. Henry, left perplexed, decides to continue to explore the subway world in hopes of once again finding Cynthia. Henry presses forward by traversing the underground tunnels to reach another lower subway platform. Once here, Henry hears Cynthia's voice, telling him that she found an exit and to find her at the turnstile. However, she tells him to hurry as she exclaims in a fit of panic that he's here. Rushing to Cynthia, Henry enters a prolonged flight of moving escalators to be met with a new monster called the Wallman. A lanky, flesh-like humanoid monster attached to the wall at its waist sees the Wallman stuck and immobile, incapable of movement. However, as their upper torso has control and freedom, they are still a threat that can be brutal if caught in their crosshairs. While its attack is simplistic, only having the ability to swing both of its arms, its attack is powerful enough to knock down Henry in just one swing. Furthering their physical attacks is their intelligence, as they can camouflage themselves in walls, surprising their victim by attacking them suddenly. The Wallman can be symbolic of Walter's fear of isolation, confinement, and claustrophobia. There are many themes seen throughout the story that force Henry to enter tight and linear spaces to make him comfortable with being uncomfortable, such as crawling through tight, linear holes, looking into holes, or being stuck inside his own apartment. Walter, seen as having nowhere to go but to survive for much of his life without a home, can see the places surrounding him as hostile and lacking the hospitality he desired. After ascending the escalator, Henry finds himself back at the turnstile. As he arrives, he finds miscellaneous makeup accessories that are assumed to be Cynthia's, with puddles of blood nearby in the next door room. Before entering, Henry receives the Temptation placard, one of the 4 placards he will collect. Entering the room, Henry finds a bloodbath all over, from top to bottom, with the center of the floor remaining Cynthia as she slowly dies. Henry holds Cynthia intimately to console her as she laments to him with her dying words that this is just a dream, and that she had too much to drink last night. Respecting her wishes, Henry goes along with Cynthia's delusions so she doesn't have to bear the burden of the reality happening before her. Cynthia laments that she never got to give Henry that special favor for him. Cynthia then caresses Henry's cheek, telling him that she feels like she is dying. Henry holds her hand tightly, consoling her that it's just a dream. As Cynthia dies, a marked bloodstain is revealed on her left breast with the words 16 out of 21, confirming Cynthia as Walter's 16th victim. However, this would be unbeknownst to Henry until much later as to what these markings truly mean. Henry awakens in his bedroom of his apartment to hear a loud, blaring sound from an ambulance radiating outside of his window. Curious about what is happening, Henry peers into the outside world to find the ambulance parked outside of the subway entrance, alluding to Cynthia's body being discovered. Henry then looks outside his front door where he finds the superintendent, Frank Sunderland, using a broom to clean the hallways on the 3rd floor. The wall with the numerous handprints then show a new bloodstained handprint, implying this to be Cynthia's, as there's now 16. As the name implies, Frank Sunderland is the father of James Sunderland, the previous protagonist of Silent Hill 2. Frank Sunderland is known amongst the residents of South Ashfield Heights as the superintendent, as South Ashfield Heights has been around for about 40 years before the events of Silent Hill 4. It's implied that Frank Sunderland has been around as its superintendent since then. Around this time, Frank would unexpectedly discover a baby crying in room 302, left abandoned by his parents. This baby would be Walter Sullivan. Because Frank knew of the previous occupants, Walter's parents, he was left in ambiguity as to the reasons Walter was left abandoned by his parents, leading him to speculate that they had financial troubles or got into some form of danger. Regardless of the reason, the outcome was that Walter was disowned by his own parents, leaving Frank to give Walter to St. Jerome Hospital, a nearby hospital in South Ashfield. Due to his conscience and empathy, Frank kept Walter's umbilical cord in his room for over 34 years, seeing it as too precious to throw out. A few years after this incident, Frank would randomly see a little boy come by South Ashfield Heights on occasion to specifically visit room 302. However, one day, he would abruptly stop showing up at the apartment building for unknown reasons. Eventually, similar events would transpire, as an older Frank Sunderland would find an adult man wearing a coat visiting room 302, leading him to believe this was the same little boy, but now all grown up. This would, much like years prior, stop one day, but Frank would still have dreams of the man crying and calling to his mother outside of room 302. Henry continues his journey in trying to find a way to escape room 302 by using the hole to travel to Walter's other worlds. Upon going through the hole, Henry finds himself in a forest world known as Silent Hill Woods. Wandering into the dark, foreboding forest, Henry soon encounters a massive swarm of monstrous moth-like bat creatures called the Hummer. These agile creatures are small in its size, appearing as an amalgamation of a bird, presumably a hummingbird, as the name implies, and a bat, as they encompass a long, needle-like beak whilst having black wings to fly around. They tend to make loud, humming, buzz-like sounds when alerted to someone's presence. While not extremely hostile in its attacks, they're rather seen as irritating when Henry is overwhelmed in large groups, swarming Henry by dealing only minor damage. They can, however, be easily disposed of with a melee weapon or firearm with just one attack, resulting in them falling onto the ground. Because the Hummer has similarities to a hummingbird and a bat, in juxtaposition to their design, they likely can be symbolic of peace, yet also death. According to Native Americans, they depict the hummingbird as a symbol of love, peace, and joy. In conjunction with this belief, the natives also saw bats as a symbol of shamanic death and rebirth. It's believed that shamans who undergo ritualistic death confront their fears in self-transformation. This juxtaposition with the hummingbird and bat theme with the Hummer could encompass Walter's goal in achieving peace and joy through the completion of the 21 Sacraments ritual proposed to bring him close to his mother, which is what he wanted for his whole life. However, in undergoing this process, this transformed Walter into malicious, sadistic, and sociopathic serial killer who killed innocent people for his selfish desires, seeing him also needing to die to be reborn to achieve this goal, furthering his path along the lonely, ambient woods. Henry finds a parked car with its engine lights still active, with the door left wide open and the driver nowhere to be found. Atop the driver's seat, Henry finds a note left by the driver. In this note, the driver mentions that it's been a while since they've driven to Silent Hill, in an effort to hopefully one day meet the devil. Before ending his thoughts, he mentions that whenever he comes to a cool place, much like Silent Hill, he always gets thirsty, leaving with his signature, Jasper Gain. After reading the note, Henry finds a man nearby, sitting on top of a rock, pondering to himself. When interacting, the man, Jasper Gain, talks with a speech impediment. Jasper mentions to Henry that there was previously another nosy guy who was looking for a stone, but Jasper states that he found it first. Jasper then mentions an ancient relic that was possessed by the Native Americans, which they called the Nakihona. According to Jasper, the natives used this relic in a ritualistic ceremony to talk to their ancestors. Jasper refers to these group of guys, the Order, using this item for the Mother Stone. He continues to inform Henry that the Silent Hill Wish House Orphanage was housed by a cult that collected orphans, and, as he puts it, did things to them, implying physical abuse as a means to indoctrinate their religious cult-like practices into the children. According to the Another Crimson Tomb documentation, it reveals that 10 years ago, Jasper Gain was still a high school student at the time, who was previously friends of two boys named Bobby Randolph and Zine Martin. Bobby and Zine were interested in the occult and ritualistic practices of the Order, mostly associated with the conjuring of God, whom they perceived as the devil. Jasper, hesitantly, tells Bobby with a shaky voice that the devil isn't his friend. Upon being peer pressured by his friends to join them in meeting the devil, suddenly, Bobby is heard screaming violently. Shortly after, Zine is also heard screaming violently. As they scream to Jasper to help them, they are nowhere to be heard or seen. Suddenly, Jasper hears a voice from a man calling to him. The man taunts him, telling him if he's still hiding and that he came here to see him. Without a second thought, Jasper immediately ran away as far as he could from the man, until he stopped at a drugstore for safety. As he finds solace in his surroundings, he turns back to see that the man was nowhere to be found and was completely gone. After this incident, Bobby and Zine were reported missing. The aftermath of this incident will later reveal that Bobby Randolph and Zine Martin would be strangled to death by Walter Sullivan, and have both of their hearts removed, respectively. Both of their corpses will later be found on a college campus in Pleasant River. Bobby Randolph would be Walter's second victim, and Zine Martin would be Walter's third victim. After talking to Jasper, Henry encounters the Silent Hill Wish House Orphanage. On paper, the Wish House Orphanage was, to society, seen as a foster care for orphans, unfortunate enough to not have parents or guardians under their care. However, the true intentions of the Wish House Orphanage would be revealed, as, according to investigative journalist Joseph Scriber, who published an article titled Joseph's Article, would reveal in his expose that on the surface level, the orphanage would provide a place of hospitality and promote a charity organization under the Silent Hill Smile Support Society to collect revenue and use the funds to help provide for the children. However, in execution, this is merely a cover-up which saw those in charge take advantage of those profits to extort them, and physically abuse the children who lived in the orphanage. If the children were foolish enough to rebel against the cult members, such as straying away from their cult practices, the adults would punish them by sending them to the water prison, where they would be further tortured through other means and imprisoned indefinitely. A woman named Mrs. Smith, who lives near Wish House Orphanage, sometimes heard children crying at night while the adults simultaneously chanted weird prayers. When Mrs. Smith complained to the staff, she was denied any access to the orphanage. Another reporter attempted to ask permission to take photos inside the Wish House Orphanage, but was also denied. At the end of Joseph's article, he states he will further his research into the Wish House Orphanage and the cult running the legal operations behind it. Upon his arrival at Wish House Orphanage, Henry returns to his apartment through the hole. Once returned, he decides to check the peephole of his front door, to be met with a worried Eileen, ringing his doorbell and banging on his door. As Eileen tries to get the attention of Henry, he yells to her, pleading to help him and get him out of his room. Much to his dismay, Eileen doesn't hear anything from the other side of the door. However, she grows suspicious of the activity that is seemingly going on in room 302. Eileen is then joined by a fellow resident in the apartment building named Richard Braintree. Eileen tells Richard that she's been hearing strange noises coming from inside room 302, and if he could look out from his window from the opposite end of the apartment building to see if there's anything weird going on inside. However, Richard states that everything looked normal from his window and asks Eileen what Henry is like, as he doesn't know much about him. Eileen admits that she only knows Henry by name and in passing, but nothing more than that. With no other option, Richard recommends they both notify the superintendent of their current situation. After this exchange, Henry travels back to the forest world to continue his search in Silent Hill Woods. Once exploring, Henry is then met with an ex-ghost named Steve Garland, a man who owned and ran a pet shop located in the heart of South Ashfield named Garland. Like his pet store name implies, Steve Garland had a fondness for animals as he despised humans, due to their behavior easily angering him. 26 years ago, Steve was one day going about his routine at his pet store as if it were any other normal day. However, this day in particular would leave an everlasting impression on him as he would meet a young Walter Sullivan. Minding his business, Walter would speculate and roam the pet store, only to then handle a cage with an animal inside, to which he would accidentally drop and injure the animal in the process. This enraged Steve, as he would kick out the young Walter, which left him traumatized from the experience, but also grow a fear and hatred towards animals, possibly blaming Steve because of the event. 26 years later passed. Steve Garland would once again go about his standard routine, and, as fate would have it, an older Walter Sullivan would abruptly appear at Garland's pet store. Walter would then go about brutally murdering Steve with a submachine gun, leaving him numerous bullet wounds all over his body, except the chest area, to extract his heart. As if it wasn't enough, Walter would vent his anger and lash out towards the rest of the remaining animals by killing all of them with his submachine gun. Steve Garland would be Walter's fourth victim. After his encounter with the ghost, Henry would then stumble upon a cemetery to find a little boy alone. As the little boy is about to speak, he is then interrupted by Jasper. Jasper proceeds to ramble about a prophecy that he refers to as the Third Revelation, implying something big is going to happen with the presence of the little boy, as he exclaims in excitement in a delusional state. As Jasper walks away, the little boy is seen running off. As Henry returns to Wish House Orphanage, he finds Jasper awaiting him. Jasper tells Henry that the front door of the orphanage is locked. However, he was met by a nosy guy who gave Jasper something of importance, although this isn't for free. Jasper tells Henry that if he could find him something to drink to appease his thirst, that he'd give him a blood-inscribed spade in return. Once Henry has returned to his apartment to retrieve the chocolate milk, he gives Jasper the chocolate milk in return, much to his approval. With the blood-inscribed spade acquired, Henry uses the spade on a nearby tree of arms protruding from the ground. As he digs the ground, he finds a rusty, bloody key. However, with the key in hand, Henry cannot head back to the orphanage, as he would get stuck in a loop as long as he carries the key with him. Needing to think outside the box, Henry uses the hole to travel back to his apartment to store the key in his inventory box to acquire later on. Once Henry arrives at Wish House Orphanage, he retrieves the key from his inventory box and uses the rusty bloody key to finally enter the Wish House Orphanage. Once inside, he finds the interior completely distraught and left in disarray, finding miscellaneous children's drawings scattered across the floors, furniture left in a messy and unkempt state, and the entirety of the orphanage left abandoned. Elsewhere on the floor, Henry finds a memo that notes about the third sign, which states that one must return to the source through sin's temptation under the watchful eye of the demon, wandering alone into chaos. After finishing the note, Henry hears screaming from Jasper inside the room. Before entering, Henry collects the source placard. Once inside, Henry finds a disturbing scene of Jasper's entire body burning in fire as the skin begins to scorch and become mutilated. As Jasper is burning, he uses a nearby candlestick from the altar to brutally carve into his chest 17 out of 21, resulting in Jasper as Walter's 17th victim. Before dying, Jasper says he finally met who he claims is the devil. Upon awakening in his bedroom once again, Henry is awoken by the radio in his apartment with commentary on the recent murder of Jasper Gain. The police conduct an investigation that leads them to believe that this is connected to the Walter Sullivan case from 10 years ago. Moments later, Henry hears the ring of his doorbell coming from his front door. Looking through the peephole, he finds Frank Sunderland worried about him as he asks if he's in his apartment. In desperation, Henry pleads to Frank to help him as he laments that something is wrong with his room. However, as expected, Frank doesn't acknowledge Henry's presence, nor does he know he's behind the door, even if Henry screams and banging on the door. Although Frank uses his key to unlock Henry's apartment door, this proves to be futile as it doesn't open. Feeling hopeless, Henry's left once again with no other choice but to use the hole in his bathroom to traverse Walter's other worlds. Henry awakens to find himself inside a prison cell block, with the nearby shouting of a man locked in a jail cell. Without a moment to lose, Henry rushes to the man, calling out to him. Moments later, Henry finds a man named Andrew DeSalvo, pleading to Henry to set him free from his prison cell as he states, "He's going to kill me. Walter is going to kill me," having no sense of morals or boundaries when it came to exacting what he wanted out of selfish gain, but also to express this empowerment over those more vulnerable and fragile than him. Andrew DeSalvo would be that man. One day, he took the opportunity when given to him without hesitation. Silent Hill Wish House Orphanage would advertise the position of watchman to observe the children in the water prison. Some of these people would have no affiliation with the cults, but rather be everyday people. Andrew DeSalvo was hired to fit that role, keeping the children in check, even if it meant through violent and hostile behavior on his end. According to the Another Crimson Tomb documentation, Andrew was seen as always, or usually, drunk. And it was because of his intoxication that the children were exposed to the cruel and terrible person he truly was. He would go on to abuse the children, even if they weren't in the wrong, as it was a power move for him that he enjoyed. Because of his immoral behavior, the others, such as the children and the watchmen, called him Pig. Furthermore, Andrew's behavior stems from his lack of care of whether or not the children broke the rules, but rather enjoying abusing the children regardless. An example of Andrew's behavior is in one interaction he had with a group of kids who wanted to go outside and play in Silent Hill Woods. Andrew shouted at the kids, stating, "Hey, you punk, you want to go out and play in the forest? I don't care about the cult's teachings. You got the permission? I don't care. I'm the rule here. If you play in the forest again without my permission, you'll be sorry." The group of kids then replied to Andrew with, "Hey, we got the permission from God. Don't you know that?" Andrew, now enraged by the kids talking back, proceeded to the kids violently. After Andrew finished hitting the kids, hoping it was enough to instill fear into them and teach them a lesson, he saw one of them saying, "You don't understand the words of God. The pig will be punished by God." After meeting Andrew DeSalvo and promising to save him from his grim fate, Henry makes his way to the basement floor to collect the water prison exit key. Once collected, Henry heads to the rooftop of the water prison to shut off the water pressure system. Henry then makes his way to the third floor of the water prison to encounter a horrific, massive moss-like entity called the Twin Victim. This large creature appears to wear a black smock that is tattered and worn out, which bears a feather-like quality to his clothing texture. The smock is worn as a hood over the two conjoined twins with baby-like faces. The conjoined twins are shown to have ash-white pale skin, an enormous adult build, and long arms, which are used as a means of traversal as the creature lacks a pair of legs. The Twin Victim is seen as a very observant enemy type, as it is typically seen roaming around its environment, preying on its next victim. If Henry spotted by the Twin Victim, they will directly point at him before charging, and then lunging at him as their form of attack. If Henry happens to be close to their position, they will attack him with their arm, with a powerful swing to knock him down. If Henry successfully lands a hit to deal damage to them, they fall down incapacitated and cry and pout as if they were throwing a temper tantrum. The Twin Victims, while notably terrifying in their massive size and appearance, are, in actuality, a tragic set of twins who were, unfortunately, brutally murdered by Walter Sullivan. Their names were Miriam and Billy Locane. Around the time of the twins' murder, in an article discovered by James Sunderland in the garbage disposal of Woodside Apartments, titled Murder Incident Article, discusses the arrest of the prolific serial killer named Walter Sullivan. It was reported by the police that the tragedy took place in front of the Locane household, as the twins' corpses were discovered on their front street. Both Miriam and Billy Locane were brutally slaughtered and killed by an axe. Once deceased, Walter Sullivan removed both of their hearts respectively. Henry enters one of the prison cells to jump down the corpse disposal chute to reach the basement floor of the shower room. Henry then heads into the basement hall, proceeding up the ladder to the surveillance rooms. Once here, he must solve a puzzle by turning the valves to the correct position in the prison rooms. They're correctly aligned with the holes of the corpse disposal chute with a blood-stained bed. Once he solves the puzzle, Henry makes his way down the ladder to meet up with Andrew DeSalvo, who is now free from his captivity. Andrew is seen on his knees, pleading with the little boy not to let him die. Once the little boy leaves, Henry reconvenes with Andrew, asking him who the little boy is. Andrew reveals his name is Walter Sullivan, and that Andrew used to work at the Wish House Orphanage a long time ago, where he, at the time, happened to take care of Walter Sullivan when he was much younger. He continues to reveal that the Wish House Orphanage was, in actuality, the cover-up of the cult's religious background that they used to indoctrinate the children to brainwash them. Andrew states that Walter practiced the cult's teachings as he was fascinated by the descent of the Holy Mother ritual. Andrew then walks away, continuing to ramble in delusion. Henry ascends once again up the ladder to the 3rd floor to jump down the prison disposal chutes, descending to the basement kitchen. Once here, Henry acquires the Watchfulness placard. Once unlocking the door, Henry once again stumbles upon Andrew. However, Henry witnesses a brutal and violent sight to behold, as Andrew is seen deceased in a pool of water now consumed by his blood. On Andrew's stomach are numbers carved into a marking that says 18 out of 21. Andrew DeSalvo would become Walter's 18th victim. Henry awakens in his apartment to find that it is now sunset. While exploring his apartment, he finds that his bathroom shower is suddenly covered in blood. Henry decides to check through his peephole on his front door, finding both Eileen and Frank waiting outside Henry's apartment. Eileen asks Frank how the progress of unlocking room 302 is going so far, to which Frank replies of no success in his efforts. Frank reveals that similar incidents, much like the one happening concurrently with Henry, have happened before, admitting something is wrong with the apartment room. Although he is unsuccessful, Frank slips a note under the door in hopes of getting Henry's attention. Frank then abruptly reveals to Eileen that he keeps an umbilical cord in his apartment, much to her shock and discomfort. As they both leave, Henry finds a new bloodstained hand on the wall, now amounting to 18. With not much else to do, and to no avail, and calling for help, Henry decides to re-enter the hole in his bathroom to travel through Walter's other worlds. Henry awakens to find himself in the building world, a manifestation of South Ashfield's various buildings, such as department stores, apartments, and back alleys. As he explores, Henry then encounters a humanoid, monkey-like creature called a gumhead, reeking of molted, gray skin that appears decayed. These creatures embody an amalgamation of a humanoid-like appearance and radiate the sounds of monkey-like screeching or grunting. The gumheads come in 2 variants. The old type is completely gray and seen as commons, seen with large, tumor-like growths on their neck that are exposed and stretched out, and a mutilated face that looks melted. The new types have red patches that appear as scrapes or cut marks, with a similar cancer-like growth exposed. Gumheads are depicted as having lower intelligence, as seen in both their behavior and vocalizations. They are typically seen as primitive in their mannerisms, and mimic ape-like sound in their speech. Although they may not be intelligent as other monsters, they are still a threat not to be trifled with. When attacking, the gumhead is seen as rather playful when it comes to its prey, as they're incredibly agile in their movement by using the legs to hop back and forth. Typically, they're seen either striking Henry with their arms or biting him. They are seen as much more ruthless if they procure a melee weapon. The gumhead could serve as a symbolic representation of Walter's adverse feelings towards society, and how he perceives people, presumably men, given the more masculine appearance of the gumhead, as lesser than, which is supported due to lack of intelligence and primitive-like mannerisms. Throughout much of Walter's life, his interactions with others were negative and emotionally traumatic experiences that affected him in his upbringing. These interactions with more masculine figures resulted in this form of animalistic abuse and lack of emotional empathy expressed towards a young Walter. As Henry continues throughout the building world, Henry is suddenly met with Richard Braintree as he falls stories above onto the ground below, seemingly unscathed as he seems unbothered and lacks any wounds from his fall. Suddenly, Richard asks Henry where he is as he equips and aims his revolver at him. However, Richard soon realizes his mistake as he recognizes Henry. After getting acquainted, they formally introduce themselves properly. Richard then asks Henry as to how exactly they got into this weird, freaky world, as he puts it. He then ponders that if he and Henry ended up in this other world, then something wrong must be happening to the apartment building they both live in. Richard then makes a realization, connecting the strange and mysterious disappearance of the person before Henry, who lived in room 302, must have seemingly disappeared in one of Walter's other worlds. Richard then leaves Henry to himself in hopes of escaping. In his time living at South Ashfield Heights, the apartment residents attended to talk about Richard Braintree behind his back, as he was infamously known for having a short temper which led to altercations. One of the worst incidents was with another resident named Mike, who was revered as a perverted stalker, who preyed on one of the apartment residents named Rachel. One day, Mike unintentionally bumped into Richard's shoulder by accident, leading to Richard to yell at Mike. However, Richard was much moodier than usual, shouting, "Who do you think I am?" Richard's short emotional outburst got the best of him, which led to him grabbing Mike by the collar of his shirt, dragging him to his apartment of room 207. The crowd, witnessing the events unfold, would shortly follow behind. Mike would then be brutally beaten by Richard, which would see him come out completely naked, with Richard holding his shirt and jeans completely soaked in blood. Richard then shouts at Mike as he's running away, saying, "How do you like that, you sick little freak? You had it coming at you." Richard would then throw Mike's clothes to the ground in a fit of rage. As Richard looked into the crowd, Richard noticed a little boy whom he had seen before. Richard then yells at the little boy, saying, "You're snooping around again? Get out of here before you really piss me off." As Henry continues to explore the building world, Henry finds an apartment room with a ghost on the floor, incapacitated with a large sword that penetrates through his chest. This ghost is named Eric Walsh. On the day of his birthday, Eric was eagerly anticipating a special day, as he was looking forward to spending time with his family. While he was working as a bartender at Bar South Ashfield, he met a customer with whom he had an idle conversation with. As he was serving the customer told Eric about the recent murder of the pet store owner, Steve Garland, and the rest of the animals that were brutally slaughtered, warning him to tread carefully as eyewitnesses reported that the murderer was still at large. With this information in mind, Eric made sure to close the bar early and was off shift earlier than usual, due to the recent events of the murder close by. Although weary, and understandably alarmed about the murder, Eric still looked forward to spending his birthday with his family. Once Eric arrived home, a feast and cake were prepared for him, surprising him. However, it wasn't his family who were there to surprise him. Instead, it was a serial killer, Walter Sullivan, who wished him a happy birthday as he shot Eric point blank in his face with a handgun, killing him instantly. Eric Walsh would become Walter's 10th victim. Before departing from the ghost, Henry takes the ghost's key to exit the apartment. Henry eventually makes his way through several local department stores, such as the sporting goods store, to reach Garland's pet store to acquire the Albert Sports key, to then return to the sports shop to exit the store. Henry eventually reaches an elevator in which he once again meets Richard Braintree. As the elevator descends to the lower floor, he catches a glimpse of Richard, equipped with his revolver, aiming it at the young Walter. During this exchange, Richard asks the young boy if he was the kid Henry was warning him about, and, as he slowly recognizes him, asks if he was the little boy who used to hang around the apartment of room 302. Before he can get an answer, the young Walter runs away, with Richard following close behind. Amassing in quantity, appearing as a tall, slender, fungi-like creature that appears in various locations throughout Walter's other worlds. The toadstool serves as an obstacle that blocks Henry's path in tight, linear spaces. While they do pose as a threat when blocking Henry's means of traversal, they don't oppose much of an offensive attack as they remain passive. Unless touched when making close contact, they are easily removed and defeated with either a melee weapon or a firearm. The toadstool can be viewed as an allegory for death and rebirth. Because mushrooms operate strictly in the ground of the earth, they can be seen as representing decay and infection. As decomposers, fungi thrive on dead matter, creating new life from what has perished. Because of the everlasting presence of the toadstool throughout Walter's other worlds, it can be symbolic of the death suffered by Walter's victims. Their presence, figuratively speaking, serves as a form of decay and infection that rots and plagues the memories manifested from his other worlds. Eventually, Henry stumbles upon Bar South Ashfield. Inside the bar, Henry finds a note on the counter, which hints that the code to the locked door can be found on an advertisement poster on top of the building opposite to South Ashfield Apartments. With this in mind, Henry travels back to the apartment to look outside his window to find the last 4-digit numbers displayed on the billboard advertisement. Upon receiving the code, Henry puts it into the keypad, unlocking the door successfully. Once done, Henry ascends the long stairwell to meet Richard Braintree. However, Henry is met with a gruesome and horrific sight of Richard getting electrocuted as a young Walter stands nearby, watching him as he dies. Although Henry tries to save Richard, his efforts prove to be futile as the shock hurts him the moment he makes contact. Simultaneously, young Walter looks outside the window to which he points at something, implying South Ashfield Heights as the next location Henry needs to go to. As Richard dies, the carved marking of 19 out of 21 is written in blood on top of his forehead. Richard Braintree is Walter's 19th victim. Henry awakens in his bedroom to find his radio emitting a frequency that tunes into a station that hears the local police discussing the recent murder of Richard Braintree. They speculate that this is connected to the Walter Sullivan case from 10 years ago. But the problem is that Walter Sullivan is dead, as they have evidence of the body. They are led to believe that there is a copycat killer impersonating these murders. Outside of Henry's window, he finds a man with blonde hair and a long coat, pointing to his neighbor's apartment in room 303. Henry is led to believe the next victim is Eileen. Worried, Henry checks in on Eileen immediately through the peephole of his wall. Thankfully, Eileen is safe, as she's seen wearing a dress for a party that she mentioned earlier. Although she appears safe, Henry still feels the need to confirm his suspicions of Eileen's life at stake. Henry then enters the hole in his bathroom to awaken in the apartment world. This world is a manifestation of Walter's memories, of his times visiting the apartment of room 302. However, in his other world, it's eroded in flesh and blood that pulsates, as if the apartment itself is alive. This could serve as an allegory for Walter's delusional belief that his mother is room 302 itself. Henry enters room 301 to find a note from his former next-door neighbor named Mike. Mike previously lived in South Ashfield Heights before going absent. During his time here, he was seen as a perverted stalker who was deeply infatuated with another apartment resident named Rachel. He would pester her with flowers, love letters, and invade her personal privacy. Other residents in the apartment complex caught wind of this and were disgusted or hated him. Till this day, it's unknown what became of Mike, but because he had a connection to his former next-door neighbor, Joseph Schreiber, living in room 302, his memories manifested in Walter's other world. Elsewhere in room 301, Henry finds a picture of a younger Frank Sunderland and Rachel. Taped onto the picture is the superintendent's key. Next to this is a picture of Rachel, dressed in a nurse's attire. On this photo are the words, "I love you," that are written by Mike. Before leaving room 301, Henry is met with another one of the ghosts, a middle-aged woman named Sharon Blake. Sharon was seen as self-aware and incredibly skeptical of Silent Hill, specifically the cult that ran the Wish House orphanage. As her family had lived in Silent Hill, they were indoctrinated into the cult and frequented the Silent Hill church. Although Sharon was persuaded by her family to join the cult, she denied her family's advances as she knew the true ulterior motives the cult practiced, deeming them as fraud. After some time, without hearing from her family, she began to grow worried and decided to go check on them for reassurance. Upon visiting Silent Hill, Sharon would venture into Silent Hill Woods to seek out answers from the Wish House orphanage, in hopes of getting an answer for her family's absence. Along the way, as she explores the woods, she finds a gravesite, and much to her misfortune, sees her family's gravestones. As if on cue, Sharon is inconveniently caught by Walter Sullivan as he happens to be in the area. Without receiving the chance to grieve for her family, Walter would forcefully grab Sharon, dragging her to Toluca Lake and proceeding to drown her until she died. Sharon Blake would become Walter's 13th victim. Once he collects the superintendent's key, Henry continues to search throughout the apartment world. Entering the stairwell, Henry is surprised by a man who sits atop one of the steps holding a doll. Quietly, without a hint of emotion or thought. The man who speaks to Henry is an older Walter Sullivan. Walter states that he received the doll from Eileen Galvin long ago, when she was much younger with her mother. Walter then tells Henry that he's giving the doll to him now. If Henry picks up the doll, it directly causes a haunting to be inflicted in his inventory box, which will then need to see him exorcise the haunting to cause it to subside. After his interaction with Walter, Henry proceeds to the superintendent's apartment. Inside Frank's room, he finds a box containing the umbilical cord that is Walter Sullivan's, which he kept out of empathy and remorse for his abandonment by his parents. Elsewhere in Frank's apartment, Henry finds more notes, a part of a red diary, which he mysteriously receives on consecutive visits back to room 302. Before leaving, Henry finds a key rack containing the apartment keys, which unlocks every apartment room in the apartment complex. Inside room 102, Henry finds a group of larvae, leech-like insects called tremor. These huge leeches vary in size, are coated in slime, and slither along either the floors or walls. While the tremor doesn't pose any particular threat, as they're easily avoidable and not necessarily a hostile enemy, they can prove to be a nuisance. If Henry were to make close contact with the tremor, they would inflict slight damage as they burst open. Henry can easily stomp on them, which instantaneously kills them. The tremor can be symbolic of a parasite, as they're first witnessed in the water prison world, and then afterwards appear in every single one of Walter's other worlds soon after. It's possible that the memories of Walter's parents that were seen from the perspective of the other apartment residents, such as Frank Sunderland, internalized their thoughts about the abandonment of Walter, perceiving him as a form of a parasite that would leech onto his parents, more specifically, his mother. After disposing the tremors, Henry finds a deceased cat inside a fridge, alongside another red paper. Henry then enters room 106 to find a nurse's uniform that belonged to Rachel. Rachel was a nurse who lived in South Ashfield Heights and had a friendship with Frank Sunderland. It's speculated that Rachel, due to her position as a nurse, worked in St. Jerome Hospital, located nearby in South Ashfield. Rachel was previously a name that was mentioned by Laura, a character in Silent Hill 2, who took care of both her and Mary Shepard Sunderland while in the hospital. It's possible that Rachel's connection to Frank led to Frank asking Rachel for a favor, personally asking her to be the caretaker for Mary while she was terminally ill. While exploring the second floor, Henry enters room 203 to find the next and final red paper. Once all the red papers are collected, Henry returns to room 302 to place all the red papers under his apartment door, to then read all of them upon returning. As Henry returns to room 302, the note of particular importance is "Red Diary Scrap, continued." In this memo, Henry reads a message that depicts the person, Joseph Scriber, having a bad headache and resting in his bed all day. Joseph implies that he will need something by the side of his bed. Henry then checks the side of his bed in his bedroom to find a doll key that is for room 303. With the doll key collected, Henry travels back to the apartment world to unlock room 303. Inside, he finds a gruesome sight as he sees Eileen heavily wounded as she lies on the floor, panting. On Eileen's back are marked numbers which read 20 out of 21. Before she faints, Eileen asks young Walter if he has found his mom, telling him to leave before he is next. Henry, led to believe that Eileen has died, falls to his knees. Eileen would become Walter's 20th victim. As Henry awakens once again in his bedroom, he hears the sounds of an ambulance nearby. As he looks outside his window, he finds the ambulance leaving moments later, which he believes is for Eileen. At his front door, Henry finds a tarot card called the Succubus Talisman. Inside his laundry room, Henry finds a marked carving into his wall, leading him to believe the Succubus Talisman needs to be placed there. Once placed, Henry then uses the 4 placards he previously collected on the wall surrounding the talisman. Once these items have been placed, a hole emerges from the wall. Because the hole in his bathroom wall is completely sealed, Henry compromises with a newly made hole in his laundry room to continue his travels between Walter's other worlds. Worried about Eileen as she lies scattered in his thoughts, Henry once again ventures into the horrors of the unknown. Behind the curtain reveals Walter Sullivan, using his hands to dig into a stomach of a woman's corpse. As Walter takes notice of Henry, he smiles sadistically without speaking a single word, scaring Henry into running outside into the hallway. In a room nearby, Henry witnesses a board that charts messages, photographs, and a study of Eileen Galvin, presumably from Walter. This leads Henry to believe and hope that Eileen is possibly still alive somewhere in the hospital world. As Henry continues to search for Eileen on the second floor of the hospital world, he stumbles upon ghostly apparitions controlling inanimate, sentient wheelchairs. The wheelchair is a possessed object that is controlled by a translucent ghost. While simplistic in nature, compared to the more formidable ghosts or monsters seen previously, the wheelchair is just as competent in proving to be a threat to Henry. It's very agile when it comes to momentum, never stopping and moving up and down in an orderly fashion while breaking its movement cycle. If Henry were to make contact with a wheelchair, it would see him get knocked down and stunned briefly. Because of their ghostly presence, they function similarly to the ghost enemies who cannot be killed and thus are invulnerable. The wheelchairs could be symbolic of Walter's disdain for hospitals. It also could be a manifestation of Walter's memories in the hospital when he was previously taken care of as a baby by the hospital staff during that time in his life, before shortly being adopted by Silent Hill Wish House Orphanage. As Henry checks the multiple rooms on the second floor of the hospital world, he stumbles upon a room with an abrupt and haunting sign of a massive Eileen head. The mysterious and ambiguous nature of the Eileen head is left up to interpretation as to what it could directly symbolize, but it could be seen as a mocking caricature of Henry's observations of Eileen. While his intentions are pure, as he genuinely cares about her, one can interpret his actions as unjust, as it is seen as an invasion of privacy, since she doesn't know of Henry's actions, which, without context, can be deemed as ulterior in his motives and give off the wrong intentions. Henry's observations can be seen elsewhere, such as his front door when looking into the peephole, the watchtower that peers into the children's cell rooms, or looking outside his window into the outside world that goes on without him, of South Ashfield. These observations are manifested into personifying those actions of Henry and completely reversing it onto him, projected by the aforementioned Eileen head. Massive in its size, and particularly the jittery eyes that follow and watch Henry as he moves around the room. Shortly after, Henry enters a room that contains the hospital room key. Once acquired, he unlocks the room containing Eileen, which sees Eileen passed out from her injuries, but thankfully, still alive. As Eileen wakes up, she screams in a panic. which sees Henry trying to console her. Recognizing Henry and becomes more at ease. Once calm, Eileen asks Henry what is going on. Henry explains to Eileen that one day he witnessed a hole appear in his bathroom, which he used to travel to these other worlds. Where there, he saw other people getting killed. Henry states that he last saw Eileen getting attacked and presumed that she died. Initially, Eileen scoffs and finds it difficult to believe Henry's story, but Henry reassures her that what they're experiencing is real. Eileen, after some thought, remembers that she was getting ready to go to her friend's party, but soon after met a little boy, young Walter, who protected her from a man in a coat. The older Walter Sullivan. Eileen apologizes to Henry for not believing him previously. Henry then tells Eileen that he does know that if they were to die in this other world, they would die in the real world. Henry explains that if they want to escape the hospital world, they need to exit through the hole he came through to travel back to his apartment. Agreeing, they both make their way to the hole to escape. When she was much younger, about 18 years ago, a young, 5-year-old Eileen Galvin, walking with her mother in the streets of South Ashfield, happened to pass by a homeless man lying in a withered sleeping bag. Eileen's mother whispers to Eileen to not look at him and to keep walking away without making contact. However, Eileen asks her mother why, and she decides to then approach the homeless man lying down in the street. Eileen continues to ask the homeless man why he's lying down in the street and if he's cold sleeping here. The man, looking puzzled, is shocked that she is talking to him. Her mother grows immediately worried and responds to Eileen by shouting at her not to continue to talk to him. However, the innocent and young, empathetic Eileen tells her mother why she can't see that he is cold and sad. Eileen then takes out of her bag her doll and gives it to the homeless man. Eileen tells him that he can keep it and he can sleep with the doll so it can keep him warm and give him company so he doesn't have to be alone anymore. After Eileen gives the homeless man the doll, her mother tells her that they need to go home as it's her dad's birthday today and they wouldn't want to be late to celebrate his special day. As they leave, Eileen tells the homeless man goodbye. The homeless man is seen looking at Eileen and her mother as he holds the doll tightly. To him, he sees that they look so happy and is in disbelief at the young Eileen's act of kindness. He then starts to cry profusely and continues to cry for a long time. As they are walking away, Eileen asks her mother if the homeless man will like the doll that she gave him, to which her mother responds that he will love it because she gave it to him. The homeless man was Walter Sullivan. As Henry and Eileen continue to escape the hospital world, they encounter, at the end of the long hallway on the second floor, a group of monsters called the Patient. This tall, grotesque, humanoid monster resembles that of a decayed corpse wearing a hospital gown, with molted, grey ashy skin, along with chunks of its flesh missing throughout its body. The Patient moves very menacingly as it walks toward Henry, and, once in close contact, continuously swings its melee weapon in a motion that never ends. While opposing in size, they can easily be taken down with a firearm or a perfectly timed swing. The Patient could be symbolic of Walter's mother, specifically the allegory of childbirth. Walter is seen previously removing not only the Patient's stomach but also her uterus. As a result, the Patient emits a loud, burping sound due to the extraction of these bodily functions. This could allude to Walter, metaphorically speaking, wanting to be reborn inside of his mother's womb. After some time, Henry and Eileen finally reach the hole. As Henry reassures Eileen by holding her hand as he enters the hole, he travels back to his apartment to waken on his bed to realize that Eileen is gone. As Henry lies in his bed confused, he suddenly hears a loud crash in his living room. Worried, he checks his living room to see that the ceiling fan has fallen on the ground. Henry begins to feel a heavy and negative energy in the room. At the front door, Henry receives a letter from the man he has previously been receiving letters from, named Joseph Scriber. Joseph gives Henry a small key and tells him that he'll need to go deeper into Walter's other worlds to find the hidden truth. Henry then travels back to the hospital world to meet with Eileen once again. Eileen, happy to see Henry, rushes to him to hug him tightly. Henry then asks Eileen if she's been here the whole time since he left, which she confirms, telling him that she didn't see a hole and he disappeared. Eileen tells Henry that he can't leave her alone as she's afraid that she'll become cursed, due to her being Walter's 20th victim. Henry reassures Eileen that he knows the way to save her. Henry tells Eileen that if she knew of someone named Joseph Scriber, to which she confirms that she did. Eileen reveals that Joseph was the previous occupant who used to live in room 302 before Henry moved in. Eileen mentions that Joseph was a journalist, but she doesn't know much else. She remembers that Joseph disappeared 6 months before Henry moved into room 302. Henry comments on Joseph's disappearance by telling Eileen that he was originally investigating a religious cult, the Order, and a serial killer named Walter Sullivan. Henry states that to get rid of Eileen's curse, and to put an end to the supernatural force that is the other worlds from Walter Sullivan, they must reach the deepest part of Walter's subconscious and reach the ultimate truth. Eileen agrees and sticks with Henry to see this through. As Henry and Eileen leave the room, they both reach the elevator. Henry uses the small key he received from Joseph, using it to exit the hospital world and enter Walter's other worlds. Inside is a spiral staircase that scales from the highest platform to the lowest platform. As Henry and Eileen descend the staircase, he makes a quick detour into room 302. Once inside, Henry witnesses room 302 becoming consumed by the paranormal, presenting an oppressive and hostile atmosphere. These are known as hauntings. Hauntings see various parts of room 302 become engulfed by various negative and dark forces that inflict damage upon Henry. To dispose of these threats, Henry must use either a candle to place down directly in front of the haunted anomaly, or equip the same medallion and stand idle next to it. After some time, these items will expel the haunting, returning the inanimate object back to its normal state. However, if these haunted anomalies are left undone, this will not only affect Henry's health, but also dictate the outcome of the ending. As Henry returns to the spiral staircase to meet up with Eileen, they head downwards to a door that leads them into the subway world. Both Henry and Eileen navigate the subway station to head towards the subway turnstile to enter Lynn Street platform. However, before they can enter, Henry is met with a ghost that is manifested from the corpse of Cynthia Velasquez, called Victim 16. Much like the previous ghost encountered, Victim 16 functions similarly. However, she is defined as a new type. Victim 16 will use her long black hair to tangle and trap Henry, becoming susceptible to taking damage, impaling Henry by reaching into his body to grab his heart. While avoidable and optional, it's best to dispose of these new types as they can be re-encountered on a consecutive basis, making progression harder. To dispose of Victim 16, much like the previous ghosts, it's best to use the Sword of Obedience to incapacitate her effectively. Nearby, Henry encounters the next monster called the Greedy Worm. This colossal behemoth is a large, slimy worm that is seen protruding out of the walls. These worm-like creatures are unkillable, but interestingly, can take damage. Although they aren't remotely depicted as a threat or dangerous, they are still a manifestation of Walter's other worlds, as they can be seen in various locations, enacting similar behavior. The Greedy Worm may be symbolic of serving as the connection as a primary link between the various other worlds manifested by Walter Sullivan. After this encounter, Henry and Eileen traverse the linear halls of the maze-like subway cars to reach one of the rooms on the opposite side. Once they reach the room with a hole in the wall, Henry descends the ladder, but due to Eileen's injuries, she's incapable of following him, leaving her stationary. Because of this, Henry must leave Eileen in safe rooms to prevent her from getting attacked by the monsters or ghost, as over time progressively curse her. Henry must then travel back to his apartment to reach his front door to receive the toy key. Once acquired, Henry travels back to the subway world to use the toy key on the toy chest, receiving the filthy coin. Henry must then again travel back to room 302 to wash the filthy coin. Once he washes the coin reveals a strange symbol with a $1 sign. This symbol refers to the vending machine, which also has the $1 sign symbol. Once returning to the subway world, Henry uses the coin on the vending machine, receiving the murder scene key. Henry continues to traverse the subway world, finding himself on the opposite end of the turnstile platform on King Street. Once here, he finds Cynthia's commuter ticket, allowing him to go between both turnstiles freely. With the murder scene key, he unlocks the room where Cynthia was murdered. In the room, he finds the train handle. With the train handle, Henry reconvenes with Eileen, and they both return to the King Street subway platform to enter one of the subway cars to use the train handle. In doing so, the subway car reveals a hidden passageway, allowing both Henry and Eileen to escape the subway world. Before exiting, they are surprised by Walter Sullivan, who's now hunting them down to stop them from progressing any further, becoming a stalker-type enemy that will be encountered on a consecutive basis that cannot be killed. As Henry and Eileen escape Walter, they descend the spiral staircase to reach the forest world. In the cemetery, Henry equips himself with a torch, which he will need to illuminate the dark wells scattered across Silent Hill Woods, to receive 5 missing mannequin doll parts for the burned doll puzzle. In their path to collect these 5 missing mannequin doll parts, Henry once again meets young Walter at the lookout point of Toluca Lake. In this exchange, Henry asks the young Walter if he is Walter Sullivan. The young Walter reveals that it is his name, as that is what everyone calls him, but to him, he doesn't have a real name. Henry asks if he has a mom or dad, to which he replies that his mom and dad abandoned him when he was a baby. However, young Walter reassures Henry that he will meet his mom soon, which he believes is room 302 itself. Walter states that according to the scriptures, if he were to complete the 21 Sacraments ritual, this would allow him to finally be with his mother again. After young Walter runs away, Henry finds the crested medallion. Elsewhere in Silent Hill Woods, Henry and Eileen eventually encounter Victim 17, the ghost of Jasper Gain. Victim 17 is depicted on fire, alluding to Jasper's cause of death through immolation. His body is seen as charred, mutilated, and constantly burning on fire. His attacks can be deadly as he uses the candlestick to inflict damage upon Henry, while simultaneously grappling with him. Much like Victim 16, Victim 17 is a formidable threat that can be a hindrance much later if not dealt with upon first encounter. It's best that Henry uses the same medallion, silver bullet, or candle to exercise the demonic energy, to then use the Sword of Obedience to pin down Victim 17, incapacitating him for good. Once Henry and Eileen acquire all 5 missing mannequin doll parts, Henry inserts them into the burnt mannequin doll in the wheelchair. Once done, the doll rolls off the platform, revealing a hidden trapdoor that ascends into a secret altar, which sees the cult's insignia, the Hail of the Sun symbol. Lying on the altar is a scripture, the Descent of the Holy Mother, the 21 Sacraments. According to the ancient black arts and dark practices foretold by the Order, the mythology surrounding the 21 Sacraments refers to a ritualistic ceremony, specifically within the Holy Mother sector. This prophesizes that if the ritual were to be completed, the Mother shall be reborn, and the nation of sin shall be redeemed. For this ritual to begin, the host would have to conduct a specific performance of conducting 21 sacrifices. These sacrifices would have to be performed in 3 phases. The first phase, referred to as the 10 hearts, needs to see 10 people sacrificed with their hearts extracted and a carved number on their bodies. The second phase, the Holy Assumption, sees the host needing to commit ritualistic suicide as a means to become a ghost, to continue conducting the rest of the sacrifices in this apparition form. As a result, the host would become the 11th sacrifice. The third and final phase would see the last of the 10 sacrifices apply themes such as temptation, source, watchfulness, and chaos. This would allude to such people as Cynthia Velasquez, Jasper Gain, Andrew DeSalvo, and Richard Braintree. After inserting the crest medallion into the plate on the door, Henry and Eileen find themselves once again descending the spiral staircase to reach the water prison world. Once they arrive, they both head downward to the 3rd floor cell block, reaching their prison cell with a bloodstained bed for Henry to jump down the hole to reach the basement floor. Once on the basement floor, Henry enters the room where Andrew DeSalvo was last seen murdered, where he finds a prisoner's shirt. With the prisoner's shirt, Henry must return to his apartment to coat the prisoner's shirt in his bathtub filled with blood. Once this is done, the bloody, soaked shirt reveals a hidden message telling Henry that someone left the Sword of Obedience under their bed on the 2nd floor cell block, stating that they plan to use this and implant it into the pig, referring to Andrew DeSalvo, who has the basement key. Henry then returns to the water prison world and ascends to the 2nd floor cell block to collect the Sword of Obedience. Once done, he regroups with Eileen to descend further to the basement floor. As they further their descent, they come face to face with Victim 18, the ghost form of Andrew DeSalvo. Much like the prior new type of ghost, Victim 18 has its unique set of perks that can be seen as imposing. Victim 18 sustains the ability to use his entire body to convert himself into a barrel roll to launch himself at Henry, dealing lots of damage. Along with his attack, Victim 18 has a strong aura that negatively affects Henry's Saint Medallion, depleting it much faster. Unlike the previous victims, Victim 18 is much tougher to defeat as it requires an elaborate effort to effectively incapacitate him for good. To do so, Henry must use a handgun and insert the silver bullet to fire at Victim 18, causing him to become stunned briefly. Moments later, Henry would need to use the Sword of Obedience to effectively defeat Victim 18. Once Victim 18 is defeated, Henry acquires the basement key. With the basement key, Henry and Eileen both exit the water prison world. Once again, they descend the spiral staircase to reach the building world. Upon arrival, they are immediately met with Victim 19, the ghost of Richard Braintree. The final set of new type ghost, Victim 19, encompasses unique abilities that are similar to those of the previous new type ghosts met previously. Due to his death by electrocution, Richard's body movements emulate those of the sporadic movements of someone getting shocked, resulting in their body convulsing violently. This is depicted in his ghost form, as much of his movement is erratic as he swings his crowbar violently in a glitch-like momentum. His movement is extremely unpredictable, as Victim 19 can be seen moving in slow motion while moving forward, but simultaneously moving backwards in a sudden, fast motion. Furthermore, the movement is not only specific to Richard walking in an unstable motion, but could also see him possess the ability to teleport in close proximity, as well as phase through inanimate objects if his victim chooses to run away from him. While in the building world, Henry and Eileen must traverse through the linear and tightly connected buildings to collect 4 pieces that belong to past victims of Walter Sullivan, which need to be returned to their respective origin. These 4 pieces are the cake candles, billiard ball, stuffed cat, and volleyball. The cake candles need to be placed in the birthday cake in Eric Walsh's apartment. The billiard ball needs to be placed on the pool table in Bar South Ashfield. The stuffed cat needs to be placed in a cage in Garland's pet shop. Finally, the volleyball needs to be placed in a basket in Albert's Sporting Goods. Once all these 4 items are returned to respective places of origin, Henry and Eileen must return to the basement floor of South Ashfield. Before arriving, Henry comes across another ghost named Peter Wells. Peter Wells was a high school student who was known to indulge in smoking marijuana, seen amongst his peers as an addict. One day, Peter was smoking marijuana in a secluded alleyway across from one of the streets in South Ashfield. It was rumored that he bought marijuana off of Toby Archbold, the priest who worked for the order. While with his friends in the alleyway, Peter noticed the ladder and decided to be devious and climbed the ladder to amuse his friends with his antics. However, as Peter reached the top of the ladder, he was nowhere to be found, as he mysteriously vanished moments later. It was later found that he was brutally beaten to death in a hotel room in South Ashfield Hotel. The murderer was Walter Sullivan. Peter Wells would become the 12th victim of Walter Sullivan. After his encounter, Henry and Eileen arrive at Bar South Ashfield. Once here, Henry must input a new code to lock the door to exit to the stairwell. To retrieve the new code, Henry must return to his apartment and answer the telephone, which relays a code for the door to unlock. Once completed, Henry and Eileen make the final descent down to the bottom floor to reach the one truth. As Henry and Eileen reach the room, they bear witness to a spectacle of numerous massive, wall-mounted creatures that lie resting above them, descending downward and, in conjunction, ascending upward in this continuous motion. These monsters would be deemed as the One Truth. The One Truth, much like the Wallman, appears to protrude out of the wall that is attached to a metal frame, with its flesh stretched outwards as it's attached to each corner of the frame. Due to the One Truth's ability to scale up and down, it is agile in evading Henry and Eileen's attacks. To make his attacks count, Henry would have to charge his melee weapon as he stands in front of the One Truth of his choosing, and have to time his swing to accurately hit the monster, causing it to be stunned once hit. In doing so, upon complete succession of these melee swings, once defeated, the One Truth will ascend upwards. However, the monster will respawn after some time. To properly defeat the One Truth, Henry needs to find the One Truth as the name implies, and once dealt damage, the true one will be revealed, as once it is hit, the rest of the monsters will also receive damage. The One Truth can be a symbolic representation in the literal and figurative sense of the truth behind the 21 sacraments, and the role Walter Sullivan plays in orchestrating his master plan. Henry is depicted as a receiver of wisdom, acknowledging that he values perspective in seeing others' thoughts and wanting to help them, driven by empathy and his care for other people. The battle against the One Truth could serve as a test in seeing if Henry is worthy of embodying this role. This also could be a test by Joseph Scriber, testing Henry to see if he has what it takes to defeat Walter Sullivan. Once the One Truth is defeated, Henry and Eileen make their final descent down the spiral staircase of Walter's other worlds till they reach the final door, room 302. Once they enter, they find a drastic change in the apartment's environment, as it portrays black and white imagery, representing the past before Henry moved into room 302. Around the apartment lie various candles lit, expelling the hauntings that plague the apartment. Inside the bedroom shows a typewriter and scattered red papers. Here, we see the final memos written by Joseph Scriber, the previous occupant who lived in room 302. In these red papers, Joseph is seen writing frantically and shows warning signs of mental decline due to the paranormal hauntings in room 302. Shortly after, Henry and Eileen re-enter the living room, where they finally meet Joseph Scriber. Joseph reveals that he was the one who was writing Henry the notes from his red diary. The red papers Henry has come to collect throughout the story, with the intention of warning Henry of the imminent threat Walter Sullivan truly is. Joseph continues to reveal that Walter Sullivan was born in room 302 by his mother, but after his birth, both his mother and father left him abandoned. Walter would then be adopted into Wish House Orphanage, and through the teachings and practices of the cults, it brainwashed him into believing that Joseph's apartment was his actual mother, and what Walter believed was freeing his mother. He would be indoctrinated into the ritualistic ceremony called the Holy Assumption. This allowed Walter full control of creating his other worlds. Although Walter is dead, his ghost still continues to thrive, slaughtering more of his victims for the 21 Sacraments ritual to finally be complete. To finally complete this ritual, Walter only needs 2 more individuals for the sacrifice: the Mother Reborn, Eileen Galvin, and the Receiver of Wisdom, Henry Townsend. Joseph implores both Henry and Eileen that they must end Walter's means to complete the ritual by killing him. Before vanishing, he tells Henry to read the Crimson Tomb, which will tell him how to put an end to the ritual once and for all. Before the events of Silent Hill 4, Joseph Schreiber, a freelance investigative journalist, conducted much of his work on an expose to reveal the true ulterior intentions of Silent Hill Wish House Orphanage. Through his research, Joseph uncovered that the Wish House Orphanage was a cover-up to masquerade the illegal operations conducted by the underground religious cult, the Order. In his findings, he discovered that the cult would force their religious practices and values onto the youth that were taken in, abusing the children regardless of whether they refused or willingly listened and worshipped their sermons and religion. Around this time, Walter Sullivan happened to be one of those kids who was adopted into the Wish House Orphanage. A man by the name of George Roston, a priest who worked under the Valtiel sector, would, in secret, instruct Walter of the 21 Sacraments ritual. It was speculated that this allowed Valtiel to manifest in Walter's unconsciousness to control him. This, ironically, would backfire, as Walter would beat George to death with his own teachings that would see him become the 6th victim of the 21 Sacraments ritual. With this indoctrination instilled into a young Walter, who was fully taken advantage of through emotionally manipulating him into believing he could resurrect and rebirth his mother to be with her, served as the catalyst for Joseph Schreiber to investigate Walter Sullivan's murders. In the years to follow, Joseph would keep a timeline of the murders committed by Walter Sullivan in his Red Diary. This Red Diary would serve as the fundamental document that would go into further elaboration about the Walter Sullivan murder case, and how the 21 Sacraments ritual was connected to the Order. One day, Joseph would find himself completely locked in room 302. Joseph would soon come to realize that this case is not just out of the ordinary, but of the supernatural. Joseph would be led to believe that because Walter Sullivan, post-mortem, still unexplainably committed these murders 2 years after his death, that he is still somehow plotting and committing these murders as a ghost. At some point, this was too much to bear for Joseph, as he could feel the overwhelming power of Walter's dark and negative energy seep into room 302, corrupting and haunting it, slowly driving him insane. Joseph would chronicle his remaining days as he grew scared and feared of potentially being targeted as Walter's next victim. Joseph would continue to experience headaches and chest pains, witness the murders conducted by Walter as he traveled between the portals of Walter's other worlds, gathering the remaining information he knows to summarize a coherent timeline of the Walter Sullivan case, and finally, create a contingency, charting all the resources someone can use in case they happen to be succumb to a similar position as Joseph is in. Unfortunately, fate would catch up to him, and ultimately, Joseph would succumb to becoming the 15th victim of the 21 Sacraments ritual. Elsewhere, in room 302 of the past, Henry reads the document Crimson Tomb, which goes into detail how to stop the 21 Sacraments ritual. In this memo, it states to stop the ritual, one must pierce the conjurer's mother's flesh with 8 spears into the conjurer's true body. In doing so, this would ultimately kill the conjurer and his mother, referring to the rebirth of Walter Sullivan's mother and Walter Sullivan himself. Before Henry leaves room 302 of the past, he acquires the Pickaxe of Hope. Henry returns to room 302, using the Pickaxe of Hope on the wall of his hallway near his bedroom and the bathroom. As the wall collapses, Henry witnesses the corpse of Walter Sullivan left in secret in a storage room. Walter's body is seen tied up to a crucifixion, tethered and punctured by wires. Nearby rests an altar. On the altar are items needed to perform the ritual, which include an obsidian goblet, candles, white chrism, and the book titled The Holy Assumption. This ritual would instruct Walter with a preconceived notion of the 10 previous murders already completed, that once he has acquired the 10 hearts from the previous 10 sacrifices, he would need to commit a ritualistic suicide, becoming the 11th victim. In completing the ritual of the Holy Assumption, he is reborn as a ghost, allowing him to further complete the 21 Sacraments ritual without repercussions. Born into a world unwanted and unloved by his parents, saw the tragic fate of an infant named Walter Sullivan, tossed aside and left by himself. His father complained and yelled toward his wife with phrases such as "stupid little crybaby" and "shut the hell up. You can't blame it all on me." Over the birth of Walter, his mother was left quiet as she never once spoke about his name or how she felt toward her son, regardless of her feelings, whether they were mutual or not. The wife willingly left with her husband, leaving the infant alone in their apartment of room 302. Not too long after, the superintendent of South Ashfield Heights, Frank Sunderland, noticed a loud, audible, sad cry of a baby screeching across the hall. Curious and concerned, Frank heads to room 302, only to stumble upon the shocking sight of a newly born infant Frank was left speechless as to why his parents abandoned him. It was speculated that they got into financial issues or were in serious debt, owing loans to bad people, which saw them on the run. Whatever the definite reason is unknown, but what is known is that Frank would carry the young infant and give him to the nearby St. Jerome Hospital. Frank would keep Walter's umbilical cord, as he saw this as too precious to throw away, keeping the item for many years. Walter would become a ward at the hospital and eventually be set up for adoption. He would be adopted by the Silent Hill Wish House Orphanage. It was here, during his upbringing, that Walter would receive his formal name and would become enlightened by the teachings of the cults, the Order. If Walter were to misbehave, he would, much like the other children, be sent to the water prison, a cylindrical prison located in a sea of surrounding water in the heart of Toluca Lake. It was here that Walter, unfortunately, crossed paths with a heartless and inhumane man named Andrew DeSalvo, who would take pleasure in physically abusing the children. One altercation saw the young Walter and his friend, Bob, see Andrew one day either kill Bob or make him disappear, as Bob is never heard or seen from again. To make matters worse, Andrew would force Walter to drink water with leeches in it, traumatizing the poor child. When Walter was 6 years old, he learned how to read and write, and he began to keep a diary. At the time, the priestess of the cult, Dahlia Gillespie, was said to emotionally manipulate the young, gullible, innocent Walter about how his mother was asleep, and if he were to read the 21 Sacraments, he could potentially meet her one day. Walter, believing Dahlia's words, would take this to heart. However, he would misinterpret her message and instead believe that his mother is not inside room 302, but is room 302 itself. With this preconceived notion, Walter would travel every single week to South Ashfield Heights in hopes of one day seeing his mother. Much to his misfortune, Walter would find that room 302 was occupied by a resident, forcing him to meander and wait outside, hoping one day he'd finally get to meet his mother. For many years, Walter would travel to South Ashfield Heights just to wait and lurk around room 302. This would see the surrounding residences of the apartment complex come to know the child's presence. The tenants would begin to complain due to Walter's obsessive antics and behavior, causing one of the tenants, Richard Braintree, to complain and ridicule the child whenever he noticed him by room 302. Walter would see the residents of South Ashfield Heights as an obstacle, preventing him from seeing his mother. Because of this, he would eventually stop coming to room 302. At some point during his stay at the Wish House Orphanage, Walter would be secretly taught by one of the priest members of the Valtiel sector, George Roston. George would secretly instruct Walter on the 21 Sacraments ritual, and in doing this would let Valtiel, the sector's angel, live inside of his unconscious. Walter would receive the nickname the Red Devil. Walter would grow up to practice the occult-like teachings of the 21 Sacraments, plotting one day to seek out this master plan. At some point, Walter would eventually leave the Silent Hill Wish House Orphanage and become homeless, living amongst the city streets of South Ashfield, as he had no source of income to pay for basic living necessities, such as food, clothes, or a home. One day, Walter would encounter a young girl named Eileen Galvin. Out of the kindness of her heart, she would console him by giving him her doll, in hopes that he could sleep warmly with the company of the doll, and not have to be sad because the doll would be his friend. This exchange would make Walter cry uncontrollably, as Eileen would possibly be the only person in his life who showed him true, genuine, emotional empathy and care. During his time still homeless, Walter would be seen frequently sleeping in a tattered and withered sleeping bag at the South Ashfield station, begging for a spare change from the common folk, in hopes of surviving another day. It's here where he would formally introduce himself to a young Cynthia Velasquez, although he would previously know of her, as throughout the years he would see her from afar, frequenting the station of her school friends. In this encounter, Cynthia would grow disgusted and creeped out by him, due to his disgusting smell, and is revealing that he had been watching her for over a decade without her knowing. Once Walter turned 18 years old, he eventually moved to Pleasant River to study at the University of Pleasant River as a college student. For a while, Walter lived a seemingly normal life. However, the thoughts lingered in his subconscious about the inevitability of his mother being reborn and his chance of getting to meet her. With these internalized thoughts grew bitterness and resentment toward the world for those who wronged him. Walter would eventually snap and realize his true purpose, accepting what he must do: complete the Descent of the Holy Mother, 21 Sacraments ritual. At the age of 24, Walter would then orchestrate his first round of sacrifices. According to the scripture, Walter would need to murder and sacrifice 10 victims and extract their hearts, which would coincide with the 10 hearts theme of the ritualistic performance. Walter would seek out his victims and ultimately successfully murder 10 of these people, removing their hearts. Interestingly, Walter would make no effort to strategically cover his tracks, as the police would eventually catch on to his murders. These group of murders would be renowned as the Walter Sullivan case, which would be infamously spread across the world. After the murders of Miriam and Billy Locane, Walter would be apprehended for the murders of the Locane twins. Once in prison, Walter took a spoon and stabbed himself in the neck, committing suicide inside his prison cell. However, from the reports from an investigative journalist, Joseph Scriber, he believed that this Walter Sullivan was a fake, speculating that the police falsely incarcerated a proxy that was impersonating Walter Sullivan, while the real Walter Sullivan was still roaming out freely. A few days after the Walter Sullivan case was considered solved, witnesses from South Ashfield Heights reported a long blonde-haired man with a coat walking inside the hallways of the apartment complex. Richard Braintree noticed the man moving a large, inanimate object into room 302. Walter would enter room 302 and use the storage room to perform the second phase of the 21 Sacraments ritual, the Holy Assumption. This required Walter to perform a ritualistic suicide, which would see him released from the bonds of the flesh and gain the power from heaven. Walter would become the 11th sacrament. Once he died, he gained the supernatural ability to be reborn as a ghostly apparition and create other worlds to capture his next 10 victims without consequences. Walter would then commence the final phase of the 21 Sacraments ritual. Upon discovering Walter's corpse, Henry acquires the Keys of Liberation. This would finally allow Henry to unlock the door of room 302, letting him finally escape the apartment. However, once he is outside of room 302, he stumbles upon the otherworld version of the apartment world. Nearby, he sees Eileen. Henry and Eileen venture into the corrupted amalgamation of Walter's subconscious thoughts of the memories of his experience in South Ashfield Heights. In room 301, Henry then encounters the Bottom, a horribly disfigured face with a cancerous-like body protruding mass of flesh. The Bottom bears similarities of the Gumhead in appearance, but also the twin victim in its size. Much like the twin victim, they exude the same behavior, standing stationary unless witnessed by Henry and provoked enough to where they will point at him and immediately chase him down, to then lunge at him or swipe their arms to attack him. They are seen as stronger variants of the twin victim, as they have higher durability and their health and strength. The Bottom could be a manifestation of Walter's disdain for his parents' abandonment of him at birth. From the design, the Bottom shows a head popping out of the bottom of its lower body, which could be symbolic of Walter being born, while the top of the body sees two conjoined heads, which could represent his parents. This decayed, cancerous, and disgusting version could be his internalized thoughts of his parents now that he is older and has time to reflect on his birth. After navigating the apartment rooms, Henry and Eileen reach the main lobby. While here, Eileen decides to stay and wait for Henry. Henry then explores the first floor east wing, where he finds 6 corpses of Walter Sullivan. As Henry interacts with each individual corpse, he hears echoes of the past, of Walter's father arguing with his wife about his regrets over Walter's birth, such as his hatred over the newborn infant, blaming his wife, and finally, telling his wife that they need to hurry and leave before they are caught by the superintendent. Once Henry collects these mementos from Walter's past, he reconvenes with Eileen in the main lobby. Henry finds Eileen holding a scrapbook tightly as she laments about Walter's memories seeping into her mind, empathizing about his tragic upbringing. Eileen tells Henry that they need to help the young Walter. Once they both reach the superintendent's room, they find the box containing the umbilical cord. As Henry opens the box, he gets grueling headaches of flashbacks of the very moment Walter was abandoned by his parents. As Eileen tries to console Henry, she hears a loud, ear-piercing sound that compels her to return to room 302. Eileen tells Henry that they're the only ones who can stop Walter, which sees Henry acquire the umbilical cord before also returning to room 302. Once back in room 302, Henry returns to the storage room to find Walter's corpse completely gone. However, below the crucifixion is an ominous black hole that leads to another dimension. As Henry enters, he finds himself in a room with various sculptures depicting bodies hung on the walls. Henry then finds another hole that he jumps down into. Henry finds himself in a large arena with a death machine located in the center, filled with Apollo blood. Nearby is a monstrous, humanoid creature draped in gray, rotten flesh, concealing its body as it cries in pain. This creature, referred to as the Conjurer, is the true version of Walter. Elsewhere in the arena, Walter's ghost is seen looking intently at Henry, with bloodlust in his eyes, as Henry comes face to face with Walter, where he also sees Eileen standing idle on a platform. In front of her is the aforementioned death machine, which she is possessed and forced to walk into due to Walter's influence. A young Walter is heard shouting his mom's name as he stands outside room 302. Walter reassures young Walter that he only needs to wait a little longer until the Twin One Sacraments ritual is completed. Walter tells Henry that he is the last of the Twin One Sacraments, the receiver of wisdom. As the final battle begins, Henry must kill both Walter and the true Walter before Eileen is killed by the death machine. Henry must use the umbilical cord to make the true Walter vulnerable, to then collect 8 of the spears and punch them into the true Walter. Once done, this makes Walter susceptible to any physical attacks on Henry's behalf. As Henry evens the playing field and battles it out with Walter, he finally kills Walter. As Walter falls on his back defeated, he slowly reaches out his hand, calling his mom one final time before he dies. Subsequently, the true Walter dies, and finally, the young Walter dies as he falls to the ground, disappearing. Afterward, Henry finally escapes from room 302 as he is seen walking away from South Ashfield Heights, exhausted as he limps to the city streets. As he ponders about Eileen, one day later, Henry is seen visiting Eileen at St. Jerome Hospital, giving her flowers. Eileen smiles and scoffs at Henry, jokingly saying that she'll have to find a new place to live. Henry smiles and nods in agreement as they both look at each other happily. Driving upon the lonesome highway on a dark, rainy night, a truck driver by the name of Travis Grady makes contact with a colleague over his radio. Travis tells him that he plans to pass a shortcut through the town of Silent Hill, then to stop at Bram's, the next town over. The man on the radio notices Travis's fatigue and expresses concern, jokingly stating a girl or two would come a long way to keep Travis lively. Travis dismisses his remarks and the two engage in playful banter. Afterward, Travis ends the call and continues his late-night drive through the night. As Travis is driving, he starts to envision traumatic flashbacks to a funeral when he was a young boy. Before he can indulge any further, Travis suddenly sees a cloaked figure run onto the highway, forcing him to stop immediately. Regaining his composure, he goes to check on this mysterious person but finds them seemingly missing. Soon after, Travis witnesses an apparition of a young girl in the driver's rearview mirror, engulfed in fog as she approaches him. Confused and startled, Travis peers through the thick fog to find the young girl once again standing in the middle of the highway. As he approaches her, she runs away immediately, warranting a chase to commence as Travis beckons for answers. Not much is known about Travis's life after his traumatic experiences he encountered in his childhood, which would serve as his upbringing for many years to come. What is known is that Travis had a loving relationship with his father and mother, Helen and Richard Grady. During this time, his mother would unfortunately suffer from severe psychological delusions. Helen would claim to see otherworldly beings from a mirror world, telling her that her son was a devil child. Manipulated by these otherworldly delusions, she would come to commit an unspeakable act by attempting to commit a murder-suicide, by ending her life as well as Travis's through toxic gas. Ultimately, Helen would fail in killing both of them. Richard would catch the act and immediately call the police, causing her to subsequently be arrested and would be deemed as mentally insane. Helen would be transferred to Cedar Grove Sanitarium in central Silent Hill. During this time, Travis would grow to miss his mother, which led him to sneak into the asylum in an effort to give her a drawing he made of him, her, and his father. However, Travis would later be caught and apprehended by one of the staff members and picked up by his father. Instead of driving home, Richard and Travis would spend the day at Riverside Motel, located nearby in central Silent Hill, where Richard would lie to Travis about his mother's death as a red herring to dissuade him from further asking questions nor attempting to see his mother for the sake of his safety. Because of this, Travis would later on in life create this cognitive dissonance from his mother's death and would write letters to her as if she's still alive. After time in Riverside Motel, Richard would fall into a deep depression and would ultimately end his life. Travis, later on, would find his father's corpse hung by a noose and would become mentally scarred by the scene. As a means of coping with this traumatic sight, Travis would still talk to his father as if he was still alive, locking himself in room 500 until the police found him the very next morning. After the events of this very distressing time in Travis's youth, it's unknown what would be his transition into adulthood, although it can be presumed that these events would affect him deeply, given his PTSD flashbacks to the funeral of his father's death, allowing the town of Silent Hill to manifest his trauma and fears into reality. After chasing the young girl on the highway, Travis eventually finds himself at a house that is caught on fire. Nearby, he sees a woman who's hiding out of sight, giving a slight smirk as she leaves. As Travis is entranced by the sight, he hears a young girl screaming from inside, Worried, he decides to run into the burning house to rescue her. Travis navigates the interior of the house that is slowly engulfed in flames, until he finds a girl whose body is charred and mutilated, severely burned by the fire that rests on a sigil, implying the fire started due to this ritualistic performance, but went horribly wrong. Without hesitation, Travis grabs a young girl and holds her tightly, traversing through the tight, linear household before they are consumed by the flames. As they reach the front door, they narrowly escape. Travis puts the young girl gently on the ground, pleading to anyone around to help her. Due to exhaustion, Travis falls unconscious with nearby police sirens. The following day, Travis awakens suddenly on a bench to find that he's in central Silent Hill. Remembering what happened last night, Travis assumes that the young girl was taken to a nearby hospital. Travis roams the fog-ridden town to eventually stumble upon Alchemilla Hospital. Once inside, he finds the place completely devoid of life and abandoned. Curious, he wanders the halls to find a man named Michael Kaufman, the head director of Alchemilla Hospital. Once relieved, Travis asks Kaufman if the young girl who was burned last night was administrated at Alchemilla, but much to his surprise, Kaufman isn't aware about this girl. Before getting any further answers, Kaufman diverges from their conversation and excuses himself with important business matters to attend to. With not taking no as an answer, Travis continues his search throughout Alchemilla Hospital to the second floor. Once here, he finds himself on the second floor to be met by a nurse. However, Travis's naiveness gets the best of him, as the nurse is revealed to be an otherworldly monster that is corrupted beyond recognition. With no other option, Travis engages in combat with the monster. The creature, called a faceless nurse, appears to be wearing a traditional garment that is slightly revealing and promiscuous in its appearance, as their dress emphasizes their cleavage. Furthermore, they wear a short dress that reveals their skin, along with thigh-length stockings held by suspenders. The most distinctive quality is their lack of facial features, as their face is completely blank. Typically, the faceless nurses are seen equipped with scalpels or syringes as their weapon of choice. While their attacks are weak, they become aggressive if they grab onto Travis. Once caught, they become dangerous when grappling with Travis, holding him hostage from having free mobility or control. Because they are faceless, they lack any vision of what is in front of them or around them. However, they're very sensitive to sound and his flashlight, which alerts them immediately if caught emitting these actions. A possible representation of the faceless nurse could connect to Travis's suppressed desires. This can be supported back to the conversation that Travis and his colleague have over the radio, which sees Travis admitting not to find the right girls, and alluding to not having much romantic or sexual relationships. With this implication, this can depict Travis as depriving himself of favoring these types of relationships with a potential partner. Whether sexual or romantic, that is something he desires but chooses not to pursue. This is possibly due to his past trauma and how it sabotaged him psychologically speaking. After the encounter with the faceless nurse, Travis enters the next door room to find a blood-stained hospital gurney. Here contains a document of a recent patient undergoing a preliminary diagnosis, who's shown to have third-degree burns on the exterior of her body, but mysteriously has no internal damage to her organs, as it's somehow been prevented, implying something supernatural is amidst with the young girl Travis is looking for. As Travis leaves the room, he hears a loud screeching sound behind him, where he finds the young girl he saw earlier, behind the mirror, planting her hand onto the glass, which makes a bloodstained handprint. Travis recognizes the young girl and questions her, but before he can get an answer, his mirror self shows his body moving sporadically. This then sees a shift into the other world, a dark corrupted construct that manifests the fears, worries, guilt, and trauma from those who are called to Silent Hill, to face the reality and unreality, merging into one horrifying nightmare. In the otherworld Alchemilla Hospital, Travis roams the blood-rusted corridors that plague the confines of the hospital. After some exploration between the fog world and otherworld of Alchemilla Hospital, Travis collects the plastic lungs, plastic liver, plastic stomach, plastic intestines, and finally, the plastic heart, to solve the anatomy doll puzzle to receive the glass eyes. Once acquired, he re-enters the otherworld Alchemilla Hospital to use the glass eyes combined with the death mask to unlock a door to the next area, which sees him encounter another monster, constrained to its own skin that stretches as it emulates movements of struggling to be set free. The straitjacket is a monster that is heavily restricted in physical prowess and combat, only encompassing movement and the ability to use its bile acid as a harmful projectile as its form of attack. While slow in its overall movement, it's still capable of being a docile enemy, as it compensates for long-range attacks instead of close counters. The only exception is when it decides to grapple with Travis if he is caught in its grasp. The straitjacket could be a manifestation of Travis's mother, as she was admitted into Cedar Grove Sanitarium, where she tried herself and Travis. Due to her hallucinations and delusions of seeing another world where voices told her that Travis was a devil child, it's possible that Travis may envision his mother, subconsciously speaking, for who she truly was, a once loving mother who was tragically a victim to her own mental decline. Now as an adult who processed or is in the process of accepting his trauma, Travis potentially could see the negative effects this had on his upbringing throughout his life, where he struggled to come to terms with the harsh reality that his mother was mentally insane and caused him to be severely traumatized and a victim to her actions and abuse. Although, it's also ironic in knowing that Travis's mother wasn't entirely wrong, as Travis, much like his mother, is capable of seeing this mirror into another world. As Travis previously interacts with these mirrors that allow him to travel between the fog world and otherworld. This could be a representation of the dark negative thoughts that Travis manifests, as it implies Travis's mental state is similar to that of his mother, given his nightmarish delusions. After defeating the straitjacket, Travis collects a mysterious device called the feature piece, the first part of the Flaros. Moments later, the young girl appears abruptly to then cause Travis to fall unconscious. Travis awakens to a woman watching over him, who tells him her name is Lisa Garland, a young nurse in training who is a subordinate under Michael Kaufman. Upon formally introducing each other, Lisa notices Travis is disassociating, asking him if he's okay. Travis says he's not all there due to the fire he was in last night, trying to save the young girl. Lisa mentions that the girl was named Melissa Gillespie and that she was tragically killed. Taken aback, Travis is shocked yet saddened by the news. Lisa interrupts their conversation by stating that she has a meeting with Dr. Kaufman at Cedar Grove Sanitarium. However, she hopes to meet with Travis once again, which Travis agrees to. With uncertainty at the idea of Melissa Gillespie being deceased due to the document he found earlier of a victim not succumbing to their wounds, Travis questions the validity behind Lisa's claims and decides to investigate the whereabouts of Melissa and what's truly happening in Silent Hill. After wandering aimlessly through central Silent Hill, Travis eventually stumbles upon a butcher's shop called the Family Butcher. As he enters inside, Travis witnesses a faceless nurse sitting on a seat with her body trembling in fear as she is encountered by the butcher. Travis watches in horror as the butcher effortlessly picks up the faceless nurse with one hand by the neck, as he plunges his great cleaver into her abdomen, slicing her lower body downward in half. Upon this horrific encounter, Travis wastes no time and continues his search for Cedar Grove Sanitarium. As Travis enters Cedar Grove Sanitarium, he enters the female wing to encounter the woman who he saw hiding behind the house that caught on fire. Travis recognizes her and asks her why she didn't call for help. She reveals that her name is Dahlia Gillespie, and that the girl Travis saved was her daughter, Alessa Gillespie. In disbelief with how the mother wouldn't save her own daughter, Travis shames Dahlia for her negligence. However, Dahlia isn't affected by her lack of moral compass, and instead tells Travis to not trust Alessa. Confused as to how she knows his name, Travis demands answers, which is left to no avail as Dahlia leaves. Now knowing that Alessa is still alive, Travis now beckons for answers on what exactly is going on. As Travis explores the dark, decrepit liminal corridors of the asylum, he finds a ghostly apparition that, once shined on with his flashlight, reveals a shadowy figure without a physical body that wears a bloodstained harness. This monster is called a Remnant, an entity that lacks any physical presence, only appearing as a shadow once illuminated by a flashlight. If Travis were to shine his flashlight at the monster, it would also release an ear-piercing screech, alerting of its presence. The Remnant uses its harness as a means of attack by using the inanimate object by either lunging or bashing its weight towards Travis to deal damage. Because its movement is fairly quick, it'd be wise to use firearms from afar to deal damage effectively. Alternatively, because the Remnant is difficult to see while shining a flashlight on it, it's devoid of being alerted by Travis's presence and can be easily snuck by via stealth to avoid contact. The symbolism behind the Remnant can represent Travis's perceived self in this image of being unseen or invisible to those around him. It's alluded to in his conversation with his colleague earlier on that Travis has the tendency to obsess over his past trauma that he cannot seem to get away from. Travis's tendency to express his feelings and past to others can be seen as a result of him not perceiving psychiatric care for his trauma, which is why he opens up to others, as a means to receive that validation and acknowledgement for his pain and suffering. In some ways, the Remnant is a literal and figurative remnant of Travis's past that he cannot fully escape from because it comes back to haunt him. Travis continues his journey onto the second floor, reaching the TB ward to solve the iron lung puzzle. Once solved, Travis receives the basement key. Throughout Cedar Grove Sanitarium, Travis must acquire the belongings key, the archives key, by traversing the otherworld and fog world through the mirror, and finally, Dr. Harris's key, by solving the pill cabinet puzzle. With Dr. Harris's key, he unlocks Dr. Harris's office to acquire the Jocasta artifact. With the Jocasta artifact, Travis unlocks the door to the female seclusion area. Travis finds Lisa sitting alone to herself, saddened about a woman who wants to see her son. Travis, confused, asks if Alessa is inside the room, which is met with Lisa shouting at Travis that he knows who's inside the room, prompting Lisa to leave once again. As Travis enters the room, he finds himself reverted back to a younger age in a flashback. A younger Travis calls for his mom, telling her that his dad said that she was dead, asking if this is true. Suddenly, a manifestation of Travis's memory of his mother, a monster called Mama, goes off on a tangent with frustration, rambling about wanting to see her son. As Travis witnesses the monster, he retreats in desperation and trying to escape the room, but is forced to face the monster before him. The manifestation of Travis's mother, Mama, has an unidentifiable face that bears semblance to a humanoid-looking woman, with skin wrapped in clothing, with decayed-like skin that is dull and decrepit, with her mouth forced open by wire as if she is constantly screaming. Mama's method of traversal is through a mechanism attached to the ceiling, which controls her movement. She attacks by emitting a toxic gas around her that has a large radius. Once stationary, she can use the iron cage around her to protrude large spikes in various formations. The best method of choice is to stand afar and use a firearm. Mama is a manifestation of Travis's vivid memory of witnessing his mother institutionalized in Cedar Grove Sanitarium. More specifically, when he tried to sneak in by trespassing to see her after missing her for a long time. Travis seeing his mother confined in a straitjacket and mentally unstable after her succumbing to the otherworldly delusions of the mirror, and this resulting in her attempting to kill both herself and Travis, could be the internalized subconscious thoughts derived from Travis's psyche that projects this corrupted manifestation of how he sees his mother in the otherworld. The mouth being agape represents her constant screaming of wanting to see her son, vocalizing her insanity. The iron cage she is confined to represents her straitjacket she is forced to wear, due to her hostile and unpredictable behavior. The poisonous gas represents her using a harmful gas to try to kill her and Travis through inhaling the toxicity, which is depicted here as she's exhaling it. After a long, emotional battle, Travis finally defeats Mama. Upon her defeat, Travis acquires the past piece, the second part of the Flaros. Travis is once again met with the young girl, who he asks if what is happening is all her doing. Before he can get an answer, he falls unconscious. Travis awakens in the front lobby to collect a theater ticket with the label Artois Theater, hinting at the next location Travis must proceed to. As Travis exits Cedar Grove Sanitarium, he finds a car left running with the back hood left wide open. Inside the back trunk of the car, Travis picks up the lumberyard key. As Travis travels through the foggy streets of central Silent Hill, he encounters another monster called the Carrion, a medium-sized monstrous creature that is seen notably slouching with its upper body as it is dragged forward on the floor by its two shaky legs. The creature is engrossed with dark, red-pale skin as it hangs its massive tongue out. Due to its size, the Carrion uses its weight as momentum to lunge and attack Travis, creating a powerful blow. Although it's presumed to be slower in its movement due to its size, it shouldn't be underestimated, as it's surprisingly agile, as it can turn quickly if Travis tries to maneuver it to its side or behind it. The best method of attack is firearms, due to melee weapons being a risky choice, especially heavy melee weapons which impedes its movement from evading. Similarly, there's a variant of this monster called the Mother Carrion, which are larger in scale and are an opposing force, as they alternatively use their massive weight to raise themselves in the air to slam back down to deal damage. However, because of their massive size, Mother Carrion can be easily avoided or defeated with gunfire if stood from afar. The Carrion can possibly represent both Travis and his mother, Helen Grady. The small variant of the Carrion is likely a manifestation of a younger Travis, whilst the Mother Carrion is a manifestation of his mother, Helen. This represents the mother-son relationship that shows a protective mother over her child, in this context, her son, Travis, which is represented by the difference in size of the Carrion. As Travis reaches the lumber yard, he uses the key and navigates through the lumber yard toward the back alley of Greenfield Apartments, proceeding up the staircase to the second floor. Travis then roams the second floor of the apartments to reach a bathroom with a large gaping hole to jump down. As he does, he finds himself in the front lobby, proceeding to leave through the front doors, traveling to the next door building, Artois Theater, which Travis uses the theater ticket to enter. Once inside, Travis enters the auditorium, where he finds Lisa sitting alone. Travis asks Lisa what she's doing here all alone in the theater, as it could be dangerous. Lisa scoffs at his comment and entertains this idea by playfully flirting with Travis. Lisa reveals that she loves theaters, as she wanted to be an actress in her youth. However, because her mother and her grandmother were nurses, it's likely that due to family expectations, she decided not to follow her dreams and instead become a nurse. After making advances towards Travis in a flirtatious and provocative manner, Lisa leaves Travis to himself. As Travis makes his way backstage into the east corridor of the theater, he finds a puppet that lies mangled as it hangs from above, catching him off guard as it attacks him. This little gremlin is called Ariel. They are seen hanging from the ceiling upside down, with a pair of hands replaced in their feet that grabs onto strings which they hang from, and use as traversal. While they are slow in their movement can be disorientating and be much of an impediment in Travis's path, as much of the environment they thrive in is very linear, forcing Travis to fight as fleeing is more risky than beneficial. If Travis were remotely close in their proximity, they can easily grapple him and cause him to be captive as they deal damage to him. If Travis is successful with his damage to the Ariel, they will collapse from the ceiling and instead use their hands as their feet and their other pair of hands to kick Travis. They are much more lethal and dangerous when often seen in groups. Ariel is a character of William Shakespeare's play, The Tempest, which is advertised throughout Artois Theater. Ariel, in the Hebrew language, means Lion of God, often associated with strength and divine power. In the play, he is depicted as a spirit who serves the magician Prospero as a favor as he was freed by him. Interestingly, on different accounts for the inspiration of Ariel by scholars, it's commonly believed that Ariel is derived from religious etymology, as a spirit or demon during the Renaissance. Some scholars found Ariel to align closely to that of a demon, such as German occultist Cornelius Agrippa, who stated, "Ariel is the name of an angel, sometimes also of a demon, and of a city, whence called Areopolis, where the idol is worshipped." Because of its religious themes, it's speculated that Ariel, associating that with not only religious background, but that of an angel or a demon, could correlate back to Travis and how his mother was instilled in this belief by her otherworldly delusions of Travis as a devil child needing to be killed. Ariel also takes the form of a youthful appearance, resembling a playful child, which can further connect to Travis's past trauma from his youth, exploiting his loss of innocence. Throughout Artois Theater, Travis explores the first floor to collect the Sun Totem, and the second floor to collect the Moon Totem. Simultaneously, he also finds a box full of 4 light bulbs which he will need for solving the Spotlight's puzzle. Upon solving the Spotlight's puzzle, the stage lights will turn on, allowing Travis to pull the curtains to reveal a giant stage play. After correctly switching the curtains to its correct position, the mirror will allow access for Travis to enter the other world where he fights the Caliban. This monster is a massive, mutilated, and contorted humanoid figure which walks on 4 large legs, which sees its back legs hunched over its body as its spine is curled, making the monster horribly disfigured. However, even though its disorientated body structure does seem to give the impression that it inhibits its overall movement, it instead is in its favor, as it uses its sheer body mass to deal overwhelming damage if Travis is caught in its attack. Caliban derives from William Shakespeare's Tempest, whose role is the son of the subhuman sea witch Sycorax. In the play, Caliban is described as a half-human, half-monster. Despite his deformities, Caliban was capable of having love, such as his love he held dearly for his mother. In the play, Caliban is depicted as a monster, which could be derived from Alessa Gillespie, who, at the time of the play, was scared when she first witnessed the costume character. According to the play's program, the costume was designed by taking a native buffalo spirit, fusing it with a Stark, from iconic images seen in the ancient local cults of Valtial. Thus, this likely being a manifestation of Alessa's fears that came to reality. After defeating the Caliban, Travis receives the falsehood piece, the third part to the Pharos. Travis once again finds Alessa appearing from the shadows, where she kicks the Caliban violently, then proceeds to cause a shift to the fog world as a siren blares off, causing Travis to fall unconscious. Travis awakens in the lobby to find a bloody corpse of an Ariel which holds the motel key. As Travis picks up the motel key, he gets vivid flashbacks to his youth that are slightly fragmented, but enough to get a vague memory of him being at Riverside Motel with his father. Travis ventures into the streets of central Silent Hill until he stops at a building called Public Records, where he finds 2 documents, Closed Case Memo and Altered Police Report, both which pertain to Alessa Gillespie. In the closed case memo, it reveals an anonymous person of interest, implied to be Kay Gordon, Alessa's homeroom teacher from Midwich Elementary School, who filed a complaint regarding the abuse of Alessa Gillespie received from her mother, Dahlia Gillespie. In this report, it details that an unnamed officer and Michael Kaufman concluded the complaint as inconclusive when it came to gathering evidence that indicated abuse or harm toward Alessa from her mother. Kaufman found the case closed due to lack of evidence of negligence or foul play on Dahlia Gillespie's behalf, regarding Alessa growing up in a strict religious household where her mother indoctrinated these ritualistic talks or cults as childish fantasies. In the memo, altered police report, it refers to the night of the incident of the Gillespie household burning down, where Travis would save a heavily mutilated Alessa Gillespie and carry her to safety outside, where he would then fall unconscious. However, in this report, it tells a completely different account of what truly happened. Instead, there is a fabrication of these events which state Alessa was dead on arrival by Dr. Kaufman, who is currently pending to file a death certificate in a coroner's report. The cause of the fire was ruled accidental due to no boiler malfunctioning, causing the house to become inflamed. With this context, Travis reckons that the Gillespie house fire and Alessa's death is heavily fabricated and used as a cover-up, due to previously reading a report he witnessed at Alchemilla Hospital, which described a recent patient whose body was heavily mutilated but was completely unscathed internally, as there was no damage to the organs, which is notioned to be Alessa. Now desperate to uncover the truth, Travis continues his search for Alessa onward to Riverside Motel, passing Andy's bookstore by solving a cash register puzzle where he receives the bookstore key to unlock the back door, and then going through a detour by passing through General Store, eventually arriving at Riverside Motel. Upon entering the reception office, a flashback shows a young Travis and his father, Richard, with dismay in their face. Likely moments after, Richard told Travis that his mother died. After the flashback, Travis finds a memo that details an entry of occupants, Richard and Travis Grady, staying in room 500. With the next location of interest, Travis explores Riverside Motel. Searching through the motel rooms, Travis unexpectedly finds another monster called the Two-Back, an appearance that forms two heavily mutilated bodies into one, as they are violently stitched together, with the lower body fused with the upper body, forming a heavily contorted monstrous creature. The larger humanoid figure has two front arms that are depicted as stubs with long, needle-like blades, while the smaller humanoid figure in the back emulates a similar appearance with its hands and legs supporting stubs with long, needle-like blades. Much like the larger enemy types, the Two-Back has a large scale in its size alone, taking advantage of its overall weight to lunge towards Travis to pin him down as they grapple with him, while simultaneously driving downward the needle-like blade into his chest, spewing acid on his face. If Travis stands from a far distance, the Two-Back will compromise, with its acid projectiles as it spits directly towards Travis to deal damage. As the appearance implies, the Two-Back suggests sexual imagery between the positions of the two bodies fused together, which emulates that of a sexual position, with the smaller humanoid creature in the back thrusting itself into the larger front humanoid creature. As the previous themes of Travis's anxiety of sexual and romantic relationships implies, this continues that thread of his subconscious thoughts that reinforce that deprivation Travis instills, likely due to the traumatic experience he suffered from seeing the declining relationship between his father and mother, which psychologically stunted or deterred him from pursuing a sexual romantic relationship with a partner, due to fear of those events repeating. With the room 306 key, Travis uses the mirror to enter the Otherworld Riverside Motel to enter room 305. Travis then re-enters the Fog World to enter the maintenance corridor, acquiring the manager's office key. Back at the reception, Travis uses the manager's office key to enter the manager's office. After leaving, Travis navigates the motel till he eventually reaches a horrific sight of a brutally mutilated Two-Back with a pierced hole in its body, alluding to Travis that he'll have to prepare to fight a formidable threat. As Travis enters the kitchen, he hears sounds of squealing from the Two-Back, as it trembles in fear, with the butcher using the great cleaver to brutally slice the body open and finish it off by stabbing it until it stops screaming and dies. As the butcher finishes slaughtering the creature, he sniffs out Travis's scent, alerting him of his presence, ensuing a battle. A tall, statured creature, donned with a bloodstained butcher's smock and covered in metal plates on the left half of his shoulder and face, and equipped with a great cleaver as his trademark weapon. The butcher is a very intelligent monster, such as his actions are a reflection of a calm yet brutal demeanor when it comes to professionally slaughtering his victims, indicating a haunting elegance, which contrasts with a morbid objective. The butcher has a myriad of attacks, such as swinging downward with a great cleaver, and swinging side to side. These attacks, if successful, can deal severe damage instantaneously. If Travis is caught by the Butcher, there will be a quick-time event, which gives him the opportunity to escape. If failed, he will be brutally slaughtered. The best method in killing this creature is standing from afar with a firearm weapon that deals high damage, as the Butcher has a high tolerance to attacks that deal damage to him over time. The Butcher is a reflection of Travis's fears of what he potentially could become, due to his nightmarish delusions and hallucinations he suffers throughout the story. It hints that Travis has a repressed split personality that may encompass a more hostile and sociopathic side to him. This is implied in the memo in ID Torn in Two that states, one personality continues to love the abuser and seek their approval. The other personality contains all the rage and anger of the abused and in many ways becomes a mirror of the abuser, seeking to inflict its pain on others. Much like his mother, Travis potentially exhibits similar personality traits and behavior that is familial of Helen Grady. However, the difference is that Travis represses those tendencies or thoughts as seen when he has such delusions, while in contrast to his mother, who fully embraces her psychopathic and mentally disturbed personality and behavior. That further reinforces the dichotomy between Travis and his potentially split personality, representing the rage and anger he represses toward his mother and father as a result of his trauma. After a long, heart-pounding battle, Travis finally defeats the Butcher. As the Butcher lies incapacitated from its wounds, Travis uses this opportunity to finish off the monster with the Great Cleaver. Afterward, Travis leaves the kitchen to then enter the game room where he finds a token on a pinball machine. Before he leaves, Travis receives another flashback. A young Travis asks his father for coins to play the pinball machine. His father tells him to stay at the game room as he has to go back to the motel room, ending the flashback. Travis then heads to the nearby laundry room to use a token on a functioning washing machine. Once Travis solves the washing machine puzzle, he receives the Cleopatra key. Travis then heads outside, up the second floor, to the Cleopatra room. Once entering inside, he jumps down the hole from the bathroom to the floor down below. Once collecting himself, Travis then hears an audible sound of people rummaging their belongings. Curious, he turns the corner to find Michael Kaufman and Lisa Garland sitting on both opposite sides of the bed, as they both redress in their clothes. During this exchange, Lisa storms off with frustration in her voice. Likewise, Kaufman expresses irritability, with Travis still frequenting around Central Silent Hill, as he has a tendency to make unwanted appearances, telling Travis to leave town, which sees Kaufman leaving shortly after. Nearby, Travis finds a white powder which he assumes is a drug. In actuality, this is a reference to White Claudia, a hallucinogenic drug that was, according to folklore, used by the Native Americans during ritualistic ceremonies. White Claudia would be repurposed for the legal recreational drug PTV, which would be sold under the black market by Michael Kaufman to tourists who visited Silent Hill as well as the townspeople. A close associate, the underground cults, the Order, would also endorse this drug in their cult's practices and rituals, as a means in exorcising the birth of God. In the room nearby, Travis finds a memo that is a letter to Kaufman. In this letter, Dahlia Gillespie notifies Kaufman that the ritual is almost complete, but their efforts to prevent Alessa from breaking free from a sigil withholding her power is gradually decreasing. Furthermore, they mention that Travis shouldn't be an issue as he's unaware of the bigger threat that is happening before him, alluding to the Floros as the only means of preventing the ritual. With this information in mind, Travis expedites his search for Alessa in hopes of stopping the ritual once and for all. Travis then uses the mirror in the bathroom to enter the Otherworld Riverside Motel. While here, he exits the room to the inner yard to find an empty pool of a jeweled heart by itself. Once collected, he then enters the diner to receive the dagger. With the dagger, Travis inserts it into the door of the narrow room. Once inside, he jumps down a hole to the lower room below, then reconvenes in room 503 to use the mirror to head back to the fog world. Travis then heads back to the maintenance room, using the vise to crack open the jeweled heart which contains a wedding ring. With the wedding ring, Travis returns to the reception to solve the rotary calendar puzzle. Once solved, a secret compartment is revealed, which has a depression specifically to insert the wedding ring. Once inserted, the room 500 key is revealed on the key rack. Travis re-enters the otherworld to then head to room 500, using the room 500 key. Once inside, Travis descends down a long flight of stairs to reach the bottom. As Travis enters the room, there's a flashback to a young Travis showing a deeply traumatized boy who's trying to compensate with his father's suicide. The young Travis tells his father's hanging corpse that he won the pinball game and if he wants the quarter, telling him to wake up due to him not responding. Suddenly, Richard guilts Travis into believing his death was his fault for not checking on him at the time before he died. After the flashback, Travis tells his father what he's seeing is insane as he's in disbelief. Richard tells Travis it's time for him to face his trauma. Travis's father then shifts to his otherworld counterpart, Sad Daddy, a grotesque, otherworldly monstrosity that is fused to the room. Hanging down from the ceiling are 3 parts of its body, split individually. In the middle is a huge mass of flesh, with a mouth protruding at the end with human-like teeth and an elongated tongue. On both the left and the right are mutilated corpses, with only remains of their lower torsos that are hung from the ceiling. Because the Sad Daddy is immobile, it lacks any physical movement nor mobility. However, because the room is claustrophobic, it makes traversal constrained, meaning that Travis is very susceptible to its attacks. The Sad Daddy will use its mouth to try to bite or vomit a bloody projectile if Travis is far from its reach. On either side, the Sad Daddy will protrude tendrils to violently choke Travis. The most efficient means of dealing damage is purely through firearms. The Sad Daddy is a manifestation of Richard's memory and the guilt Travis suffers for failing to save him, as he feels responsible for his father's death. The mouth with human-like teeth represent the literal and figurative pleas and cries for help from Richard as he was dying. The mutilated corpses on both the left and right represent the death of both Helen and Richard Grady. And finally, the tendrils represent the rope Richard hurt himself with. Once the Sad Daddy is finally defeated, the truth piece, the 4th part of the Floros, appears before Travis. Once retrieved, Travis runs towards Alessa while she is not letting him forget and move on from his trauma and why she's torturing him, with manifestations of his dead parents. As he guilts her, she causes Travis to fall unconscious. Travis awakens in a storage room in Alchemilla Hospital to find the present piece, the 5th and final part of the Floros. Travis must then solve the Floros puzzle by correctly inserting the individual parts into the correct positions. Once accomplished, the Floros becomes complete. Alessa's astral projection suddenly appears and is set free, unbeknownst to Travis, restoring her telekinesis powers. According to ancient folklore, the Floros derives from the writings and use of a poet named Shang Chen, who was an advisor to the early Han Dynasty of China, who jokingly stated that he trapped a demon with a 3-sided box, referring to the Floros. Later in his life, Shang Chen died in a fire at an imperial palace in 115 BC, and subsequently lost the Floros. Many decades later, it was rumored to be in possession of a Lutheran monk named M.G. Lewis. In 1796, he would prophesize the Floros to have the ability to control and amplify thoughts, linking the device to not a demon, but to God, a weapon endorsed by the angels as a force of good. The origin of the Floros is rooted in the Pseudo-Monarchia Daimonium, written by the 16th century Dutch physician and occultist Johann Weiner, who writes a list that contains entries of approximately 69 demons. In the entry on Floros, it refers to the demon as a strong Duke of Hell, having 36 demons under his rule. Floros possesses the power to foretell any and all answers to the past, present, and future. However, if Floros is not commanded into a magic triangle, he will lie and deceive the one who conjured the demon. If he enters a circle, he will answer truthfully, speak about divinity, the creation of the world, other fallen angels, and himself. Lastly, he has the ability to possess tremendous strength, such as to burn the conjurer's enemies if commanded. As Travis gives chase towards Alessa's astral projection, he eventually stumbles upon Dahlia Gillespie. Dahlia shames Travis for reconstructing the Floros, allowing for Alessa's telekinesis powers to be set free, no longer holding her back. Travis responds with wanting to simply end the events, believing setting Alessa free would best suit her interest. As he asks Dahlia for help to help him leave Silent Hill, she laughs and mocks his request, laughing maniacally as a ceremony for the ritual and using Alessa as a surrogate mother to host and give birth to the embryonic god has begun. As Dahlia escapes, Alessa's astral projection is seen levitating with anger and resentment, corrupting the town into a distorted image of the otherworld. With no time to lose, Travis races across the streets of the otherworld central Silent Hill, avoiding monsters in his path to eventually reach Green Line Antique Shop. Inside, Travis finds a secret hole in the wall. With no other option, Travis crawls through the hole and reaches the other side to find an altar of presumably the Order's god. At the end of the hallway lies an entrance to the ceremonial hall, which Travis enters, preparing for what's to come. As Travis enters, he finds various members of the cult surrounding Alessa's mutilated body in the center of a sacrificial altar. Michael Kaufman taunts Travis with how Alessa has overworked him, and helping her, and refers to him as her pawn. Suddenly, Travis is once again left unconscious by a sleeping gas. As he falls unconscious, Travis witnesses the ritual commencing. Travis then awakens in a room with a Hail of the Sun sigil on the floor. Before him appears a demonic-like entity. the manifestation of the cult's collective thought of the perceived god called Alessa's dream. Alessa's dream can be described as a demon, as the creature features red skin with a well-toned, muscular body, sharp claws, fangs and horns, and two elongated tentacles spreading from its back. It is a very powerful foe, as it attacks with a strong physical prowess and exceptional use of dark demonic magic. In close quarters combat, the demon will slash violently at Travis with a heavy swing. With dark demonic magic, it opens its chest to expose a bright, powerful burst of fire. Subsequently, it will stand still to summon a rain of fire that is casted from above, covering a large proximity, requiring Travis to dodge efficiently. Because of its attacks, momentum is crucial, as Travis will always need to be moving to avoid physical and magical attacks. With a large arsenal of weapons that deal high damage, it's effectively the best course of action in defeating Alessa's dream. Once finally defeating Alessa's dream, Travis summons the Floros. The Floros radiates the burst of energy with its power by concealing the demon inside. Exhausted, Travis falls to the ground. The Floros continues to levitate and exhibit its power, firing a ray of energy into Alessa's body, producing another baby inside of her womb. After the events, Travis is then seen leaving Silent Hill, looking back as he holds his key to his truck in his hand. Before Travis leaves, he is visited one last time by Alessa's astral projection, holding the baby seen previously. As they say their goodbyes, Travis drives off to new beginnings. Sometime later, a couple are stunned to find a baby left on the side of the highway. The wife tells her husband, Harry Mason, to hold the baby, telling him that they should adopt her, as she is seemingly left orphaned. The couple, Harry and Jody Mason, adopt the baby, deciding to call her Cheryl Mason. Elsewhere, Michael Kaufman complains to Dahlia that half Alessa's soul is lost, referring to her other half, Cheryl Mason. However, Dahlia reassures Kaufman that all is not lost, as they can use Alessa's pain and suffering to manipulate Cheryl Mason to return to her other half. Once returned to Alessa, restarting the ritual, although this would take an undetermined amount of time, which will leave wide open a series of events yet to come.